Hello, and welcome to TaBNWNE's Wikipedia News Edition, Season 1 Remastered.
On 7th episode is Twitter, known as X. Twitter, officially known as X since July 2023, is a social networking service.
It is one of the world's largest social media websites and one of the most visited websites.
Users can share short text messages, images, and videos in short posts commonly known as tweets or retweets, officially post or repost, and like other users' content.
The platform also includes direct messaging, video and audio calling, bookmarks, lists, communities, a chatbot, Grok, job search and spaces, a social audio feature.
Users can vote on context added by approved users using the community notes feature. Twitter was created in March 2006 by Jack Dorsey, Noah Glass, Viz Stone, and Evan Williams, and was launched in July of that year.
Twitter grew quickly. By 2012, more than 100 million users produced 340 million tweets per day.
Twitter Incorporated was based in San Francisco, California, and had more than 25 offices around the world.
A signature characteristic of the service initially was that posts were required to be brief.
Posts were initially limited to 140 characters, which was changed to 280 characters in 2017.
The limitation was removed for subscribed accounts in 2023.
The majority of tweets are produced by a minority of users.
In 2020, it was estimated that approximately 48 million accounts, 15% of all accounts, were run by internet bots rather than humans.
The service is owned by the American company X-Corp, which was established to succeed the prior owner Twitter, Incorporated in March 2023 following the October 2022 acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk for US $44 billion.
Musk stated that his goal with the acquisition was to promote free speech on the platform.
Since his acquisition, the platform has been criticized for enabling the increased spread of misinformation and hate speech.
Linda Yaccarino succeeded Musk as CEO on June 5, 2023, with Musk remaining as the chairman and the chief technology officer.
In July 2023, Musk announced that Twitter would be rebranded to X and the bird logo would be retired, a process which was completed by May 2024.
In December 2023, Fidelity estimated the value of the company to be down 71.5% from its purchase price.
Since Musk's takeover, data from app tracking firms has shown that global usage of Twitter has declined by approximately 15%, compared to a decline of 5 to 10% in some other social media sites.
The platform has disputed that usage has dropped at all, with Musk claiming that membership had grown to 600 million users as of a May 2024 tweet.
Jack Dorsey claims to have introduced the idea of an individual using an SMS service to communicate to a small group during an all-day brainstorming session at the podcasting company Audio in 2006.
The original project code name for the service was TWTTR, an idea that Williams later ascribed to Noah Glass, inspired by Flickr and the 5-character length of American SMS shortcodes.
The decision was also partly due to the fact that the domain Twitter.com was already in use, and it was 6 months after the launch of TWTTR that the crew purchased the domain and changed the name of the service to Twitter.
The developers initially considered 10958 as the service's shortcode for SMS text messaging, but later changed it to 40404 for ease of use and memorability.
Work on the project started in February 2006.
Dorsey published the first Twitter message on March 21, 2006.
Just setting up my TWTTR.
Dorsey explained the origin of the Twitter title as,
We came across the word Twitter and it was just perfect. The definition was a short burst of inconsequential information and chirps from birds. And that's exactly what the product was.
the first Twitter prototype, developed by Dorsey and contractor Florian Weaver, was used as an internal service for Audio employees.
The full version was introduced publicly on July 15, 2006.
In October 2006, Vistone, Evan Williams, Dorsey, and other members of Audio formed Obvious Corporation and acquired Audio, together with its assets, including Audio.com and Twitter.com, from the investors and shareholders.
Williams fired Glass, who was silent about his part in Twitter's startup until 2011.
Twitter spun off into its own company in April 2007.
Williams provided insight into the ambiguity that defined this early period in a 2013 interview.
With Twitter, it wasn't clear what it was. They called it a social network, they called it microblogging, but it was hard to define, because it didn't replace anything. There was this path of discovery with something like that, where over time you figure out what it is. Twitter actually changed from what we thought it was in the beginning, which we described as status updates and a social utility. It is that, in part, but the insight we eventually came to was Twitter was really more of an information network than it is a social network.
The tipping point for Twitter's popularity was the 2007 South by Southwest Interactive SXSWI conference.
During the event, Twitter usage increased from 20,000 tweets per day to 60,000.
The Twitter people cleverly placed two 60-inch plasma screens in the conference hallways, exclusively streaming Twitter messages, remarked Newsweek's Stephen Levy.
Hundreds of conference goers checked tabs on each other via constant Twitters. Panelists and speakers mentioned the service, and the bloggers in attendance touted it.
Reaction at the conference was highly positive.
Twitter staff received the festival's Web Award Prize with a remark, "We'd like to thank you in 140 characters or less." And we just did.
Whoa!
The company experienced rapid initial growth.
In 2009, Twitter won the Breakout of the Year Webby Award.
On November 29, 2009, Twitter was named the Word of the Year by the Global Language Monitor, declaring it a new form of social interaction.
In February 2010, Twitter users were sending 50 million tweets per day.
By March 2010, the company recorded over 70,000 registered applications.
As of June 2010, about 65 million tweets were posted each day, equaling about 750 tweets sent each second, according to Twitter.
As of March 2011, that was about 140 million tweets posted daily.
As noted on Compete.com, Twitter moved up to the third highest ranking social networking site in January 2009, from its previous rank of 22nd.
Twitter's usage spikes during prominent events.
For example, a record was set during the 2010 FIFA World Cup when fans broke 2,940 tweets per second in the 30-second period after Japan scored against Cameroon on June 14, 2010.
The record was broken again when 3,085 tweets per second were posted after the Los Angeles Lakers victory in the 2010 NBA Finals on June 17, 2010. And then again at the close of Japan's victory over Denmark in the World Cup when users published 3,283 tweets per second.
The record was set again during the 2011 FIFA Women's World Cup final between Japan and the United States, when 7,196 tweets per second were published.
When American singer Michael Jackson died on June 25, 2009, Twitter servers crashed after users were updating their status to include the words Michael Jackson at a rate of 100,000 tweets per hour.
The current record as of August 3, 2013, was set in Japan with 143,199 tweets per second during a television screening of the movie Castle in the Sky, beating the previous record of 33,388, also set by Japan for the television screening of the same movie.
The first unassisted off-Earth Twitter message was posted from the International Space Station by NASA astronaut T.J. Creamer on January 22, 2010.
By late November 2010, an average of a dozen updates per day were posted on the astronauts' communal account at NASA_astronauts.
NASA has also hosted over 25 Tweetups events that provide guests with VIP access to NASA facilities and speakers, with a goal of leveraging participants' social networks to further the outreach goals of NASA. Twitter acquired application developer attendance on April 11, 2010.
Attendance had developed the Apple Design Award-winning Twitter client TaBNWNE for the Mac and iPhone.
The application became the official Twitter client for the iPhone, iPad, and Mac. From September through October 2010, the company began rolling out new Twitter, an entirely revamped edition of Twitter.com.
Changes included the ability to see pictures and videos without leaving Twitter itself by clicking on individual tweets, which contain links to images and clips from a variety of supported websites, including YouTube and Flick, and a complete overhaul of the interface, which shifted links such as @mentions and retweets above the Twitter stream, while messages and log out became accessible via a black bar at the very top of Twitter.com.
As of November 1, 2010, the company confirmed that the new Twitter experience had been rolled out to all users.
In 2019, Twitter was announced to be the 10th most downloaded mobile app of the decade, from 2010 to 2019.
On April 5, 2011, Twitter tested a new homepage and phased out the old Twitter.
However, a glitch came about after the page was launched, so the previous retro homepage was still in use until the issues were resolved. The new homepage was reintroduced on April 20.
On December 8, 2011, Twitter overhauled its website once more to feature the Fly design, which the service says is easier for new users to follow and promotes advertising.
In addition to the home tab, the Connect and Discover tabs were introduced along with a redesigned profile and timeline of tweets.
The site's layout has been compared to that of Facebook.
On February 21, 2012, it was announced that Twitter and Yandex agreed to a partnership.
Yandex, a Russian search engine, finds value within the partnership due to Twitter's real-time news feeds.
Twitter's Director of Business Development explained that it is important to have Twitter content where Twitter users go.
On March 21, 2012, Twitter celebrated its 6th birthday by announcing that it had 140 million users, a 40% rise from September 2011, who were sending 340 million tweets per day. On June 5, 2012, a modified logo was unveiled through the company blog, removing the text to showcase the slightly redesigned bird as the sole symbol of Twitter.
On December 18, 2012, Twitter announced it had surpassed 200 million monthly active users.
On January 28, 2013, Twitter acquired Crashlytics to build out its mobile developer products.
On April 18, 2013, Twitter launched a music app called Twitter Music for the iPhone.
On August 28, 2015, Twitter acquired Trend, followed by the acquisition of Mopub on September 9, 2015.
As of September 2015, the company's data showed that 200 million users sent over 400 million tweets daily, with nearly 60% of tweets sent from mobile devices.
During Super Bowl 47 on February 3, 2015, when the power went out in the Mercedes-Benz Superdome, Mandela's International Vice President Lisa Mann was asked to tweet, "You can still gun in the dark," referring to Oreo cookies.
She approved and later told that age in 2020, literally the world had changed when I woke up the next morning.
This became a milestone in the development of commenting daily on culture. In April 2014, Twitter underwent a redesign that made the site resemble Facebook somewhat, with a profile picture and biography in a column left to the timeline, and a full-width header image with parallax scrolling effect.
That layout was used as the main for the desktop front-end until July 2019, undergoing changes over time such as having rounded profile pictures since June 2017.
In April 2015, the Twitter.com desktop homepage changed.
Later in the year it became apparent that growth had slowed, according to Fortune, Business Insider, Marketing Land and other news websites including Quartz in 2016.
On April 29, 2018, the first commercial tweet from space was sent by a private company Solstar using solely commercial infrastructure during the New Shepard flight. Since May 2018, tweet replies, deemed by an algorithm to be detractive from the conversation, are initially hidden and only loaded by actuating a show more replies element at the bottom. In 2019, Twitter released another redesign of its user interface.
By the start of 2019, Twitter had more than 330 million monthly active users.
Twitter experienced considerable growth during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020.
The platform also was increasingly used for misinformation related to the pandemic.
Twitter started marking tweets which contained misleading information and adding links to fact checks.
In May 2020, Twitter moderators marked two tweets from U.S. President Donald Trump as potentially misleading and linked to a fact check.
Trump responded by signing an executive order to weaken Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which limits social media sites' liability for content moderation decisions.
Twitter later banned Trump, claiming that he violated the glorification of violence policy.
The ban drew criticism from conservatives and European leaders who saw it as an interference on freedom of speech. On June 5, 2021, the government of Nigeria issued an indefinite suspension of Twitter usage in the country, citing misinformation and fake news spread through it have had real-world violent consequences. After the platform removed tweets made by Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari.
Nigeria's ban was criticized by Amnesty International.
In 2021, Twitter began the research phase of Blue Sky, an open-source decentralized social media protocol where users can choose which algorithmic curation they want.
The same year, Twitter also released Twitter Spaces, a social audio feature, super follows, a way to subscribe to creators for exclusive content. An update of ticketed spaces, which makes access to certain audio rooms paid.
Twitter unveiled a redesign in August 2021 with adjusted colors and a new chirp font, which improves the left alignment of most Western languages. In June 2022, Twitter announced a partnership with e-commerce giant Shopify and its plans to launch a sales channel app for U.S. Shopify merchants. On August 23, 2022, the contents of a whistleblower complaint by former Information Security Head Peter Zatko to the United States Congress were published.
Zatko had been fired by Twitter in January 2022.
The complaint alleges that Twitter failed to disclose several data breaches, had negligent security measures, violated United States securities regulations, and broke the terms of a previous settlement with the Federal Trade Commission over the safeguarding of user data.
The report also claims that the Indian government forced Twitter to hire one of its agents to gain direct access to user data.
Elon Musk entered into a deal to acquire Twitter for US $44 billion on April 25, 2022.
The deal formally closed on October 27, 2022, following an attempt by Musk to terminate the deal in July.
Immediately following the closure of the deal, Musk ousted existing leadership at Twitter, Incorporated, including CEO Parag Agrawal, and instated himself as head of the company. Following Twitter's change in ownership, Musk began referring to the platform as X/Twitter and X-Twitter, and renamed several features to remove references to bird-oriented terminology, including birdwatch to community notes and quote tweets to quotes.
On July 23, 2023, Musk confirmed the rebrand, which started when the X.com domain, formerly associated with PayPal, began redirecting to Twitter. The logo was changed from the bird to the X the next day, and the platform's official name and associated accounts also began using the letter X within their handles.
The @X handle was originally owned by photographer G.X. Wang, who registered it in 2007.
Wang had expressed willingness to sell the handle, but received an email on July 25, 2023, stating that the company was taking it.
He was offered some ex-merchandise in a meeting with the company's leaders, but no financial benefits.
The Android app's name and icon were changed to X on Google Play by July 27. The same change went live on the App Store. On July 31, after Apple granted an exception to its minimum character length of 2.
Around that time, some more elements of the Twitter branding were removed from the web version, including tweets being renamed to posts. The rebrand was described as unusual, given that Twitter's brand was already strong internationally, with words like tweet having entered common language.
The rebranding has been criticized on the basis that the trademarkability of the name and logo is weak. There are almost 900 companies in the US that own an X trademark, including an existing social media-related logo owned by Meta Platforms.
The X logo uses a blackboard bold X, a character that has appeared in mathematical textbooks since the 1970s, and that is included in Unicode as U+1D54FX, mathematical double struct capital X. In September 2023, Ad Age, citing research conducted with a Harris Toll company, said that the rebranding had not publicly caught on, with a majority of users as well as notable brands still referring to the platform as Twitter.
In December 2023, Fidelity estimated the value of the company to be down 71.5% from its purchase price.
However, the purchase occurred just before a market-wide price drop, and Musk acknowledged that he overpaid for the service.
Since Musk's takeover, data from app tracking firms has shown that global usage of the platform has declined by approximately 15%, compared to a decline of 5 to 10% in some other social media sites.
This decline in usership has been disputed by Musk, who claimed in May 2024 that there were 600 million monthly active users and 300 million daily active users. On May 17, 2024, the URL was officially changed from twitter.com to x.com. On July 17, 2024, Musk announced that the platform's headquarters would be moved from San Francisco to Austin, Texas.
This was in response to the Safety Act, signed into law by California Governor Gavin Newsom, which bans school districts from passing policies requiring schools to notify parents if their child asks to change their gender identification.
A few days after the rebrand took effect, an AP-style book update recommended that journalists refer to the platform as X, formerly known as Twitter.
As of August 2024, it no longer recommends using the Twitter name unless necessary and proposes usage of the terms posted on X, said in a post on X, etc. instead of tweet and tweeted unless mentioned in direct quotations.
On August 30, 2024, Brazilian Supreme Federal Court Judge Alexander de Moraes ordered a suspension of the platform in Brazil after it failed to appoint a legal representative in the country and pay outstanding fines.
This impacted an estimated 22 million Brazilian users of the platform, aside from international reporters and journalists who had traveled to Brazil to cover the NFL Brazil game and could no longer live tweet the event.
Following the ban, Blue Sky reported a spike of 2.6 million user registrations in a week, over 85% of which were from Brazil.
On October 8, the suspension was lifted after the platform settled $5.2 million in fines.
Elon Musk completed his acquisition of Twitter in October 2022. Musk acted as CEO of Twitter until June 2023, when he was succeeded by Linda Yaccarino.
In a move that, despite Yaccarino's accession, was widely attributed to Musk, Twitter was rebranded to X on July 23, 2023. And its domain name changed from twitter.com to x.com on May 17, 2024.
X is one of the top social media platforms and the fifth most visited website in the world as of June 2024.
Users can share posts containing text messages, images, and videos and interact with other users' content through likes and reposts.
X offers additional features such as direct messaging, video and audio calling, bookmarks, lists, communities, a chatbot, and the social audio feature Spaces. Founded in March 2006 by Jack Dorsey, Noah Glass, Liz Stone, and Evan Williams as Twitter, it underwent a rebranding in July 2023 after being acquired by Elon Musk in 2022.
Now operating as X, the platform closely resembles its predecessor but includes additional features such as long-form texts, account monetization options, audio-video calls, integration with XAI''S Grok chatbot, job search, and a verification process accessible to premium users.
Several Twitter legacy features were removed from the site after Musk acquired Twitter, including circles, NFT profile pictures, and pronouns in profiles.
Musk aims to transform X into an everything app, akin to WeChat.
X had faced significant controversy post-rebranding.
Issues such as the release of the Twitter files, suspension of journalists' accounts, and temporary measures like labeling media outlets as state-affiliated and restricting their visibility have sparked criticism.
Despite Musk stepping down as CEO, X continues to struggle with challenges such as viral misinformation, hate speech, and anti-Semitism controversies.
In response to allegations, X-Corp has pursued legal action against non-profit organizations Media Matters and the Center for Countering Digital Hate.
Elon Musk initiated the acquisition of Twitter, Incorporated on April 14, 2022, and completed it on October 28, 2022.
His goal was to transform Twitter into X, an all-encompassing app inspired by WeChat.
By April, Musk had become Twitter's largest shareholder with a 9.2% stake and made an unsolicited $44 billion offer on April 14, which Twitter's board initially resisted before accepting on April 25.
In July, Musk attempted to terminate the deal, citing Twitter's failure to address spam bot accounts.
Twitter sued him with a trial set for mid-October.
Musk then reversed his decision and completed the acquisition on October 28.
He became the new owner and CEO, took Twitter private, merged it into X-Corp, and fired several top executives, including CEO Parag Agrawal.
Following Twitter's change in ownership, Musk renamed several features to remove references to bird-oriented terminology, including renaming Birdwatch to Community Notes.
Musk is not the sole owner of X-Corp. X-Corp is wholly owned by X Holdings Corp, XHC, and based on a court filing by X-Corp and XHC. Investors in XHC include entities linked to Bill Ackman, Larry Ellison, Mark Andreessen, and Sean Combs.
The court filing also reflects that over 20 Fidelity-associated funds, trusts and pools are investors in XHC.
I made an offer. https://www.sec.gov/https://data/000421809/000048659222045641641/TM22212748D1_SC13 the.htm.
On July 23, 2023, Musk announced X's launch, which would replace Twitter, which started when the X.com domain, formerly associated with PayPal, began redirecting to Twitter. The logo was changed from the bird to the X the next day, and the platform's official name and associated accounts also began using the letter X within their handles.
The @X handle was originally owned by photographer Gene X Wang, who registered it in 2007.
Wang had expressed willingness to sell the handle, but received an email on July 25, 2023, stating that the company was taking it.
He was offered some X merchandise in a meeting with the company's leaders, but no financial benefits.
The Android app's name and icon were changed to X on Google Play by July 27. The same change went live on the App Store on July 31 after Apple granted an exception to its minimum character length of 2.
Around that time, some more elements of the Twitter branding were removed from the web version, including tweets being renamed to posts.
The rebrand was described as unusual, given that Twitter's brand was already strong internationally, with words like tweet having entered common language.
The rebranding has been criticized on the basis that the trademarkability of the name and logo is weak. There are almost 900 companies in the US that own an X trademark, including an existing social media-related logo owned by Meta Platforms.
The X logo uses a blackboard bold X, a character that has appeared in mathematical textbooks since the 1970s, and that is included in Unicode as U+1D54F, mathematical double-struck capital X. A few days after the rebrand took effect, an AP stylebook update recommended that journalists refer to the platform as X, formerly known as Twitter.
In September 2023, @Age, citing the Harris poll, noted that the rebranding had not publicly caught on, with a majority of users as well as notable brands still referring to X as Twitter.
On May 17, 2024, Musk announced that the URL was officially changed from twitter.com to x.com.
The domain transition was one of the more awkward aspects of Musk's rebranding the company.
Musk diverted a large number of NVIDIA chips, which had been ordered by Tesla, to Twitter and XAI. Social media sites including Twitter came under questioning for their handling of disinformation related to the 2024 United Kingdom riots.
Musk criticized UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer amid the riots, saying, "Shouldn't you be concerned about attacks on all communities?"
Responding to a tweet with footage of the disorder that said the riots were due to the effects of mass migration and open borders, Musk tweeted, "Civil war is inevitable."
His comments were condemned by Starmer's official spokesman.
Musk had previously restored Tommy Robinson's account after Robinson had been banned under Twitter's previous owners and interacted with him on the platform.
Musk went on to refer to Starmer as Keir and ask, "Why aren't all communities protected in Britain?" Musk promoted a conspiracy theory that the UK government was planning to build detainment camps in the Falkland Islands to hold rioters.
The UK's Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology Peter Kyle said that in practice dealing with large tech companies and their leaders can be more like negotiating with foreign states than normal businesses. In October 2024, Musk seized the handle at America and gave it to America PAC. Posts are publicly visible by default, but senders can restrict message delivery to only their followers.
Users can mute users they do not wish to interact with, block accounts from viewing their posts, and remove accounts from their followers list.
Users can post via the X website, compatible external applications, such as for smartphones, or by short message service, SMS, available in certain countries.
Users may subscribe to other users' posts. This is known as following, and subscribers are known as followers.
Individual posts can be forwarded by other users to their own feed, a process known as a repost.
Users can also quote a feature that allows users to add a comment to their post, embedding one post in the other.
Users can also like individual posts. The counters for likes, reposts, and replies appear next to the respective buttons in timelines such as on profile pages and search results.
Counters for likes and reposts exist on the post's standalone page too.
Users can group posts together by topic or type, by use of hashtags, words or phrases prefixed with a number sign.
Similarly, the @ sign followed by username is used for mentioning or replying to other users.
Hashtags are special hashtags that automatically generate a custom emoji next to them for a certain period of time.
Hashtags may be generated by X themselves or be purchased by corporations.
Users can reply to other accounts' replies.
Users can hide replies to their messages and select who can reply to each of their posts before sending them. Anyone, accounts the post are followed, verified accounts, or specific accounts.
X offers a job search feature named X Hiring, where users can search jobs by keyword or location, and they may filter the results by location type, seniority, employment type, and company.
Users can also get personalized job recommendations on their timeline.
Grok is a generative artificial intelligence chatbot developed by XAI and integrated inside X.
It has direct access to X data and is available for Premium and Premium Plus subscribers.
Grok is also used to power the stories feature, which summarizes posts on X associated with each trending story.
Stories are visible under the For You tab of the Explore section.
X offers 3 tiers of paid subscription for individual users, namely Premium, which provides additional functionality compared to the free tier.
The 3 tiers are Basic, Premium, and Premium Plus.
Additionally, X offers a paid subscription for businesses, non-profits, and governments, called Verified Organization, which provides additional functionality beyond the Premium Plus tier. This is the entry-level subscription tier for the social media platform X.
Priced at $3 per month or $32 per year, it offers several enhancements over the free version aimed at improving user experience.
Basic tier allows users to edit posts within 30 minutes of posting and retract the post shortly after sending it, before it is widely seen.
It enables users to write posts up to 25,000 characters, bypassing the 280 character limit, and to upload videos up to 3 hours long and 8 gigabytes in size on the X website and iOS app.
Users can also download videos posted on X, play videos in the background while using other features, and apply bold or italic formatting to text in posts.
Additionally, Basic Tier provides organizational tools such as bookmark folders, access to the most shared articles from followed accounts, and a reader mode for simplified reading of long conversation threads.
Subscribers can also customize the X app icon on their mobile devices, create communities based on shared interests, and enjoy prioritize replies over non-subscribers. This is a mid-tier subscription, costing $8 per month or $84 per year.
It includes all basic tier features plus additional benefits aimed at enhanced user engagement and monetization.
Premium subscribers can earn a share of ad revenue based on the engagement their posts receive and set up creator subscriptions to receive monthly payments from top followers, sharing revenue generated by X.
They also gain access to Media Studio for managing and measuring content performance, X Pro for managing multiple timelines and accounts from a single interface and Grok. An AI-powered chatbot for information and inquiries.
Premium subscribers see half the ads compared to basic subscribers and non-subscribers and receive a verification checkmark next to their name with the option to hide it.
Replies from premium subscribers are prioritized higher than those from basic subscribers.
This is a top-tier subscription, priced at $16 per month or $168 per year.
It includes all features from basic and premium tiers, along with exclusive benefits.
Premium Plus subscribers have no advertisements on the site.
They can directly post articles with formatting, and their replies receive the highest prioritization over other tiers.
It offers a premium subscription service for businesses, nonprofits, and governments, with 2 plans, basic and full access.
The basic plan, available for $200 per month or $2,000 per year, includes a gold checkmark, priority support, X Premium Plus features, and a limited time advertising credit of $2,500 per year or $200 per month.
The full access plan, priced at $1,000 per month or $10,000 per year, includes all the basic plan features plus increased reach, affiliations, and a limited time advertising credit of $12,000 per year or $1,000 per month. On November 4, 2022, Musk and Twitter began laying off a substantial portion of the company's workforce, and Twitter temporarily closed its offices, with the New York Times estimating that roughly half of employees have been let go.
The night before the layoffs, 5 Twitter employees, based in San Francisco and Cambridge, Massachusetts, filed a lawsuit against the company, alleging that mass layoffs would violate federal and California WARN Acts.
Musk explained that the layoffs were a cost-cutting measure and stated that the company had been losing over $4 million a day, criticizing activist groups who had called on advertisers to cease doing business with the company.
The Times described the layoffs as haphazard, with employees learning of their firing through a variety of means.
Workers in Tokyo received emails regarding the layoffs, while those in Ireland and Britain remained in their offices at night to await official word on their employment status.
Others learned that they had been laid off when they found themselves locked out of their work applications.
Twitter's internal directory, Birdhouse, was taken offline and Twitter offices worldwide were closed for the weekend. On November 6, Twitter asked some employees who had been laid off to return to the company, either because they had been fired by mistake or because they were belatedly deemed important to the health of the business. Days after the layoffs, Twitter terminated a large number of its contractors and Musk fired a series of employees who criticized him publicly or within the company.
On November 16, Musk delivered an ultimatum to employees via email: commit to extremely hardcore work in order to realize Musk's vision of Twitter 2.0 or leave.
In response, hundreds of Twitter employees resigned the next day, hours before the deadline to respond to Musk's email.
Business Insider reported that fewer than 2,000 employees remained at the company.
Musk and his advisors met with several employees to dissuade them from leaving the company, while Twitter offices were once again closed until November 21.
Despite the closures, Musk summoned all Twitter software engineers to Twitter's headquarters on November 18, seeking greater insight into the platform's solution stack.
Additional layoffs occurred later that month, and the company resumed hiring.
Musk continued laying off employees in February 2023, promising substantial performance-based stock awards to employees who remained at the company.
In November 2022, Axios reported that Twitter had fired almost all of its communications team, leaving only one member.
From November 2022 to March 2023, Twitter's communications team was effectively silent and not responding to press inquiries, reported NPR.
In March 2023, Musk personally announced a new Twitter policy, which brought Twitter in line with Musk's other businesses, which do not have press or communications departments.
During the April 2023 controversy, NPR confirmed that a press inquiry it sent to Twitter was responded to by Twitter with an emoji of feces.
The auto-reply was later changed to, "Busy now, please check back later."
In April 2023, Musk told the BBC that he had reduced staff from around 8,000 to under 1,500.
In June 2023, Trust and Safety Chief Ella Irwin resigned hours after Musk undid a company moderation decision by unrestricting and reposting the Daily Wire's anti-trans documentary, What is a Woman?
Regarding Twitter's reduction in force, unfortunately there is no choice when the company is losing over $4 million per day. Everyone exited was offered 3 months of severance, which is 50% more than legally required. Press at twitter.com now auto-responds with pile of poo emoji.
On November 16, 2022, Musk stated that he planned to eventually appoint a new CEO to oversee Twitter shortly thereafter, beginning the process of searching for his successor.
On December 18, amid growing public discontent surrounding the Longjet and Mastodon controversies, Musk conducted an open-access Twitter poll asking whether he should resign from his position as Twitter CEO, claiming that he would abide by the results.
The poll resolved to yes after 57.5% of 17.5 million users voted in favor of him stepping down. After this result, Musk responded, interesting, to unfounded theories that the result of the resignation poll had been influenced by bots, agreeing with a user's suggestion to restrict future polls on policy changes to paid Twitter Blue subscribers.
On December 20, he announced he would step down as CEO as soon as his replacement was selected, but would continue to lead Twitter's software and server teams.
On April 11, 2023, he told the BBC that he had stepped down and appointed his dog as CEO. On May 11, 2023, Musk announced he had found a person to succeed him in the CEO position. The following day, he named Linda Yaccarino, former head of ad sales for NBC Universal, to succeed him as CEO.
Should I step down as head of Twitter? I will abide by the results of this poll.
1 year after the Musk acquisition, company documents related to employee restricted stock grants showed the company had estimated its own valuation at about $19 billion, down about 55% from Musk's purchase price.
A lower estimate was reported in October 2023 from Fidelity at about the same time, estimating the company to be down 65% from its purchase price.
Fidelity estimated in October 2024 that the company's value was down 79% from Musk's original purchase price. 24% lower than what Fidelity had estimated 2 months earlier. In August 2023, X was fined US $350,000 for failing to meet 2 deadlines to comply with the U.S. Department of Justice search warrant for the account of former President Donald Trump.
In October 2024, the Supreme Court declined to hear X's appeal.
In October 2023, X was fined $610,500 Australian dollars by Australia's E-Safety Commission for failing to properly disclose information about how it polices child abuse content. As of 2023, other fines were being considered. On October 28, 2022, Musk announced that a Content Moderation Council with diversified viewpoints would be established to inform the platform's content policy and declared a moratorium in major content decisions or account reinstatements until then.
The council was never formed. Musk claimed that it had been part of a deal made with activists who had failed to honor it.
He also signaled an intention to do away with lifetime account suspensions and unban those suspended for minor or dubious reasons.
Musk later stated that he would not alter Twitter's content policies or restore banned accounts until after the midterm elections.
In June 2023, Musk defended the approach to content moderation as freedom of speech, not freedom of reach, previously describing the platform as having liberal bias.
In September 2023, X subsequently scrapped the feature for users to report misleading posts, instead relying exclusively on community notes to combat misinformation on the platform.
Twitter will be forming a content moderation council with widely diverse viewpoints. No major content decisions or account reinstatements will happen before that council convenes.
In November 2022, X announced it would no longer enforce its policy prohibiting COVID-19 misinformation.
Algorithm changes promoted viral disinformation about the Russian invasion of Ukraine and led to significant gains in followers for media outlets affiliated with Russia, China, and Iran.
Twitter, like Meta, Twitch, and Alphabet, laid off a significant portion of its content moderators in 2023. As of September 2023, Twitter relied exclusively on its Community Notes program to combat misinformation, leading to failures in labeling misinformation.
The program has become responsible for spreading misinformation as well as delays in fact-checking.
A European Commission study found that disinformation was most prevalent and received the highest relative engagement on Twitter, compared to other major social networks, leading to warnings of a potential ban or fines by the EU for non-compliance with the Digital Services Act. In October 2023, media outlets and experts observed significant disinformation related to the 2023 Israel-Hamas war.
A BBC journalist described the deluge of false information, including by blue-tick accounts, and CNBC found that while some videos were flagged as misleading or false, identical reposts remained unflagged.
Despite Hamas being banned on Twitter as a terrorist organization, some of its propaganda videos have circulated on the platform. An analysis from NewsStart found that verified users, described as super spreaders of misinformation, produced 74% of the most viral misinformation related to the Israel-Hamas war during the first week of the conflict.
The study analyzed 250 of the most engaged posts on Twitter based on the most popular false or unsubstantiated claims that had received over 100 million views and 1 million engagements from users.
On December 18, 2023, the European Union announced it would be taking action against Twitter over the spread of disinformation. In August 2024, several Labour MPs reduced their use of Twitter or left the platform due to concerns about misinformation and hate speech under Musk's ownership.
Some explored alternatives like Threads and Blue Sky, while the UK government continued using X, focusing on implementing stronger online safety regulations.
Following Musk's acquisition of Twitter, multiple organizations reported a rise in hate speech on the platform, including the Center for Countering Digital Hate, the Anti-Defamation League, and a research group at Tufts University.
The Center for Countering Digital Hate report found that anti-black slurs appeared on Twitter at nearly 3 times the rate they had prior to the acquisition, and that homophobic and transphobic slurs had risen by 52% and 62% respectively.
Whoa!
Academics and researchers studied the spread of hate speech on Twitter primarily by accessing the Twitter API, which was shut down in February 2023.
According to a Reuters survey, this removal led to the modification or cancellation of more than 100 ongoing studies.
According to the Institute of Strategic Dialogue, ISD, from June 2022 to February 2023, the number of anti-Semitic tweets doubled on the platform, with removal of such content also increasing. While the number of Islamic State accounts had also increased by 70%.
In March, a study from the BBC found a third of the 1,100 reinstated accounts appeared to have violated Twitter guidelines.
Twitter insiders told BBC Panorama they were struggling to protect users from showing embarrassment, including misogynistic online hate and the targeting of rape survivors. From a study of over 1 million tweets since 2022, the Center for Countering Digital Hate, CCDH, reported that posts associating LGBT people to grooming increased by 119% since October 2022, with advertising also appearing alongside what many deemed anti-LGBT rhetoric.
The study featured 5 high-profile accounts including lids of TikTok, Christopher Rufo, Tim Pool, and James Lindsay.
Media monitoring group BOD described Twitter as the most dangerous platform for LGBTQ people, with X ranking lowest on its social media safety index. In November 2023, the CCDH released a new report claiming 98% of misinformation, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and other hate speech in relation to the Israel-Hamas war remained on X after 7 days of reporting, generating over 24 million views.
X responded by detailing the removal of 3,000 accounts and taking action against 325,000 pieces of content, such as restricting the reach of a post.
On November 24, the European Union halted advertisements on X, referring to an alarming increase in hate speech and misinformation.
A spokesperson for the European Commission confirmed that X is affected by the EU rules and has advised European institutions to abstain from advertising on the platform.
Following the Dublin riots in Ireland on November 23, X faced criticism for allowing vile messages on the platform, described as hate speech, while other social media platforms, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, complied with Garda requests for taking down content.
After Prime Minister Leo Varadkar called for incitement to hatred legislation to be updated, Musk responded by claiming the Irish PM hates the Irish people.
In August 2023, it was reported that child sexual abuse material on Twitter was still an issue, despite statements by Musk that removing it was a top priority.
The number of staff on Twitter's trust and safety teams were reduced, for example, leaving one full-time staffer to handle all child sexual abuse material in the Asia-Pacific region in November 2022.
An investigation by BBC Panorama found concerns that child sexual abuse is rising following the layoffs and changes at Twitter since Musk's takeover. In March 2024, The Intelligencer reported on the proliferation of spam posts containing the phrase PUSSYINDIO or similar references to pornographic content appearing in the poster's bio, apparently formatted so as to evade counter-spam measures.
The commonality of pussy and Dio, or PID, spam made it fodder for jokes, including one posted by Elon Musk himself.
The Intelligencer further noted that most of the accounts that posted this spam were short-lived throwaway accounts, and that links provided by the accounts typically routed users through several layers of redirecting websites, ultimately landing on a provider of simulated sex chats. In December 2022, Twitter dissolved the Trust and Safety Council responsible for Twitter's policies on hate speech, child sexual exploitation, and self-harm content.
This occurred while evidence showed an increase in hate speech following Musk's acquisition.
The new head of Trust and Safety, Ella Irwin, announced that Twitter had moved towards more automation to moderate content in order to restrict diffusion, later described by Musk as freedom of speech, not freedom of reach. Twitter adopted an updated zero-tolerance policy on violent speech on February 28, 2023, described by The Verge as both more specific and more vague than the prior version.
As of April 2023, there was no evidence of policy changes that had increased the overall number of bots, although there was some evidence that spam bots had decreased slightly.
New Twitter policy is freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. -8 tweets will be max, boosted and demonetized, so no ads or other revenue to Twitter. You won't find the tweet unless you specifically seek it out, which is no different from rest of internet.
Within hours of the takeover, in October 2022, the far-right Britain First account, previously banned in 2017, was reinstated.
Account bans continued to be lifted in late November 2022, beginning with Jordan Peterson, Cassie Griffin, the Babylon Bee, and Donald Trump.
Multiple accounts were suspended, many of which had been named by far-right figures who urged Musk to take action.
Among those banned include a group that provided security to LGBTQ+ events, and several accounts parodying Musk.
In November, Twitter analytics firm Bot Sentinel calculated that around 877,000 accounts were deactivated and 497,000 were suspended between October 28 and November 1, over double the usual number.
December, neo-Nazi Andrew Anglin and founder of the Daily Stormer was reinstated within 24 hours of Kanye West's suspension after posting an anti-Semitic tweet.
Kanye's account was later restored in July 2023. In May 2023, Musk announced Twitter would delete accounts that have been inactive for several years, including accounts of dead people.
This led to criticism, mainly from those who charged it would disallow them from reading tweets written by their deceased loved ones.
In June 2023, Twitter suspended the accounts of Musk/Tesla critic Aaron Greenspan and his legal transparency company PlainSight.
PlainSight had released a number of Musk/Tesla related documents over the years.
In February 2023, Musk had sued Greenspan over communications between the two being published. In January 2024, X banned accounts belonging to several journalists and left-leaning accounts, including Ken Klippenstein. In August 2024, a Brazilian Supreme Court judge cautioned that social media platform X might face suspension if Elon Musk did not appoint a new legal representative for Brazil within 24 hours. In relation to issues over the reinstatement of Brazilian accounts that have been suspended under a court order.
Musk had earlier paused X's business operations in the country and criticized Judge Alexander Dumouris for his efforts against disinformation.
If Musk failed to comply, the platform could be suspended, which happened on late August 2024, being lifted after the municipal elections on early October 2024, after the social network appointed a representative in Brazil. Block the accounts as requested by justice and paid 28.6 reals past due in fines applied to X. On December 14, Musk suspended LaunchJet, a Twitter bot account operated by Jack Sweeney which tracked Musk's private jet in real time using publicly accessible data, in addition to several of Sweeney's other accounts.
He had previously stated, "My commitment to free speech extends even to not banning the account following my claim, even though that is a direct personal safety risk."
Defending his decision to suspend the accounts, Musk declared a ban on doxing real-time location data on Twitter, followed suit by updating its policies page.
The next day, Twitter banned the accounts of multiple journalists who had been covering the LaunchJet incident, as well as the Mastodon account on Twitter on the grounds that they had violated the new doxing policy.
Some of the suspended journalists joined the Twitter Spaces mass audio call with Musk, where Musk was asked about their suspensions. Musk quit the call, and the call was abruptly ended before the entire Twitter Spaces service was temporarily taken down.
Musk attributed the shutdown to a software bug, while a Twitter senior software engineer said that Spaces had been taken offline.
Most suspended journalists were later reinstated, but found themselves unable to post new tweets until their policy-violating tweets had been taken down.
Any account doxing real-time location info of anyone will be suspended, as it is a physical safety violation. This includes posting links to sites with real-time location info. Posting location someone traveled to on a slightly delayed basis isn't a safety problem, so is okay.
In April 2023, Twitter designated National Public Radio's main account as U.S. state-affiliated media, a label that was typically reserved for foreign media outlets that directly represented the point of view of their respective governments, like Russia's RT and China's Xinhua.
Twitter's decision was controversial, though established by an act of Congress. NPR is an independent news organization that only receives a fraction of its funding through government programs.
Twitter's previous policy had explicitly mentioned NPR as well as the United Kingdom's BBC as examples of networks that were not considered state-affiliated due to their editorial independence.
NPR ceased activity on its main Twitter account in response to the designation.
As of October 2023, NPR still no longer uses Twitter, with a media outlet describing the effects on traffic as negligible. On April 8, 2023, Twitter changed the designation of NPR's account from state-affiliated to government-funded.
On April 10, after managing to get in contact with Musk himself, NPR reporter TaBNWNE tweeted that Musk said he was relying on a list accessible through a Wikipedia category page named Category Publicly Funded Broadcasters to determine which news organizations' accounts should be deemed as government-funded media.
Twitter then added the label to other sources such as PBS, the BBC, and Voice of America, which all three objected to. On April 12, NPR announced that its accounts would no longer be active on Twitter, citing the platform's inaccurate and misleading labeling of NPR as government-funded media, despite the fact that it receives less than 1% of its $300 million annual budget from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
As their last post on the platform, the network shared links to their alternative newsletters, websites, and social media profiles.
In an email to the staff explaining the decision, CEO John Lansing allowed individual NPR journalists and staffers to choose for themselves whether to keep using Twitter, while noting that remaining on the site would be a disservice to the serious work you all do here. On April 17, Canadian public broadcaster CBC was designated as government-funded media by Twitter in response to a letter from Conservative Party of Canada leader Pierre Poilievre.
On April 18, the label was changed to 70% government-funded media, referring to outdated data from the CBC's 2020 to 2021 report. Shortly afterwards, Musk tweaked the percentage in the label to 69%.
Musk tweeted, Canadian Broadcasting Corps said they're less than 70% government funded, so we corrected the label.
In response, CBC announced they would pause Twitter activity.
On April 21, Twitter stopped labeling state-affiliated media entirely, with neither Western publicly funded outlets such as NPR, BBC and CBC, nor China's ZNU and Russia's RT, displaying the label on their accounts. After previously indicating his intention to review Twitter's policy against misgendering or demeaning of transgender individuals, Musk relaxed the platform's hate speech policies in November 2022. With this motto describing the policy protecting transgender people as effectively dead.
While previously tweets would be removed, Twitter announced it would instead place warning labels on tweets that are potentially in violation of its hateful conduct policy in April 2023.
On June 1, the first day of Pride Month, Musk confirmed that a policy against misgendering wouldn't be enforced, and that in his opinion, whether or not you agree with using someone's preferred pronouns, not doing so is at most rude and certainly breaks no laws. In June, Musk promoted the film What is a Woman by the Daily Wire after a Twitter review determined the content promoted hateful conduct and was therefore in violation of abuse and harassment policies.
Musk claimed the objection to the film was a mistake, but that it wouldn't be promoted across the platform.
After a pressure campaign from users, the restrictions were reduced to simply not being placed next to advertising.
Shortly after, Musk declared that the words cis and cisgender are considered slurs on Twitter within the context of repeated and targeted harassment.
In October, the ability to report allegations of transphobic abuse had been scrapped. In November, PragerU would buy a timeline takeover advertising spot, which forces an advertisement and accompanying hashtag to be seen by most Twitter users regardless of demographics or preferences for 24 hours. To promote their short film to trans, The Dangers of Gender-Affirming Care, the timeline takeover spot was part of PragerU's estimated $1 million marketing budget for the short film.
The Nation describes anti-trans hatred as one of Twitter's core features.
Repeated, targeted harassment against any account will cause the harassing accounts to receive, at minimum, temporary suspensions. The words cis or cisgender are considered slurs on this platform.
On January 12, 2023, Twitter abruptly cut off any third-party Twitter clients from the site's application programming interface, API.
This broke the third-party clients, but the change was not acknowledged until a week later when the company cited unspecified, long-standing API rules as the reason for the change.
By January 19, Twitter had retroactively updated its developer agreement, barring developers from creating products similar to Twitter's own app.
On February 2, Twitter announced it would be removing the free tier of its API by February 9 and replace it with a basic paid tier.
Musk later clarified on February 5 that bot accounts that provided good content would be permitted to continue using Twitter's API. On June 30, 2023, Twitter blocked unregistered users from viewing tweets or profiles.
Musk described the change as a temporary emergency measure on his own profile, blaming several hundred organizations for scraping data from the site.
The following day, further measures were implemented with temporary limits to the number of tweets a user can see per day, with verified users having 6,000, unverified users having 600, and newly created users having 300.
After thousands of users reported Twitter issues to the website down detector, the limit was increased to 8,000 for verified users, 800 for unverified users, and 400 for new accounts.
3 hours later, the limit was increased again to 10,000 for verified users, 1,000 for unverified users, and 500 for new accounts.
Former Twitter executive Yoel Roth said the scraping explanation didn't pass the sniff test, and that the incident isn't even the first time they've completely broken the site by bumbling around in the rate limiter.
On July 21, 2023, Twitter limited the number of direct messages, DMs, that unverified users could send per day.
The exact daily limit is unknown.
In August 2023, Musk posted a tweet on Twitter stating that the block feature would be deleted on the platform, with the exception of direct messaging.
Musk suggested that a stronger version of mute would replace the block function.
In response to backlash received from anti-bullying activists for removing the feature, Chief Executive Linda Yaccarino also stated that a new form of block and mute is currently being developed by Xtor.
Major contributors of Twitter regarding the removal of the block said that if such a feature were to be removed, Twitter would violate the App Store and Google Play Store policies.
This could potentially lead to the removal of Twitter from these platforms. In October 2023, X began charging new users in New Zealand and the Philippines an annual fee of $1 in order to use basic features such as posting, replying, and quoting tweets.
The change was part of a test to determine whether users would be willing to pay a fee to access the platform.
The following month must declare on X that users who use the phrases decolonization and from the river to the sea, commonly used by activists calling for a Palestinian state, as well as similar euphemisms, would be suspended.
According to Musk, the phrases imply genocide of Jewish people as well as clear calls for extreme violence against the terms of service of the platform. And was welcomed by ADL Director Jonathan Greenblatt.
In March 2024, anti-fascists published materials claiming to reveal the identity of the pseudonymous neo-Nazi cartoonist Stone Toss.
He sought help from Musk. Twitter then suspended multiple users who included Stone Toss' alleged real name in their tweets and amended its privacy policy to prohibit disclosure of others' real names.
The following month, Musk announced that new users would soon have to pay in order to tweet, writing. Unfortunately, a small fee for writing access from new users is the only way to stop the relentless onslaught of bots. On June 12, X implemented a change to make likes private, allowing only post authors to see who liked their posts and removing the likes tab from others' profiles.
This decision sparked mixed reactions, with some users protesting by responding to posts they liked with images of the "yeah" button from Nintendo's discontinued Miniverse social network.
To address extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation, we've applied the following temporary limits. Verified accounts are limited to reading 6,000 posts per day. Unverified accounts to 600 posts per day. New unverified accounts to 300 per day. Block is going to be deleted as a feature, except for DMs.
On October 30, technology newsletter Platformer reported that Twitter would require users to purchase a Twitter Blue subscription to retain the blue checkmarks indicating they were verified on the platform, which Musk later confirmed, saying it was a measure to combat spam bot accounts.
The feature began rolling out on November 5, but was then delayed until after the U.S. midterm elections due to concerns of potential election interference.
Twitter's Trust and Safety team assessed the potential for impersonation of official accounts and increasing the credibility of scammers with their highest risk categorization. On November 9, one day after the United States Election Day, Twitter launched its revamped verification program on iOS devices, with all users now able to obtain a blue checkmark by purchasing Twitter Blue.
To distinguish between those who had been verified before the change and those who received the checkmark via Twitter Blue, secondary gray checkmarks labeled official were briefly added to the former's profiles before Musk overruled the feature hours later.
Instead, a clickable pop-up message indicating which of the two groups a verified user belonged to was added to the blue checkmark.
The gray checkmarks were restored without explanation the next day, and Twitter then halted new verifications via Twitter Blue amid a spike in impersonator accounts.
The program relaunched on December 12 with gold checkmarks for businesses and gray checkmarks for government accounts.
Musk also met with advertisers via Twitter Spaces to outline his plans to fulfill his pre-acquisition pledges, reviewing forthcoming features and allaying fears of a rise in disinformation and hate speech.
He also named Community Notes, a fact-checking tool formerly known as Birdwatch, as a prospective substitute for Twitter's then current approaches to content moderation. On March 23, 2023, Twitter announced that legacy verification badges would be removed starting on April 1. This date passed with no change, before Twitter announced that the removal date for checkmarks from non-paying accounts would be April 20.
The only way to acquire a blue checkmark would be through the paid Twitter Blue subscription.
Around late April, the remaining legacy badges were removed, and only those subscribed to Twitter Blue remained.
This led to a campaign by the comedian Advil and other Twitter users to block the blue, that is, to block every user with a blue check mark. Claiming that most paying users were dead-eyed cretins who are usually trying to sell you something stupid and expensive.
The @block the blue account was suspended from the website.
Several famous users, however, reported having the blue check mark without having paid for it nor wanting it, such as writer Stephen King and actor Jason Alexander.
The Twitter files are a series of internal documents from Twitter, Incorporated, released between December 2022 and March 2023.
After acquiring Twitter on October 28, 2022, CEO Elon Musk provided these documents to journalists Matt Taibbi, Larry Weiss, Lee Fang, and authors Michael Schellenberger, David Swig, and Alex Berenson.
Taibbi and Weiss, in coordination with Musk, published the details of the files through a series of Twitter threads.
After the initial release, some technology and media journalists observed that the documents mainly showed Twitter's policy team handling difficult decisions effectively.
In contrast, some conservatives argued the documents revealed a liberal bias within Twitter. On October 31, 2022, Musk ordered Twitter employees to revamp multiple aspects of the program within 1 week, enlisting employees from his other companies, including Tesla, the Boring Company, and Neuralink, as well as investors Jason Calacanis and Sriram Krishnan.
To meet these deadlines, many staff members were told to work longer hours.
On December 15, 2022, a day after Jack Sweeney moved to Mastodon post-Twitter ban, Twitter began blocking links to its competitor Mastodon, considering them to be potentially harmful or malware.
A few days later, Twitter announced a new policy barring users from promoting certain social media platforms, including Mastodon, but rescinded it within a day following significant backlash.
Musk apologized and pledged to poll Twitter users before enacting major policy changes going forward. On February 1, 2023, Musk temporarily made his Twitter account private as an experiment to test his tweets' engagement level after tweeting "something is wrong" in response to libs of TikTok.
When the experiment failed to deliver promising results, Musk summoned a group of engineers and demanded an explanation for his declining reach.
A principal engineer suggested that this was due to easily chartable waning public interest in Musk, prompting Musk to fire them.
On February 13, Musk expressed concern over the fact that his tweet about Super Bowl 57 had garnered fewer impressions than U.S. President Joe Biden's.
Musk ordered his engineering team to fix the perceived problem or be fired.
As a result, engineers altered Twitter's algorithm to boost Musk's tweets by a factor of 1,000, causing his tweets to inundate user feeds.
In August 2023, a Washington Post analysis found that X was delaying links to external social media sites such as those owned by Meta platforms, Substack, Blue Sky, as well as Reuters and the New York Times, all companies that Musk has had grudges with.
The Washington Post found that users were made to wait approximately 5 seconds before the links loaded.
They also claimed that the New York Times had seen a drop in user traffic.
A few hours after the story was first published, X started reversing this delay.
In the same month, Fortune reported that Musk was planning to remove headlines and other text from news articles posted on Twitter so that only a lead image would appear on tweets, with a change taking effect on October 4. In March 2024, Musk has teased a smart TV client for X to better compete with YouTube, which would look identical to the YouTube application for smart TVs.
Whoa!
The app was expected to release the week after the announcement for Samsung Tizen and Amazon Fire OS TVs.
Later, app researcher Nima Algi reviewed the X app for television, adding that it was HTML5 based.
Made my account private until tomorrow morning to test whether you see my private tweets more than my public ones.
In July 2023, at the suggestion of Yakarino, X4 sued the Center for Countering Digital Hate, CCDH, over their research that suggested Twitter fails to act on 99% of hate content from Twitter Blue subscribers, accusing the group of inflammatory, outrageous, and false or misleading assertions about Twitter.
The online watchdog has since said the lawsuit was riddled with legal deficiencies and in November 2023 filed for dismissal.
The nonprofit group also claimed it was an intimidation attempt, as well as to stifle their First Amendment protected speech.
According to a Reuters survey requested by the Coalition for Independent Technology Research, the majority of researchers fear they would be sued for studying the platform since the CCDH lawsuit.
On March 25, 2024, Judge Charles Greer dismissed the lawsuit in accordance with anti-SLAPP laws. On November 16, 2023, Medium Matters published analysis indicating Twitter was placing major client advertisements next to user posts containing anti-Semitic content, including praise for Adolf Hitler and Nazis.
Several prominent companies subsequently suspended their advertising on the platform, including IBM, Apple, Lionsgate, Disney, Paramount, Comcast, Warner Brothers Discovery, Sony, Walmart, Coca-Cola, Uber, Airbnb, Ubisoft, Expedia, Fox Sports, and Netflix.
The New York Times estimated the potential revenue loss to be up to $75 million. Musk announced that X4 would file a thermonuclear lawsuit against Medium Matters and all those who colluded in this fraudulent attack on our company and called for the journalists to be jailed.
On November 20, X4 filed a complaint naming Medium Matters as defendant.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton announced an investigation into Medium Matters for potential fraud, referring to it as a radical anti-free speech organization.
On June 13, a U.S. District Judge ordered that X4's lawsuit against Medium Matters will proceed to trial on April 7, 2025.
Legal experts have criticized Musk's lawsuit, deeming it frivolous or bogus, and saying that it contradicts the First Amendment.
In December 2023, Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey opened a similar investigation into Medium Matters.
In August 2024, a federal judge granted an injunction to halt the Missouri investigation, saying the suit was using law enforcement machinery for political ends against Medium Matters, running contrary to the organization's First Amendment rights. On August 6, 2024, X filed an antitrust lawsuit in the Northern District of Texas against the World Federation of Advertisers, Unilever, Mars, CVS, and Orsted, alleging that the advertisers had conspired via their participation in the Global Alliance for Responsible Media to withhold billions of dollars in advertising revenue from X.
The World Federation of Advertisers created the Global Alliance for Responsible Media in 2019 to address illegal or harmful content on digital media platforms and its monetization via advertising.
The case has been assigned to District Judge Reed O'Connor. Commentators have described it as a free speech free-for-all hellscape, and as a right-wing social network.
The platform garnered favorable attention from conservatives and Republicans in the United States.
In November 2022, author Stephen King, U.S. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and U.S. Senator Ed Markey criticized Musk's decision to charge Twitter users for the blue checkmark.
President Biden also expressed concern with Musk's plans for Twitter, saying on November 5 that it spews lies all across the world.
After the layoffs, employees flooded the anonymous forum service blind with negative comments about Musk, with Jack Dorsey expressing gratitude toward laid-off employees and apologizing for growing the company too rapidly.
The FTC commented that it was closely monitoring developments at Twitter, stressing that Musk must abide by its consent decrees. While Irish Data Protection Commissioner Helen Dixon stated that her office had reached out to Twitter to discuss privacy concerns.
Social media platform Hub mocked the revamped verification program by allowing its users to purchase several checkmarks for their profiles. On November 9, 2022, Biden expressed support for a U.S. government review of the foreign investors backing Musk's purchase, alluding to national security concerns.
However, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen stated that she did not see a reason to investigate the acquisition and was unaware of any national security concerns.
7 Democratic senators urged the FTC to investigate Musk's rapid changes to Twitter, while pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly suspended all advertising campaigns on Twitter after a false tweet from an impersonator account went viral.
Former head of consumer product Jeff Seibert expressed disappointment and frustration over Musk's changes to Twitter.
In the wake of mass employee resignations, on November 17, many Twitter users posted humorous messages on the platform expressing grief and anticipating a possible shutdown of Twitter, with some posting links to their other social media accounts. Musk's suspension of journalists covering the Elon Jet incident was widely condemned.
CNN and the Washington Post, whose reporters were banned, criticized Musk's hypocrisy and impulsiveness, while Digital Content Next CEO Jason Kidd demanded Musk explain his actions.
Democrats Lori Trahan, Yvette Clarke, Ro Khanna, Richie Torres, and Martin Heinrich all criticized Musk, while Democrat Don Beyer also voiced disapproval with Musk's labeling of Mastodon links as malicious.
Lawmakers from the EU, France, and Germany sided with the journalists and threatened to take retaliatory action against Musk.
The first weeks of Musk's tenure at Twitter were widely described as chaotic and tumultuous by the media.
Harvard professor Sandra Sucher called Musk's mass layoffs poorly handled.
Gerald Hathaway of the Fager Drinker Biddle and Biaf law firm argued the opposite, believing that Musk had done what was necessary to curb Twitter's losses, assuming his claims about Twitter's losses were true.
Jason Wilson of the Southern Poverty Law Center criticized Musk's perceived disinterest in policing hate speech, observing an increase in verified white nationalists and other far-right extremists.
Branko Marcetic of Socialist magazine Jacobin accused Twitter of bias after several left-wing accounts were suspended.
The Brookings Institution said that the importance of Twitter as a platform for political discourse in the U.S. raised implications for national security. While cybersecurity expert Peter Warrensinger detailed multiple cybersecurity concerns stemming from Musk's acquisition.
One of your companies is under an FTC consent decree. Auto safety watchdog NHTSA is investigating another for killing people. And you're spending your time picking fights online. Fix your companies, or Congress will.
My team met with at Twitter today. They told us that they're not going to retaliate against independent journalists or researchers who publish criticisms of the platform. Less than 12 hours later, multiple technology reporters have been suspended. What's the deal, Elon Musk? The goal of Elon Musk to ban respectable journalists doing important work from his platform while parading as some sort of champion of free speech is, quite frankly, detestable. I'd ask if he feels any shame, but meaningful self-reflection may simply be beyond his capacity.
Soon after Twitter introduced viewing tweet limits and blocked unregistered users from viewing tweets, numerous people have voiced concerns over the decline of functionality.
Mike Brooks of Forrester Research expressed on the Reuters article that the limits were remarkably bad for users and advertisers already shaken by the chaos Musk has brought to the platform, while Jasmine Berg of Insider Intelligence stated her concern in the same Reuters article that the move certainly isn't going to make it any easier to convince advertisers to return.
In May 2023, Ron DeSantis launched his 2024 presidential campaign via Twitter Spaces, described as a good sign by entrepreneur David Sachs, due to high interest. Japanese media reported that the limiting of viewing tweets prompted many users in the country to abandon the platform entirely, with many flocking to Instagram, Threads, That.is or Mistkey.io.
On July 3, Japanese game publisher Yastar announced that they would cease connecting their games accounts to Twitter, citing the API change that had occurred a few days prior as the reason.
The move has also led to concerns over disaster relief efforts in the country, as many prefectures and cities use Twitter to share public information. With Kumamoto Prefecture's official disaster prevention Twitter account announcing that their accounts will be indefinitely out of service on July 5.
The viewing tweet limit also prompted the creation of a Japanese alternate to Twitter named Tachu, of which 100,000 users flocked to the service within the first week of inauguration.
The tweet announcing the website's inauguration stated that their intended concept was to not remove functions of paid API''s without warning. In August 2023, a community note falsely accusing Jewish lynching victim Leo Frank of raping and murdering a 13-year-old girl repeatedly appeared on tweets by the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, and ADL CEO Jonathan Greenwood.
Neo-Nazi trolls created the note and cited white supremacist websites, purporting to substantiate the note's claims.
The Times of Israel characterized the note's appearance as part of a pattern of Twitter features rewarding anti-Semites. Later that month, Greenwood and Twitter CEO Linda Yaccarino had a dialogue about addressing hate speech on the platform.
Both parties tweeted about it, sparking a backlash from many right-wing users who accused the ADL of censorship and bias and launched a #BanTheADL #campaign, which trended on the site.
In the wake of this, Elon Musk liked a number of anti-ADL tweets, and Twitter users reported seeing a tweet promoted by Twitter's ad platform containing the white supremacist slogan known as the 40 words.
Days later, Musk then threatened to sue the organization, stating that the ADL seems to be responsible for most of our revenue loss, causing the company to lose billions of dollars.
Experts criticize the decision to remove headlines from news articles.
Liza Fazio, a cognitive psychologist at Vanderbilt University, said the change means that it's incredibly easy to present images out of context to spread misinformation.
Following the start of the Israel-Hamas war a few days after the change was implemented, Emerson T. Brooking of the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab said the change was a major boon for terrorists and war propagandists. It makes a difficult, fast-moving situation absolutely indecipherable.
Musk later announced the change would be undone.
On November 15, 2023, Musk replied to an anti-Semitic tweet which supported the white genocide conspiracy theory and accused Jews of pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them.
Musk responded that the tweet said the actual truth.
Following this reply, Musk affirmed white nationalism, saying it was super messed up that white people are not allowed to be proud of their race. On November 17, 2023, after the ADL had condemned Musk's tweet describing it as indisputably dangerous, the White House issued a statement with Joe Biden condemning Musk, proclaiming, "We condemn this abhorrent promotion of anti-Semitic and racist hate in the strongest terms." At the Deal Book Summit on November 29, 2023, journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin questioned Musk about the withdrawal of advertisers from X following his recent posts.
Musk said in response, "I hope they stop. Don't advertise, and if somebody is going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f*** yourself. Go f*** yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is."
Watch your language, Ben.
Musk mentioned Bob Iger, the CEO of the Walt Disney Company, which had stopped advertising on X. Musk also said that if X fails, it would be because of an advertiser boycott. And that will be what bankrupts the company.
In a post on X on December 7, Musk called for Iger to be fired from Disney.
In September 2024, the book Character Limit: How Elon Musk Destroyed Twitter was released.
The book, by New York Times reporters Kate Conner and Ryan Mack, examines Musk's purchase of Twitter and its evolution under him.
According to a May 2023 Pew Research survey, a majority of American users say they have taken a break from the platform in 2023, and a quarter said they were not very or not at all likely to continue using the platform.
Analysis conducted by research firm Sensor Tower in October 2023 found that global active daily users of X via mobile apps have steadily declined during the year after Musk acquired the company, down 16% by September 2023, while the metric showed positive growth for 5 other major social media platforms.
In November 2023, it was reported X has lost 3 million monthly UK visitors, down from 26.8 million since Musk's takeover, according to Ofcom. Tweets were publicly visible by default, but senders can restrict message delivery to only their followers.
Users can mute users they do not wish to interact with, block accounts from viewing their posts, and remove accounts from their followers list.
Users can post via the Twitter website, compatible external applications, such as for smartphones, or by short message service, SMS, available in certain countries.
Users may subscribe to other users' posts. This is known as following, and subscribers are known as followers or tweets, a portmanteau of Twitter and tweets.
Individual posts can be forwarded by other users to their own feed, a process known as a repost or retweet.
In 2015, Twitter launched Quote Tweet, originally called Retweet with Comment, a feature that allows users to add a comment to their post, embedding one post in the other.
Users can also like, formerly favorite, individual tweets. The counters for likes, retweets/reposts, and replies appear next to the respective buttons in timelines such as on profile pages and search results.
Counters for likes and reposts exist on the post's standalone page too.
Since September 2020, Quote Tweets, formerly known as Retweet with Comment, have their own counter on their post page.
Until the legacy desktop frontend that was discontinued in 2020, a row with miniature profile pictures of up to 10 liking or retweeting users was displayed. Earliest documented implementation in December 2011 overhaul, as well as a tweet reply counter next to the according button on the tweets page.
Twitter allows users to update their profile via their mobile phones either by text messaging or by apps released for certain smartphones and tablets.
Twitter has been compared to a web-based internet relay chat, IRC, client.
Twitter announced in a tweet on September 1, 2022, that the ability to edit a tweet was being tested for select users.
The company said the feature was being tested first to determine whether it could be abused.
Editing would be allowed for 30 minutes, and previous versions of an edited post would be available.
Eventually, all Twitter Blue subscribers would be able to use the feature.
Users can group posts together by topic or type, by use of hashtags, words or phrases prefixed with a number, sign.
Similarly, the @ sign followed by username is used for mentioning or replying to other users.
In 2014, Twitter introduced hashtags, special hashtags, that automatically generate a custom emoji next to them for a certain period of time.
Hashtags may be generated by Twitter themselves or be purchased by corporations.
To repost a message from another user and share it with one's own followers, a user can click the repost button within the post.
Users can reply to other accounts' replies.
Users can hide replies to their messages and select who can reply to each of their tweets before sending them. Anyone, accounts who follow the post's author, specific accounts, or none. The original, strict 140-character limit was gradually relaxed.
In 2016, Twitter announced that attachments, links, and media such as photos, videos, and the person's handle would no longer count. A user photo post used to count for around 24 characters.
In 2017, Twitter handles were similarly excluded.
The same year, Twitter doubled its historical 140-character limitation to 280.
Under the new limit, tweets are counted as a variable number of characters, depending upon the script they are from.
In 2023, Twitter announced that Twitter Blue users could create posts with up to 4,000 characters in length.
T.Go is a URL shortening service created by Twitter.
It is only available for links posted to Twitter and not available for general use.
All links posted to Twitter use a T.co wrapper.
Twitter intended the service to protect users from malicious sites and to use it to track clicks on links within tweets.
Twitter had previously used the services of third parties TinyURL and bit.ly. In June 2011, Twitter announced its own integrated photo sharing service that enables users to upload a photo and attach it to a tweet right from twitter.com.
Users now also have the ability to add pictures to Twitter's search by adding hashtags to the tweet.
Twitter also plans to provide photo galleries designed to gather and syndicate all photos that a user has uploaded on Twitter and third-party services such as TwitPic.
On March 29, 2016, Twitter introduced the ability to add a caption of up to 480 characters to each image attached to a tweet, accessible via screen reading software or by hovering the mouse above a picture inside TweetDeck.
In April 2022, Twitter made the ability to add and view captions globally available.
Descriptions can be added to any uploaded image with a limit of 1,000 characters.
Images that have a description will feature a badge that says Alt in the bottom left corner, which will bring up the description when clicked. In 2015, Twitter began to roll out the ability to attach poll questions to tweets.
Polls are open for up to 7 days, and voters are not personally identified.
In Twitter's early years, users could communicate with Twitter using SMS.
Twitter discontinued this feature in most countries in April 2023 after hackers had exposed vulnerabilities in the feature.
In 2016, Twitter began to place a larger focus on live streaming video programming, hosting various events including streams of the Republican and Democratic conventions during the U.S. presidential campaign, and winning a bid for non-exclusive streaming rights to 10 NFL games in 2016.
During an event in New York in May 2017, Twitter announced that it planned to construct a 24-hour streaming video channel hosted within the service, featuring content from various partners.
Twitter announced a number of new and expanded partnerships for its streaming video services at the event, including Bloomberg, BuzzFeed, Cheddar, IMG Fashion, Live Nation Entertainment, Major League Baseball, MTV and BET, NFL Network, the PGA Tour, the Players Tribune, Ben Silverman and Howard Thomas owns Propagate, The Verge, Stadium and the WNBA.
As of the first quarter of 2017, Twitter had over 200 content partners who streamed over 800 hours of video over 450 events.
Twitter Spaces is a social audio feature that enables users to host or participate in a live audio virtual environment called Space for Conversation.
A maximum of 13 people are allowed on stage.
The feature was initially limited to users with at least 600 followers, but since October 2021, any Twitter user can create a space. In March 2020, Twitter began to test the stories feature known as Fleets in some markets, which officially launched on November 17, 2020.
Fleets could contain text and media are only accessible for 24 hours after they are posted and are accessed within the Twitter app. Twitter announced it would start implementing advertising into Fleets in June 2021.
Tweets were removed in August 2021. Twitter had intended for tweets to encourage more users to tweet regularly, but instead they were generally used by already active users. X, commonly called under the former name Twitter, is an American microblogging and social networking service on which users post and interact with messages known as tweets.
Registered users can post, like and retweet tweets, and read those that are publicly available.
Tweets are publicly visible by default, but senders can restrict message delivery to only their followers.
Users can mute users they do not wish to interact with, block accounts from viewing their tweets, and remove accounts from their followers list.
Users can tweet via the Twitter website, compatible external applications, such as for smartphones, or the short message service, SMS, available in certain countries.
Users may subscribe to other users' tweets. This is known as following, and subscribers are known as followers or tweets, a portmanteau of Twitter and tweets.
Individual tweets can be forwarded by other users to their own feed, a process known as a retweet.
In 2015, Twitter launched Quote Tweet, originally called Retweet with Comment, a feature that allows users to add a comment to their retweet, nesting one tweet in the other.
Users can also like, formerly favorite, individual tweets. The counters for likes, retweets, and replies appear next to the respective buttons in news feeds, called timelines, such as on profile pages and search results.
Counters for likes and retweets exist on the Tweet's standalone page too.
Since September 2020, Quote Tweets, formerly known as Retweet with Comment, have a known counter on their tweet page.
Until the legacy desktop frontend that was discontinued in 2020, a row with miniature profile pictures of up to 10 liking or retweeting users was displayed. Earliest documented implementation in December 2011 overhaul, as well as a tweet reply counter next to the according button on the tweets page.
Twitter allows users to update their profile via their mobile phone either by text messaging or by apps released for certain smartphones and tablets.
Twitter has been compared to a web-based internet relay chat, IRC, client.
In a 2009 Time magazine essay, technology author Stephen Johnson described the basic mechanics of Twitter as remarkably simple.
As a social network, Twitter revolves around the principle of followers. When you choose to follow another Twitter user, that user's tweets appear in reverse chronological order on your main Twitter page. If you follow 20 people, you'll see a mix of tweets scrolling down the page, breakfast cereal updates, interesting new links, music recommendations, even musings on the future of education.
According to research published in April 2014, around 44% of user accounts have never tweeted. The first tweet was posted by Jack Dorsey, creator, at 12:50 p.m. PST on March 21, 2006, and read, "Just setting up my TWTTR."
In 2009, the first tweet was sent from space.
U.S. astronauts Nicola Stott and Jeff Williams took part in a live tweet from the International Space Station with around 35 members of the public at the NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. In March 2021, Jack Dorsey listed his first tweet for sale.
The highest bid for the tweet, $2.5 million, came from a Malaysian businessman, Sina Istahi.
Along with a metadata of the original tweet, the buyer was to receive a certificate that was digitally signed and verified by Dorsey. San Antonio-based market research firm TaBNWNE analyzed 2,000 tweets originating from the United States and in English over a 2-week period in August 2009 from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. CST, and separated them into 6 categories.
Pointless babble made up 40%, with 38% being conversational.
Castle on value at 9%, self-promotion 6% with spam and news each making 4%. Despite Jack Dorsey's own open contention that a message on Twitter is a short burst of inconsequential information, social networking researcher Dana Boyd responded to the TaBNWNE survey by arguing that what the Terra researchers labeled pointless battle is better characterized as social grooming or peripheral awareness, which he justifies as persons wanting to know what the people around them are thinking and doing and feeling, even when co-presence isn't viable.
Similarly, a survey of Twitter users found that a more specific social role of passing along messages that include a hyperlink is an expectation of reciprocal linking by followers.
Users can group posts together by topic or type by use of hashtags, words or phrases prefixed with a number sign.
Similarly, the @ followed by username is used for mentioning or replying to other users.
In 2014, in anticipation for the FIFA World Cup, Twitter introduced hashtags, special hashtags that automatically generate a custom emoji next to them for a certain period of time, following the success of a similar campaign during the 2010 World Cup.
Hashtags may be generated by Twitter themselves, such as to raise awareness for social issues, or be purchased by corporations, such as to promote products and events.
To repost a message from another Twitter user and share it with one's own followers, a user can click the retweet button within the tweet.
Users can reply other accounts' replies.
Since November 2019, users can hide replies to their messages.
Since May 2020, users can select who can reply each of their tweets before sending them. Anyone, accounts who follow the poster, specific accounts, and none.
This ability was upgraded in July 2021 to make the feature retroactively applicable to tweets after they have been sent out. In late 2009, the Twitter Lists feature was added, making it possible for users to follow ad hoc lists of authors instead of individual authors. Through SMS, users can communicate with Twitter through 5 gateway numbers, short codes, for the United States, Canada, India, New Zealand, and an Isle of Man, base number for international use.
There is also a shortcut in the United Kingdom, which is only accessible to those on the Vodafone, O2 and Orange networks.
In India, since Twitter only supports tweets from Party Airtel, an alternative platform called SNS Tweet was set up by a user to work on all networks.
A similar platform, called Gladlycast, exists for mobile phone users in Singapore and Malaysia.
The tweets were set to a largely constrictive 140-character limit for compatibility with SMS messaging, introducing the shorthand notation and slang commonly used in SMS messages.
The 140-character limit also increased the usage of URL shortening services such as vid.ly, goo.gl, tinyurl.com, tr.im, and other content hosting services such as TwitPic, Memazoo.com, and NotePub to accommodate multimedia content and text longer than 140 characters.
Since June 2011, Twitter has used its own T.co domain for automatic shortening of all URLs posted on its site, making other link shorteners unnecessary for staying within Twitter's 140-character limit. In August 2019, Jack Dorsey's account was hacked by using Twitter's SMS to tweet feature to send crude messages.
Days later, the ability to send a tweet via SMS was temporarily turned off.
In April 2020, Twitter discontinued the ability to receive SMS messages containing the text of new tweets in most countries. In 2016, Twitter announced that media such as photos, videos, and the person's handle would not count against the already constrictive 140-character limit.
A user photo post should account for a large chunk of a tweet, about 24 characters.
Attachments and links would also no longer be part of the character limit. On March 29, 2016, Twitter introduced the ability to add a caption of up to 480 characters to each image attached to a tweet.
This caption can be accessed by screen reading software or by hovering the mouse above a picture inside TweetDeck.
Since March 30, 2017, the Twitter handles are outside the tweet itself, therefore they no longer count towards the character limit.
Only new Twitter handles added to the conversation count towards the limit.
In 2017, Twitter doubled their historical 140-character limitation to 280.
Under the new limit, glyphs are counted as a variable number of characters, depending upon the script they are from. Most European letters and punctuation forms count as one character, while each CJK glyph counts as two, so that only 140 such glyphs can be used in a tweet.
T.co is a URL shortening service created by Twitter.
It is only available for links posted to Twitter and not available for general use.
All links posted to Twitter use a T.co wrapper.
Twitter hopes that the service will be able to protect users from malicious sites and will use it to track clicks on links within tweets.
Having used the services of third-party TinyURL and bit.ly, Twitter began experimenting with its own URL shortening service for private messages in March 2010 using the TWT.TL domain, before it purchased the T.co domain.
The service was tested on the main site using the accounts at Twitter API and our server and Graphy.
On September 2, 2010, an email from Twitter to users said they would be expanding the rollout of the service to users.
On June 7, 2011, Twitter announced that it was rolling out the feature.
A word, phrase, or topic that is mentioned at a greater rate than others is said to be a trending topic.
Trending topics become popular either through a concerted effort by users or because of an event that prompts people to talk about a specific topic.
These topics help Twitter and their users to understand what is happening in the world and what people's opinions are about it.
Websites that track and display trending topics, like TwitterTrend.co, provide real-time information on the most discussed topics worldwide, offering users insights into regional and global trends.
Trending topics are sometimes the result of concerted efforts and manipulations by fans of certain celebrities or cultural phenomena, particularly musicians like Lady Gaga. Known as Little Monsters, Justin Bieber, Believers, Rihanna, Renee, and One Direction, Directioners, and novel series Twilight, Twihards, and Harry Potter, Potterheads.
Twitter has altered the trend algorithm in the past to prevent manipulation of this type, with limited success.
The Twitter web interface displays a list of trending topics on the sidebar on the home page, along with sponsored content. See image. Twitter often censors trending hashtags that are claimed to be abusive or offensive.
Twitter censored the hashtag That's African and hashtag Things Darkies Say hashtags after users complained that they found the hashtags offensive.
There are allegations that Twitter removed hashtag #NotMoinHigh from the trending list and added an Indian National Congress-sponsored hashtag.
President Donald Trump protested trends calling them unfair, disgusting, illegal, ridiculous, claiming the ones that are bad about him are blown up.
Examples of high-impact topics include the wildfires in San Diego, the earthquake in Japan, popular sporting events, and political uprisings in Iran and Egypt. In 2019, 20% of the global trends were found to be fake, created automatically using fake and compromised accounts originating from Turkey.
It is reported that 108,000 accounts were employed since 2015 to push 19,000 keywords such as advertisements and political campaigns to top trends in Turkey by bulk tweeting.
In October 2015, Twitter introduced Moments, a feature that allows users to curate tweets from other users into a larger collection.
Twitter initially intended the feature to be used by its in-house editorial team and other partners. They populated a dedicated tab in Twitter's apps, chronicling news headlines, sporting events, and other content.
In September 2016, creation of Moments became available to all Twitter users.
On December 7, 2022, Twitter announced that it would be removing the ability to create new moments to focus on other experiences.
There are numerous tools for adding content, monitoring content and conversations including Twitter's own TweetDeck, Salesforce.com, Hootsuite, and TwitterFeed.com.
As of 2009, fewer than half of tweets posted were posted using the web user interface, with most users using third-party applications. Based on an analysis of 500 million tweets by Zomos.
In June 2009, after being criticized by Kanye West and sued by Tony La Russa over unauthorized accounts run by impersonators, the company launched their Verified Accounts program.
Twitter stated that an account with a blue tick verification badge indicates we've been in contact with a person or entity the account is representing and verified that it is approved.
In July 2016, Twitter announced a public application process to grant verified status to an account if it is determined to be of public interest, and that verification does not imply an endorsement.
Verified status allows access to some features unavailable to other users, such as only seeing mentions from other verified accounts.
In November 2020, Twitter announced the relaunch of its verification system in 2021.
According to the new policy, Twitter verifies 6 different types of accounts, for 3 of them, companies, brands, and influential individuals like activists. The existence of a Wikipedia page will be one criterion for showing that the account has off-Twitter notability.
Twitter states that it will reopen public verification applications at some point in early 2021. Twitter has mobile apps for iPhone, iPad, Android, Windows 10, Windows Phone, BlackBerry, and Nokia S40.
Users can also tweet by sending SMS.
In April 2017, Twitter introduced Twitter Lite, a progressive web app designed for regions with unreliable and slow internet connections with a size of less than 1 megabyte, designed for devices with limited storage capacity. This has been released in countries with slow internet connections such as the Philippines. Twitter Lite has evolved into the main Twitter web interface, C-section interface. For many years, Twitter has limited the use of third-party applications accessing the service by implementing a 100,000 user limit per application.
Since August 2010, third-party Twitter applications have been required to use OAuth, an authentication method that does not require users to enter their password into the authenticating application.
This was done to increase security and improve the user experience.
As of 2023, third-party applications are prohibited under the Twitter API Terms of Service, which prohibit the use of the API to create or attempt to create a substitute or similar service or product to the Twitter applications.
This feature adds websites to the bottom of a tweet's permalink page.
If a website embedded a tweet onto one of their stories, the tweet will show the websites that mention the tweet.
This feature was added onto Twitter so if the viewer does not understand what the tweet means, they can click on the sites to read more about what the person is talking about. In 2015, Twitter began to roll out the ability to attach poll questions to tweets.
Polls are open for up to 7 days, and voters are not personally identified.
Initially, polls could have only 2 options, with a maximum of 20 characters per option.
Later, the ability to add 4 options with up to 25 characters per option was added.
On June 1, 2011, Twitter announced its own integrated photo sharing service that enables users to upload a photo and attach it to a tweet right from twitter.com.
Users now also have the ability to add pictures to Twitter search by adding hashtags to the tweet.
Twitter also plans to provide photo galleries, designed to gather and syndicate all photos that a user has uploaded on Twitter and third-party services such as TwitPic. In 2016, Twitter began to place a larger focus on live streaming video programming, hosting various events including streams of the Republican and Democratic conventions during the U.S. presidential campaign as part of a partnership with CBS News. DreamHack and ESL Esports events, and winning a bid for non-exclusive streaming rights to 10 NFL Thursday Night Football games in the 2016 season. During an event in New York in May 2017, Twitter announced that it planned to construct a 24-hour streaming video channel hosted within the service, featuring content from various partners.
CEO Jack Dorsey stated that the digital video strategy was part of a goal for Twitter to be the first place that anyone hears of anything going on that matters to them. As of the first quarter of 2017, Twitter had over 200 content partners who streamed over 800 hours of video over 450 events.
Twitter announced a number of new and expanded partnerships for its streaming video services at the event, including Bloomberg, BuzzFeed, Cheddar, opening bell and closing bell shows. The latter was introduced in October 2016. IMG Fashion, coverage of fashion events, Live Nation Entertainment, streaming concert events, Major League Baseball, weekly online game stream, plus a weekly program with live look-ins and coverage of trending stories. MTV and Bet, red carpet coverage for their MTV Video Music Awards, MTV Movie and TV Awards, and Bet Awards, NFL Network, the Monday-Thursday news program NFL Blitz Live, and Sunday Fantasy Game Day, the PGA Tour. PGA Tour, live coverage of early tournament rounds, preceding television coverage, the Players Tribune, Ben Silverman and Howard Thomas owns Propagate, daily entertainment show hashtag What's Happening, The Verge. Weekly technology show Circuit Breaker, The Verge's Gadget Show, Stadium, a new digital sports network being formed by Silver Chalice and Sinclair Broadcast Group, and the WNBA Weekly Game. Twitter has offered 2 different methods of archiving one's own Twitter account data.
Those methods have their individual benefits and disadvantages.
As of September 2019, only the letter archival method is available. In December 2012, Twitter introduced a Tweet Archival feature, which created a zip file that contains an offline browsable archive of all tweets.
Those exported tweets could be browsed and searched offline by using the bundled user interface accessible through an internet browser which used client-side, JavaScript-powered pagination.
The user interface of the Tweet Archive browser had a design similar to Twitter's 2010 to 2014 desktop user interface, even until the feature's removal.
The tweet text contents, IDs, time, date, and source labels are located in the file called tweets.csv.
It was possible to request at least one archive per day.
The ability to export this type of tweet archive, which never existed on the new layout, has been removed entirely in August 2019 after coexisting with a new 2018 data archival method.
Even when accessing the legacy Twitter desktop website layout using the user agent of an older browser version, the option has disappeared from the account settings. Twitter Spaces is a social audio feature that enables users to host or participate in a live audio virtual environment called Space for Conversation.
Spaces can accommodate an unlimited number of listeners.
A maximum of 13 people, one host, 2 co-hosts, and 10 speakers are allowed on stage.
The feature was initially limited to users with at least 600 followers.
Since October 21, 2021, any Twitter user can create a space from the Android or iOS app. In March 2020, Twitter began to test a storage feature known as Fleets in some markets, which officially launched on November 17, 2020.
Similarly to equivalent features, fleets can contain text and media are only accessible for 24 hours after they are posted and are accessed within the Twitter app via an area above the timeline.
In June 2021, Twitter announced it would start implementing advertising into fleets, integrating full-screen ads among user-created content.
On July 14, 2021, Twitter stated that it would remove fleets by August 3.
Twitter had intended for fleets to encourage more users to tweet regularly, rather than simply consume other folks' tweets, but instead fleets were generally used by users who already tweeted a lot.
The company stated that their spot at the top of the screen would now be occupied by currently active spaces from the user feed.
On June 3, 2021, Twitter announced a service known as Twitter Blue, which provides features exclusive to those who are subscribers to the Twitter Blue service.
They include
a new tweet, which allows users to withdraw a tweet within a short time frame before it is posted.
bookmarks, which allows users to save individual tweets into folders.
Reader mode, which converts threads of tweets into an article-like view.
Color themes for the Twitter mobile app.
And dedicated customer support. The service was initially released in Australia and Canada.
On November 9, 2021, Twitter Blue was launched for US customers.
Twitter Zero is an initiative undertaken by X in collaboration with mobile phone-based internet providers, whereby the providers waive data bandwidth charges, so-called zero rate, for accessing X on phones when using a stripped-down text-only version of the website.
The images could be loaded by using the official X app.
The stripped-down version is available only through providers who have entered the agreement with X.
Partners include
People with Encel,
India with Reliance Communications,
Uzbekistan with Ucell,
Turkey with Turkcell,
Philippines with Vodafone and Smart Communications,
and Indonesia with XL Axiata.
In May 2021, Twitter began testing a tip jar feature on its iOS and Android clients.
The feature allows users to send monetary tips to certain accounts, providing a financial incentive for content creators on the platform.
The tip jar is optional and users can choose whether or not to enable tips for their account.
The day the feature was launched, a user discovered that sending a tip through PayPal would reveal the sender's address to the recipient.
On September 23, 2021, Twitter announced that it will allow users to tip users on the social network with Bitcoin.
The feature will be available for iOS users.
Previously, users could tip with fiat currency using services such as Square's Cash App and PayPal's Venmo.
Twitter will integrate the Strike Bitcoin Lightning Wallet service.
It was noted that at this current time, Twitter will not take a cut of any money sent through the tips feature. In July 2021, Twitter launched a test of the Shop module, a shopping extension that directs customers to a brand's products from its official Twitter account.
The feature initially launched for US-based users only and only on iOS.
On September 1, 2021, Twitter began to roll out safety mode, allowing users to reduce disruptive interactions.
The rollout began with a small beta feedback group on iOS, Android, and Twitter's web application.
The functionality allows users to temporarily block accounts for 7 days when potentially harmful language is detected.
If a user has safety mode enabled, authors and tweets that are identified by Twitter's technology as being harmful or exercising uninvited behavior will be temporarily unable to follow the account. Send direct messages or see tweets from the user with enabled functionality during the temporary block period.
Jared Doherty, Senior Product Manager at Twitter, stated that the technology in place within safety mode assesses existing relationships to prevent blocking accounts that the user frequently interacts with. Twitter first revealed safety mode in February 2021 within the Endless Days slide deck. On September 23, 2021, Twitter revealed that it was experimenting with a feature that would allow users to authenticate and showcase their collections of NFT digital assets on the platform.
The feature was added on January 20, 2022, allowing Twitter Blue subscribers to connect their cryptocurrency wallet to display an NFT they own as a hexagon-shaped profile picture.
The ability to set new NFT profile pictures was silently removed in January 2024. On November 22, 2021, Twitter announced a live shopping feature on its platform.
Walmart will be the first retailer to test Twitter's new live stream shopping platform.
The company stated that it is part of their continuing efforts to bring engaging experiences to customers that allow them to shop seamlessly while also being entertained. Twitter allow companies to showcase up to 50 products for sale on their profiles as part of new feature testing.
Shops will help Twitter to gain a piece of the $45 billion US market for social commerce.
Community Notes, formerly known as Birdwatch, is a feature on X, formerly Twitter, where contributors can add context such as fact checks under a post, image, or video.
It is a community-driven content moderation program intended to provide helpful and informative context based on a crowdsourced system.
Notes are applied to potentially misleading content by an algorithm, not based on majority rule, but instead agreement from users on different sides of the political spectrum. The program launched in 2021 and became widespread on X in 2023.
Initially shown to US users only, notes were popularized in March 2022 over misinformation in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, followed by COVID-19 misinformation in October.
Birdwatch was then rebranded to Community Notes and expanded in November 2022.
As of November 2023, it had approximately 133,000 contributors. Notes reportedly received tens of millions of views per day, with its goal being to counter propaganda and misinformation.
According to Mashable, most users do not see notes correcting such content as of November 2023.
In May 2024, a study of COVID-19 vaccine notes were deemed accurate 97% of the time.
A tweet is a short status update on the social networking site Twitter, officially known as X, which can include images, videos, GIFs, straw polls, hashtags, mentions, and hyperlinks.
Around 80% of all tweets are made by 10% of users, averaging 138 tweets per month, with a median user making only 2 tweets per month.
The service has experimented with changing how tweets work over the years to attract more users and to keep them on the site.
The character limit was originally 140 characters when the service started, and media attachments no longer count in the mid-2010s and doubled altogether in 2017.
Following the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk and rebranding of the site as X, the tweet button was changed to post and retweet changed to repost. A tweet can contain up to 280 characters and include media.
Users subscribed to X Premium, formerly Twitter Blue, can post up to 25,000 characters and can include bold and italic styling.
Tweets originally were limited to 140 characters when the service launched in 2006.
Twitter was originally designed to be used on SMS text messages, which are limited to 160 characters.
Twitter reserved 20 characters for the username, leaving 140 characters for the post.
The original limit was seen as an iconic fixture of the platform, encouraging speed and brevity.
Increasing the limit has been a topic of discussion inside the company for years and has been resurfaced in 2015 for ways to grow the user base.
At the time, internal discussion also involved excluding links and mentions from the character limit.
By January 2016, an internal product named Beyond 140 was in development, targeting Q1 of the same year for expanding tweet limits.
By the end of 2015, the company was moving close to introducing a 5,000 or 10,000 character limit.
An unfinalized version had tweets that went over the old 140 character threshold, only showing the first 140 characters with a call to action that there was more in the tweet.
Clicking on the tweet would reveal the rest, which was done to retain the same feel of the timeline.
The change was controversial internally and met with backlash by users.
Dorsey confirmed that the 140-character limit would remain, but had told employees upon his return as CEO that the once sacred aspects of Twitter were no longer untouchable.
In May 2016, a week after being leaked, Twitter announced that media attachments, images, GIFs, videos, polls, quote tweets, or mentions in replies would no longer increase the character limit to be rolled out later in the year to ready developers.
The changes rolled out in September except for the ad replies, which were tested in October and then rolled out in March 2017, a year after the original announcement.
These changes were a compromise to internal resistance to a 10,000-character limit from the year before. On September 26, 2017, Twitter announced the company was testing doubling the character limit from 140 to 280.
It was an effort for users to be more expressive with their tweets, as users would be cramming ideas into a single tweet by rewriting and removing vowels or not tweeting at all.
It began testing to a small group of users in all languages, excluding Japanese, Chinese, and Korean, because the three languages can say double the amount of information in one character.
According to the company's statistics, 0.4% of tweets in Japanese hit the 140-character ceiling, while 9% of tweets in English hit the ceiling.
Users not in the test group were able to see and interact with them normally. The change was similarly controversial internally as the 10,000-character limit proposal.
The immediate reaction by Twitter users was largely negative.
URLs can be linked on Twitter.
A tweet's links are converted to the T.co link shortener and use up 23 characters out of the limit.
The shortener was introduced in June 2011 to allow users to save space on their links without needing a third-party service like Bitly or TinyURL. Some users used screenshots of text and uploaded them as images to increase the amount of words they could include in a tweet. Beginning in 2012, tweets linking to partnered websites would show, below the content of the tweet, expanded media, an excerpt of a linked news article or an embedded video.
Twitter already had a way to see Instagram posts and YouTube videos, called expanded tweets.
Twitter then began allowing websites applied to test offering cards for Twitter users.
Later in 2012, notably after Facebook purchased it, Instagram started cropping images displayed in cards with a plan to end them all together.
Between July 2022 and January 2023, Twitter tested a feature where two users could be the author of a tweet, which would be posted on both of their accounts.
Both users' profile pictures, names, and handles are shown.
One user drafts a tweet in the composer field, then invite a user that is both following them and has their account published.
Edits could not be made once the invite was sent, with the alternative being deleting the invitation and making a second one.
The second author could accept the invitation, at which the tweet would then be posted to both accounts.
Once published, the second user could revoke them being a co-author, and the tweet would change to being written by the first author and being removed from the second author's tweets.
A Until the second author accepts the invitation, the tweet would be unlisted, not appearing on the author's timelines or in searches, but available via a direct link. It was tested with some accounts in the US, Canada, and South Korea.
The company noted during the test that the feature may be turned off and all code tweets deleted.
The feature was spotted in code in December 2021. On January 31, Twitter suddenly and quietly decided to stop new code tweets from being made, though noted that it could return in the future.
Code tweets were able to be seen for another month before being converted to a normal tweet for the first author and a retweet for the second author.
Though Twitter's support page offered a generic reasoning for discontinuing the feature, Elon Musk said that it was to focus on allowing users to add text attachments. Twitter briefly tested a feature in 2022 that allowed users to set the current status, codenamed Vibe, for a tweet or account from a small set of emoji phrase combinations.
It would allow the user to either tag per tweet or on the profile level with it showing on tweets in the profile.
Testing began on Vibes in June 2022 with a wider selection that could be put above tweets, but disappeared after some time.
Phrases included green check mark, current status, and sleep emoji, case of the Mondays.
Twitter removed the ability to add vibes to tweets. Users can interact with tweets by retweeting, reblogging, liking, quoting the tweet, or replying to it. In November 2009, Twitter began rolling out the ability to retweet a tweet.
Prior to this, people would write RT at username before quoting the original tweet.
Some people limited their 140-character limit down further so that other people could always fit their entire tweet in a proto-retweet.
In 2023, with a rebranding of Twitter to X, retweets were quietly renamed to reposts. However, retweets remain the most commonly used term on the site.
Tweets can be liked by users, adding them to a list that other users used to be able to view, prior to likes becoming private for all users.
The feature was available when Twitter launched in 2006.
Until 2015, likes were called favorites, or fans.
The service renamed them because people often misunderstood the feature and people reacted more positively in user tests.
Users had the option of hiding their likes from the public, though their like would not be hidden from the list of users who likes a given tweet.
Jack Dorsey said in 2019 that if he had to create Twitter over again, he would emphasize the like or not include it altogether because it did not positively contribute to healthy conversations.
Likes used to be public and they are not broadcast to the user's tweets timeline.
When likes were public, users would often forget their likes were public or liked more revealing tweets.
High-profile users and politicians' accounts have liked pornographic, hateful, and racist tweets.
For instance, in 2017, Ted Cruz's account liked the tweet with a 2-minute porn video about a day after it was posted.
Cruz said that many people had access to his account and one of his staff members pressed the like button in an honest mistake. Likes would later be privatized for all users' profiles, with Elon Musk stating, public likes are incentivizing the wrong behavior and encouraging users to like more tweets without fear of being noticed.
Whoa!
Likes are now anonymous, except to the author of the tweet and to the person who liked it.
Verified users could choose to private their likes prior to the update. When not logged in, users' tweets are sorted by how many likes they received, opposed to reverse chronological. In 2014, Twitter began testing a new feature that allows users to embed a tweet inside their tweet to add additional commentary.
Prior to this, users could include a snippet of another tweet in a new tweet, but were limited to quoting the, at the time, 140-character limit.
It was originally called Retweet with Comment and was later named Quote Tweet.
Following the rebranding of Twitter to X, quote tweets were renamed, simply dropping the tweet to become quotes.
The common name still largely remains Quote Tweets. Multiple tweets in reply to each other are grouped together in threads.
The 140-character limit prevented users from posting as complete thoughts as they desired and resorted to making upwards of dozens of tweets, which all showed in a disjointed manner, dubbed a tweet storm.
It was popularized by Mark Andreessen. Users are able to add a bookmark to individual tweets via the bookmark button or within share icon menu, saving them to revisit them later.
The bookmarks are private, but tweets display the number of times it has been bookmarked, if at all.
The development was revealed to in October 2017.
The feature, highly requested by Japanese users, started from an annual hack week at the company and called #ShareForLater.
Previously, users would resort to liking the tweet or by sending it to themselves.
Liking tweets is often seen as an endorsement or positive endorsement, and the likes are public and are notified to the user who made the tweet.
The feature was tested in November for some users and rolled out in February 2018 on mobile alongside a new share menu.
The web version of Twitter did not test the bookmark feature until November 2018.
When released, the user who made the tweet would have been unaware that a tweet was bookmarked. In March 2020, Twitter added a label to a manipulated video of then candidate Joe Biden that Donald Trump retweeted.
2 months later, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, Twitter introduced a policy that would label or warn users on tweets with COVID-19 misinformation.
The company said at the time that other areas would have labels covered, and shortly afterwards, misleading information on elections were included. On March 26, the U.S. President Donald Trump made 2 false statements about mail-in ballots, claiming they were substantially fraudulent.
Within 24 hours of the tweet, Twitter's general counsel and the acting head of policy jointly decided to label Trump's tweets, with several hours of internal debate from company leaders. And then CEO Jack Dorsey signed off on the decision shortly before the label was applied.
The labels, which told readers to get the facts about mail-in ballots, was the first time they were applied to Trump's tweets.
A spokesperson for Twitter said that the tweets contained potentially misleading information about voting processes and have been labeled to provide additional context around mail-in ballots.
The label linked to articles by CNN, The Washington Post, and The Hill, as well as summaries and claims of fraud. 3 days later, a tweet about the George Floyd protests in Minneapolis, St. Paul, was hidden from view. In the weeks after the January 6th United States Capitol attack, Twitter rolled out a new program that allowed users to add notes underneath tweets that would benefit from additional context. Prior to the transfer of Twitter to Elon Musk, community notes were officially called Birdwatch. The first tweet, made by Jack Dorsey, was made on March 21, 2006.
It has the snowflake ID of 20.
The Icon Factory was developing a Twitter application in 2006 called Twitterific, and developer Craig Hockenberry began a search for a shorter way to refer to post a Twitter update.
In 2007 they began using Twit. Before Twitter, developer Blaine Cook suggested that Tweet be used instead.
Tweet was added to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary in 2011 and to the Oxford English Dictionary in 2012.
Both its use as a verb and noun were added.
This was notable as the Oxford English Dictionary normally waits 10 years after the coining of a word to add it to the dictionary. In 2023, the terms tweet and retweet were quietly retired in favor of the terms post and repost as a part of Twitter's rebrand to X, but a large majority of users continue to use the former terms on the platform.
Just setting up my TWTTR.
The median Twitter user tweets twice a month.
Around 80% of tweets made are from 10% of the users, who tweet 138 times per month.
65% of the prolific users are women, compared to 48% of the bottom 90%.
Most of the prolific users tweet about political issues.
There is no difference in political views between the two groups.
25% of the prolific users use automated tools to make tweets, compared to 15% of the others.
A word, phrase, or topic that is mentioned at a greater rate than others is said to be a trending topic.
A topic can trend because of an event that naturally prompts tweets or through a concerted effort by users.
These topics help Twitter and its users understand world events and the public's opinion on them.
The Twitter web interface displays a list of trending topics on the sidebar on the home page, along with sponsored content.
Trending topics are sometimes the result of concerted efforts and manipulations by fans of certain celebrities or cultural phenomena, particularly musicians like Lady Gaga, Justin Bieber, Rihanna and One Direction, and novel series Twilight and Harry Potter.
Twitter has altered the trend algorithm in the past to prevent manipulation of this type, with limited success.
Twitter also censors trending hashtags that are claimed to be abusive or offensive.
Twitter censored the hashtag That's African and hashtag Things Darkies Say hashtags after users complained that they found the hashtags offensive.
In late 2009, the Twitter Lists feature was added, making it possible for users to follow a curated list of accounts all at once, rather than following individual users.
Currently, lists can be set to either public or private.
Public lists may be recommended to users via the general lists interface and appear in search results.
If a user follows a public list, it will appear in the View Lists section of their profile, so that other users may quickly find it and follow it as well.
Private lists can only be followed if the creator shares a specific link to their list.
Lists add a separate tab to the Twitter interface with a title of a list, such as News or Economics.
In October 2015, Twitter introduced Moments, a feature that allows users to curate tweets from other users into a larger collection.
Twitter initially intended the feature to be used by its in-house editorial team and other partners. They populated a dedicated tab in Twitter's apps, chronicling news headlines, sporting events, and other content.
In September 2016, creation of Moments became available to all Twitter users. On October 21, 2021, report based on a long-running, massive-scale randomized experiment that analyzed millions of tweets sent between 1 April and 15 August 2020. It found that Twitter's machine learning recommendation algorithm amplified right-leaning politics on personalized user home timelines.
The report compared 7 countries with active Twitter users where data was available: Germany, Canada, the United Kingdom, Japan, France, and Spain, and examined tweets from major political groups and politicians.
Researchers used the 2019 Chapel Hill Expert Survey, CHEES data, to position parties on political ideology within each country.
The machine learning algorithms introduced by Twitter in 2016 personalized 99% of user feeds by displaying tweets. Even older tweets and retweets from accounts the user had not directly followed that the algorithm had deemed relevant to the user's past preferences.
Twitter randomly chose 1% of users whose home timelines displayed content in reverse chronological order from users they directly followed. Twitter had mobile apps for iPhone, iPad, and Android.
In April 2017, Twitter introduced Twitter Lite, a progressive web app designed for regions with unreliable and slow internet connections. With a size of less than 1 megabyte, designed for devices with limited storage capacity.
On June 3, 2021, Twitter announced a paid subscription service called Twitter Blue.
Following Twitter's rebranding to X, the subscription service was initially renamed to X Blue or simply Blue, and on August 5, 2023, was rebranded as X Premium or simply Premium.
The subscription provides additional premium features to the service.
In November 2023, a Premium Plus subscription was launched with a higher monthly fee, giving benefits such as the omission of adverts on For You and following feeds.
A word, phrase, or topic that is mentioned at a greater rate than others is said to be a trending topic.
Trending topics become popular either through concerted effort by users or because of an event that prompts people to talk about a specific topic.
These topics help Twitter and their users to understand what is happening in the world and what people's opinions are about it.
Websites that track and display trending topics, like TwitterTrend.co, provide real-time information on the most discussed topics worldwide, offering users insights into regional and global trends.
Trending topics are sometimes the result of concerted efforts and manipulations by fans of certain celebrities or cultural phenomena, particularly musicians like Lady Gaga. Known as Little Monsters, Justin Bieber, Believers, Rihanna, Renee, and One Direction, Directioners, and novel series Twilight, Twihards, and Harry Potter, Potterheads.
Twitter has altered the trend algorithm in the past to prevent manipulation of this type, with limited success.
The Twitter web interface displays a list of trending topics on the sidebar on the home page, along with sponsored content. See image. Twitter often censors trending hashtags that are claimed to be abusive or offensive.
Twitter censored the hashtag That's African and hashtag Things Darkies Say hashtags after users complained that they found the hashtags offensive.
There are allegations that Twitter removed hashtag Namo in hide from the trending list and added an Indian National Congress-sponsored hashtag.
President Donald Trump protested trends calling them unfair, disgusting, illegal, ridiculous, claiming the ones that are bad about him are blown up.
Examples of high-impact topics include the wildfires in San Diego, the earthquake in Japan, popular sporting events, and political uprisings in Iran and Egypt. In 2019, 20% of the global trends were found to be fake, created automatically using fake and compromised accounts originating from Turkey.
It is reported that 108,000 accounts were employed since 2015 to push 19,000 keywords such as advertisements and political campaigns to top trends in Turkey by bulk tweeting.
In November 2022, Musk announced plans to add account verification and the ability to upload longer audio and video to Twitter Blue.
A previous perk offering advertising free news articles from participating publishers was dropped, but Musk stated that Twitter did want to work with publishers on a similar, pay-like-as perk.
Musk had pushed for a more expensive version of Twitter Blue following his takeover, arguing that it would be needed to offset a decline in advertising revenue.
Twitter states that paid verification is required to help reduce fraudulent accounts.
The verification marker was included in a premium tier of Twitter Blue, introduced on November 9, 2022, priced at US $7.99 per month.
On November 11, 2022, after the introduction of this feature led to prominent issues involving accounts using the feature to impersonate public figures and companies, Twitter Blue with verification was temporarily suspended.
After about a month, Twitter Blue was relaunched on December 12, 2022, though for those purchasing the service through the iOS App Store, the cost will be $10.99 a month as to offset the 30% revenue split that Apple takes. Twitter initially grandfathered users and entities that had gained verification due to their status as public figures, referring to them as legacy verified accounts that may or may not be notable.
On March 25, 2023, it was announced that legacy verification status would be removed. A subscription will be required to retain verified status, costing $1,000 per month for organizations which are designated with a gold verified symbol, plus an additional $50 for each affiliate.
The change was originally scheduled for April 1, 2023, but was delayed to April 20, 2023, following criticism of the changes.
Musk also announced plans for the For You timeline to prioritize verified accounts and user followers only beginning April 15, 2023. And threatened to only allow verified users to participate in polls, although the latter change has yet to occur.
Effective April 21, 2023, Twitter requires companies to participate in the Verified Organizations program to purchase advertising on the platform, although companies that spend at least $1,000 on advertising per month automatically receive membership in the program at no additional cost. From April 25, 2023, verified users are now prioritized in replies to tweets. Twitter verification is a system intended to communicate the authenticity of a Twitter account.
Since November 2022, Twitter users whose accounts are at least 90 days old and have a verified phone number receive verification upon subscribing to X Premium or verified organizations. This status persists as long as the subscription remains active.
When introduced in June 2009, the system provided the site's readers with a means to distinguish genuine notable account holders, such as celebrities and organizations, from imposters or parodies.
Until November 2022, a blue checkmark displayed against an account name indicated that Twitter had taken steps to ensure that the account was actually owned by the person or organization whom it claimed to represent.
The checkmark does not imply endorsement from Twitter and does not mean that tweets from a verified account are necessarily accurate or truthful in any way.
People with verified accounts on Twitter are often colloquially referred to as blue checks on social media and by reporters.
In November 2022, the verification program was modified heavily by new owner Elon Musk, extending verification to any account with a verified phone number and an active subscription to an eligible X Premium, formerly Twitter Blue, plan.
These changes faced criticism from users and the media, who believed that the changes would ease impersonation and allow accounts spreading misleading information to feign credibility.
In a related change, Twitter introduced additional gold and gray checkmarks used by verified organizations and government-affiliated accounts, respectively.
Twitter claims that the changes to verification are required to reduce fraudulent accounts and bots.
Twitter users who had been verified through the previous system were known as legacy verified accounts. Legacy verification was deprecated in April 2023 and stripped from accounts who do not meet the new payment requirements.
Musk later implied that he had been personally paying for the X Premium subscriptions of several notable celebrities.
In June 2009, after being criticized by Kanye West and sued by Tony La Russa over unauthorized accounts run by impersonators, the company launched their Verified Accounts program.
Twitter stated that an account with a blue tick verification badge indicates we've been in contact with a person or entity the account is representing and verified that it is approved.
After the data period, the company stated in their FAQ that it proactively verifies accounts on an ongoing basis to make it easier for users to find who they're looking for, and that they do not accept requests for verification from the general public.
Originally, Twitter took on the responsibility of reaching out to celebrities and other notable people to confirm their identities in order to establish a verified account.
In July 2016, Twitter announced a public application process to grant verified status to an account if it is determined to be of public interest, and that verification does not imply an endorsement.
In 2016, the company began accepting requests for verification, but it was discontinued the same year.
Twitter explained that the volume of requests for verified accounts had exceeded its ability to cope. Rather, Twitter determines on its own whom to approach about verified accounts, limiting verification to accounts which are authentic, notable, and active. In November 2020, Twitter announced a relaunch of its verification system in 2021.
According to the new policy, Twitter verifies 6 different types of accounts, for 3 of them, companies, brands, and influential individuals like activists. The existence of a Wikipedia page will be one criterion for showing that the account has off-Twitter notability.
On June 21, 2014, actor William Shatner raised an issue with several engaged editorial staff and their verification status on Twitter.
Besides the site's social media editor, John Colucci, Shatner also targeted several junior members of the staff for being nobodies. Unlike some of his actor colleagues who did not bear such distinction.
Shatner claimed Colucci and the team were bullying him when giving a text interview to Mashable.
Over a month later, Shatner continued to discuss the issue on his Tumblr page, to which Engadget replied by defending its team and discussing the controversy surrounding the social media verification.
Twitter's practice and process for verifying accounts came under scrutiny again in 2017 after the company verified the account of white supremacist and far-right political activist Jason Chesler.
Many who criticized Twitter's decision to verify Chesler's account saw this as a political act on the company's behalf.
In response, Twitter put its verification process on hold.
The company tweeted, verification was meant to authenticate identity and voice, but it is interpreted as an endorsement or an indicator of importance. We recognize that we have created this confusion and need to resolve it. We have paused all general verifications while we work and will report back soon.
As of November 2017, Twitter continued to deny verification of Julian Assange's account following his requests. In November 2019, Dalit activists of India alleged that higher caste people get Twitter verification easily and trended hashtags cancel all blue ticks in India and hashtag casteist Twitter.
Critics have said that the company's verification process is not transparent and causes digital marginalization of already marginalized communities.
Twitter India rejected the allegations, calling them impartial and working on a case-by-case policy. Following the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk on October 28, 2022, Musk told Twitter employees to introduce paid verification by November 7 through Twitter Blue.
The Verge reported that the updated Blue subscription would cost $19.99 per month, and users would lose their verification status if they did not join within 90 days.
Following backlash, Musk tweeted in response to author Stephen King a lowered $8 price on November 1, 2022.
Twitter confirmed a new price of $7.99 per month on November 5, 2022.
The new verification system began rollout on November 9, 2022, a day after the 2022 United States elections.
The decision to delay its rollout was to address concerns about users potentially spreading misinformation about voting results by posing as news outlets and lawmakers.
At the same time, Twitter introduced a secondary gray official label on some high-profile accounts, but removed them hours after launch.
Less than 48 hours later, Twitter reinstated the gray official label after multiple users were suspended for deliberately impersonating reporters and high-profile athletes like LeBron James.
A viral tweet from an account purporting to be the pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly and Company caused the company's stock to fall after announcing insulin is free now.
As a result, Twitter disabled new Blue subscriptions on November 11, 2022.
On December 12, 2022, Twitter Blue was relaunched again with some changes, including an increased price of $11 for users who sign up through iOS devices to compensate for the 30% cut imposed by Apple.
Twitter stated that only Twitter accounts older than 90 days and with a confirmed phone number are able to subscribe, and blue checkmarks are issued once Twitter reviews the account. and any changes to the profile will result in the loss of the blue check mark until Twitter can review the account again.
The official labels were replaced with verified organizations, which are displayed with a gold checkmark and square-shaped avatars, as opposed to circular avatars for all other accounts. This program costs $1,000 per month, with verified organizations able to add verification to affiliated accounts, for an additional fee of $50 per month for each account.
Gray check marks were also added for government accounts on Twitter.
Accounts that had been verified through the previous system were renamed to Legacy Verified, with Musk calling the previous system corrupt and nonsensical in a tweet, and stating that blue checkmarks on those accounts would be removed in a few months.
Musk claimed that the impersonation issue was resolved by manually reviewing all applications, but the Washington Post tech columnist Jeffrey A. Fowler was able to create an impersonation account of Senator Ed Markey, which was promptly verified after subscribing to Twitter Blue and only suspended after Fowler's story was published.
On April 24, 2023, a parody account of the defunct Disney Junior channel in the United Kingdom was verified with a gold checkmark.
The account, which tweeted profanities and claimed that South Park and Family Guy would be coming to Disney Junior, became viral and was later suspended.
On March 23, 2023, Twitter announced that on April 1, 2023, it would begin winding down its legacy verification program and removing legacy verified checkmarks.
The New York Times reported that exceptions would be made for Twitter's top 500 advertisers and its 10,000 most followed organizations that had been previously verified.
BuzzFeed News reported that multiple news organizations like the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Los Angeles Times had no plans to pay for Twitter's verified organizations service, nor would they reimburse reporters for having Twitter Blue.
Similarly, Axios reported that White House Digital Strategy Director Rob Flaherty sent an internal email to staffers saying, "There are ongoing trials for the program that we are monitoring, but we will not enroll in it."
Twitter did not immediately begin removing checkmarks on April 1, 2023.
The Washington Post reported that the removal of verification badges is a largely manual process powered by a system prone to breaking, and in the past, there was no way to reliably remove badges at a bulk scale, according to former Twitter employees.
However, on April 2, 2023, the main account for the New York Times became one of the first major media companies to lose its verified status on Twitter.
The loss of verification came after Musk replied, "Oh, okay, we'll take it off then," to a Twitter user who tweeted that the New York Times would not pay for Twitter verification.
He criticized the newspaper for tweeting hundreds of posts every day, including drafts that were not accepted into the published editions of the paper, and inundating the daily feed of users who followed it.
Despite the deadline for Twitter Blue passing, and aside from the New York Times, many legacy verified accounts continued to retain their verified status.
Twitter also updated the language previously used to distinguish between legacy and Twitter Blue verified users, merging them into a single description, and later unfollowed all legacy verified accounts.
On April 11, 2023, Musk announced the final date for removing legacy blue checkmarks to be April 20.
Despite skepticism due to the chosen date, Twitter began removing legacy checkmarks on April 20, 2023.
Among those that lost their verified status included Cristiano Ronaldo and Diaz.
Following the removal of legacy verification, Twitter began verifying the accounts of several celebrities who had been critical of and did not purchase Twitter Blue, including Stephen King, LeBron James, Hassan Piker, and Phil.
Musk implied that he was paying for their subscriptions personally.
A day later, Twitter updated its policy for Twitter ads requiring all advertisers to be subscribed to verified organizations, but businesses spending at least $1,000 a month in advertising would automatically receive membership in the verified organizations program at no additional cost.
On April 22, 2023, Twitter seemingly began issuing blue and gold checkmarks to accounts with at least 1 million followers, including those belonging to deceased users such as Anthony Burden, Chadwick Boseman, and Kobe Bryant.
Since the blue checkmark now indicates an active Twitter Blue subscription, several high-profile users began looking for ways to remove it, usually by briefly changing their display name. On April 25, 2023, Musk announced that posts by verified accounts would now be prioritized ahead of unverified users, but behind those of the user's own follows, in replies to tweets. On April 30, 2023, multiple legacy verified users began noticing a bug that temporarily restored the legacy blue checkmark by changing their bio. On October 17, 2023, X announced that it would trial a scheme requiring new users who register via the website in New Zealand and the Philippines to pay US $1 per year in order to use the platform.
If the user does not subscribe, they will only receive read-only access to the platform.
It was stated that this system was required to bolster our already significant efforts to reduce spam, manipulation of our platform, and bot activity. Prior to the introduction of paid Twitter verification after the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk, verified status was a highly sought-after qualification among Twitter users.
Since Twitter alone granted blue checkmarks, they could use them as a passive inducement for users to create more content.
Allison Byrne argued in 2017 that they introduce a new social class of Twitter users.
This can cause tension between verified and non-verified users of the site when Twitter temporarily locked out verified accounts in the aftermath of the 2020 Twitter account hijacking. Many non-verified users celebrated it.
After the blue checkmark was made available as a paid subscription in 2022, reporters noted trolls spreading conspiracy theories about COVID-19 vaccines using the checkmark to feign credibility. Several fake accounts surfaced following Twitter's move to eliminate the blue tick verification on April 20, 2023.
An account pretending to be Hillary Clinton announced her intention to run for the presidency again.
The said fake accounts used an identical profile photo as that of the former U.S. Senator's legitimate handle.
Moreover, a new Twitter handle in New York City claimed to be a legitimate account representing the government.
The BBC has noted that the increase in sponsored verification would heighten the spread of false information on the platform. In June 2021, the company opened applications for its premium subscription options called Super Follows.
This lets eligible accounts charge $2.99, $4.99, or $9.99 per month to subscribe to the account.
The launch only generated about $6,000 in its first 2 weeks.
In 2023, the Super Follows feature was rebranded as simply Subscriptions, allowing users to publish exclusive long-form posts and videos. For their subscribers, the pivot in marketing was reportedly intended to help compete with Substack.
In May 2021, Twitter began testing a tip jar feature on its iOS and Android clients.
The feature allows users to send monetary tips to certain accounts, providing a financial incentive for content creators on the platform.
The tip jar is optional and users can choose whether or not to enable tips for their account.
On September 23, 2021, Twitter announced that it will allow users to tip users on the social network with Bitcoin.
The feature will be available for iOS users.
Previously, users could tip with fiat currency using services such as Square's Cash App and PayPal's Venmo.
Twitter will integrate the Stripe Bitcoin Lightning Wallet service.
It was noted that at this current time, Twitter will not take a cut of any money sent through the tips feature.
On August 27, 2021, Twitter rolled out ticketed spaces, which let Twitter Spaces hosts charge between $1 and $999 for access to their rooms.
In April 2022, Twitter announced that it will partner with Stripe, Incorporated for piloting cryptocurrency payouts for limited users in the platform.
Eligible users of ticketed spaces and super follows will be able to receive their earnings in the form of USD coin, a stable coin whose value is that of the US dollar.
Users can also hold their earnings in crypto wallets and then exchange them into other cryptocurrencies.
From 2014 to 2017, Twitter offered a buy button feature, allowing tweets to embed products that could be purchased from within the service.
Users could also add their billing and shipping information directly to their accounts.
The Buy Buttons platform partners at launch included Stripe, Gumroad, Music Today, and The Fancy. In July 2021, Twitter began testing a shop module for iOS users in the United States, allowing accounts associated with brands to display carousel of cards on their profile showcasing products.
Unlike the buy button, where order fulfillment was handed from within Twitter, these cards are external links to online storefronts from which the products may be purchased.
In March 2022, Twitter expanded the test to allow companies to showcase up to 50 products on their profiles. In November 2021, Twitter introduced support for shoppable live streams, in which brands can hold streaming events that similarly display banners and pages highlighting products that are featured in the presentation. Daily user estimates vary as the company does not publish statistics on active accounts.
A February 2009 Compete.com blog entry ranked Twitter as the third most viewed social network based on their count of 6 million unique monthly visitors and 55 million monthly visits.
An April 2017 Statista.com blog entry ranked Twitter as the 10th most viewed social network based on their count of 319 million monthly visitors.
Its global user base in 2017 was 328 million.
According to Musk, the platform had 500 million monthly active users in March 2023, 550 million in March 2024, and 600 million in May 2024. Since the launch of Twitter on July 15, 2006, there have been many notable uses for the service in a variety of environments, including political, economic, social, and cultural uses.
As users tweet their messages on Twitter, they encourage other people to respond and engage in online discussions as well as offline activities.
engagement on Twitter is usually measured with likes, replies, and retweets and is a form of social power. The first criminal prosecution arising from Twitter posts was started in April 2009.
FBI agents arrested TaBNWNE, who was accused of sending threatening tweets in connection with his plan to attend a Tea Party protest in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
In July 2009, Horizon Realty Group, a Chicago real estate management company, sued a former tenant, Amanda Vaughn, for libel based on a Twitter message she sent to friends.
Horizon contended that Vaughn defamed Horizon by posting a tweet to her friends that said, "You should just come anyway," who said sleeping in a moldy apartment was bad for you. Horizon Realty thinks it's okay.
Horizon asked for at least $50,000 for the alleged libel.
The lawsuit prompted widespread comment from journalists, bloggers, and legal experts.
In January 2010, Cook County Circuit Court Judge I.M.J. Larson granted Vaughn's motion to dismiss, stating that the statement was too vague to amount to defamation. In October 2010, PhoneDog unsuccessfully sued employee No Kravitz in PhoneDog v. Kravitz for misusing trade secrets after he quit his job and began using the PhoneDog Twitter account to post tweets for a competitor. In February 2012, Hamza Kashgari, a Saudi poet and a former columnist for the Saudi daily newspaper Al Bilad, became the subject of a religious and legal controversy after being accused of insulting the Prophet Muhammad in 3 tweets published on Twitter.
Kashgari risks the death penalty for his 3 tweets.
King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia ordered that Kashgari be arrested for crossing red lines and denigrating religious beliefs in God and his Prophet.
Kashgari left Saudi Arabia, trying to seek political asylum in New Zealand.
He was deported from Kuala Lumpur back to Saudi Arabia on February 12, about 3.5 hours before a Malaysian High Court injunction against the deportation was issued. In November 2015, Agence France Presse and Getty Images were ordered to pay $1.2 million compensation to freelance photojournalist Daniel Morrell for using his images posted on Twitter related to the 2010 Haiti earthquake without his permission, in violation of copyright and Twitter's terms of service. Research on using Twitter in education has been conducted by Dr. Remo Junko and his colleagues.
Whoa!
Using a controlled experimental design with random assignment, they found that classroom use of Twitter in specific ways such as continuing course discussions outside of class led to significant increases in student engagement and grades for all of their courses.
Junko and his colleagues have also found that these benefits only apply when professors interact with students on Twitter when they require Twitter use as part of the course and when Twitter is integrated into the curriculum in ways that make sense for that particular course.
This data shows the benefits of Twitter as compared to other static educational technology tools such as blogs, wikis, and learning management systems.
The Distance College of Shanghai Jiaotong University, China, used Twitter with native Chinese students to train communicative and cultural competence.
Students had to post a number of English tweets and react to the tweets of their fellow students.
Twitter was viewed as a supplement to practice different aspects of the target language in authentic environment. Leah Moody states that Twitter can be used to teach students.
They will be more involved in lectures and lessons if they have a chance to use social media throughout the course.
Social media has changed the way people live, connect, and do business.
She also explains how it is a good way to improve student participation.
Shy students are more likely to open up behind the computer screen or the screen of their smartphone. The University of Vienna, Austria, used Twitter as an evaluation platform for student ratings.
Every student had to send a tweet after each course unit with feedback to the teacher.
Twitter's simplicity and electronic data handling required small administrative effort and turned out to be a useful tool for evaluating a course formatively. At the University of Texas at Dallas, Twitter has been incorporated into the classroom setting of history courses with large groups of students.
This allows more students to express their views in the class discussions and forces them to focus on the central point due to the character limit.
According to the Daily Telegraph, Twitter is put on the new primary school curriculum.
Whoa!
Children should be able to organize and adjust speaking and writing skills depending on the technology being used, including using emails, messaging, wikis, and Twitters.
During the primary years, children should also be taught to speak, write, and broadcast using blogs, podcasts, websites, email, and video. In 2009, higher education faculty began using Twitter to help establish social presence and just-in-time interaction with students who are not bound by a learning management system. Educational organizations in Spain and other countries also use Twitter in the virtual classrooms.
Such is the cause of Universitat Oberta de Catalunya postgraduate school.
Students utilize Twitter to summarize courses' learning outcomes. An example of an educational Twitter account is at TaBNWNE, which tweets the events of World War II on a daily basis from 2011 until 2017. There have been many applications of social media within health contexts, ranging from the World Health Organization using Twitter during the H1N1 pandemic, with more than 11,700 followers, to medical practices and health professionals obtaining information to inform their clinical practice. The use of Web 2.0 tools and especially Twitter is in full expansion.
Twitter has jumped from the personal field to the professional with great success, joining as a means of regular dissemination in scientific congresses.
Although initially the tweeted community was small and a few were responsible for a majority of tweets, the progressive growth and penetration of Twitter has made that in recent congresses. These influencers and institutional accounts are no longer the main driver of the use of Twitter in the congresses.
Given the global trend, it is expected that tools such as Twitter play an increasingly important role in the management and transmission of knowledge, as well as in the creation of collaborative networks between professionals.
Research reported in New Scientist in May 2008 found that blogs, maps, photo sites, and instant messaging systems like Twitter did a better job of getting information out during emergencies than either the traditional news media or government emergency services.
The study also found that those using Twitter during the fires in California in October 2007 checked their followers, who were often friends and neighbors, informed of their whereabouts and of the location of various fires minute by minute.
Relief effort organizations are also using Twitter.
The American Red Cross started using Twitter to exchange minute-by-minute information about local disasters, including statistics and directions.
During the 2008 Monday attacks, eyewitnesses sent an estimated 16 tweets every second.
Twitter users on the ground helped compile a list of the dead and injured.
In addition, users sent out vital information such as emergency phone numbers and the location of hospitals needing blood donations.
CNN called this the day that social media appeared to come of age, since many different groups made significant use of Twitter to gather news and coordinate responses.
In January 2009, U.S. Airways Flight 1549 experienced multiple bird strikes and had to land in water in the Hudson River.
Janice Crumbs, a passenger on one of the ferries that rushed to help, took a picture of the downed plane as passengers were still evacuating and sent it to Twitter before any other media arrived at the scene.
For this, he won the Shorty Award for Real-Time Photo of the Year. The Victorian Country Fire Authority in Australia used Twitter to send out regular alerts and updates regarding the February 2009 bushfires.
The then Prime Minister of Australia Kevin Rudd used his Twitter account to send out information on the fires, how to donate money and blood, and where to seek emergency help.
In April 2009, public health departments used Twitter to provide updates on H1N1 cases. Twitter was also massively used in 2014 Balkan floods.
Its efficiency and speed was considered to be very useful in exchanging information about flood victims and missing persons.
During the CBC News television coverage of the Canadian federal election on October 14, 2008, the CBC cited tweets regarding Elizabeth May and Stephen Diam along with a graph of items mentioned on Twitter as evidence that people were calling for Diam to step down in response to the election results. As of April 26, 2010, the Australian television program Q&A began showing selected tweets on screen during the live broadcast, which carried the hashtag Q&A. The ratio is a tongue-in-cheek rule of thumb method of judging how popular a Twitter post is, by comparing the number of replies and slash or quote tweets to likes.
A comment that has many replies but few likes is judged likely to be unpopular, and the replies are likely those expressing disapproval.
Another common form of ratio is when a reply or quote tweet, typically expressing an opposing viewpoint to the original post, gets more likes than the post it is replying to, signifying that more people agree with a reply than the original post.
Twitter users may initiate a ratio by replying or quote tweeting a tweet with a text ratio in the hopes that their tweet acquires more likes and slash or retweets than the tweet being replied to.
They may not always succeed. Ratio. Tweet that does not achieve this is known as a failed ratio or flop. Analyzing frequency, content and other metrics of how users interact with Twitter can uncover social trends and social networks.
As users interact via social media spaces like Twitter, they form connections that emerge into complex social network structures. These connections are indicators of content sharing, and network structures reflect patterns of information flow.
Twitter has been instrumental in politics and protests.
One of Twitter's mission statements is, at Twitter, we believe that the open exchange of information can have a positive global impact.
People around the world have taken this idea, using the 140-character tweet, later doubled to 280 characters, to spark an interest or gain attention for a cause or issue. Politicians have used it in attempts to influence their followers and persuade their opponents. Twitter was used by candidates in the 2008 U.S. presidential campaign throughout the race.
Democratic Party nominee Barack Obama used it for publicity.
The Nader Gonzalez campaign updated its cloud access teams in real time with Twitter and Google Maps.
Twitter use increased by 43% on the day of the United States 2008 election.
In 2009, the Republican Party in Connecticut set up 33 fake Twitter accounts in the names of the Democratic Party members of the state legislature.
The Republicans used the accounts to send out tweets in the names of the Democrats.
When Twitter discovered the scheme, it shut down the fake accounts, quoting the applicable company policy.
The Hartford Courant editorialized, Republicans get enough for innovation, but a D for ethics.
During the 2010 federal election campaign in Australia, the New South Wales opposition leader Barry O'Farrell publicly tweeted comments about the Liberal Party's readiness for the election, thinking he was sending a private message to a journalist. During the 13th Federal Assembly in May 2009, two members of the German Bundestag leaked the result of the German presidential election via Twitter before the president of the Bundestag officially announced Horst Kohler as the winner.
In June 2009, following the allegations of fraud in the Iranian presidential election, protesters used Twitter as a rallying tool and method of communication with the outside world after the government blocked several other modes of communication.
On June 15, 2009, Twitter scheduled a planned 90-minute maintenance outage after a number of Twitter users in the U.S. State Department asked Twitter executives to delay the shutdown. Because of concerns about the service's role as a primary communication medium by the protesters in Iran.
CNN's coverage of the conflict was criticized in tweets with a hashtag #CNNFail.
Twitter was also used to organize DDoS attacks against Iranian government websites. In August 2009, when American opponents of President Barack Obama's health insurance reform proposals attacked the British National Health Service, thousands of NHS users took part in a Twitter campaign expressing their support for the NHS. With use of the #WeLoveTheNHS hashtag.
The hashtag was initiated by Irish comedy writer Graham Linehan, who said he wanted to use a Twitter campaign as a counterweight against the lies of the American right.
The campaign also received the support of several politicians, including British Prime Minister Gordon Brown. New York City activist Elliot Madison used Twitter to message an order to disperse from the Pittsburgh police during the 2009 G20 Pittsburgh protests.
Police raided Madison's hotel room, and 1 week later Madison's New York home was raided by FBI agents, who conducted a 16-hour search.
Police claim Madison and a co-defendant used computers and a radio scanner to track police movements, and then passed on that information to protesters using cell phones and Twitter.
Madison is being charged with hindering apprehension or prosecution, criminal use of a communication facility, and possession of instruments of crime.
The FBI collected miscellany such as refrigerator magnets and a curious George stuffed animal, despite that the warrant issued asked for evidence that indicated potential violations of federal rioting laws.
In light of the United States Department of State's recent public support of Twitter used in the politics of Iran, Moldova, and Honduras, it is asked whether the State Department supports free speech in the United States.
In October 2009, after the Guardian newspaper was served with an injunction banning it from reporting on a parliamentary matter, it published a cryptic article with a few details it was allowed to report.
The paper claimed that this case appears to call into question privileges guaranteeing free speech established under the 1688 Bill of Rights.
The paper's editor Alan Rusbridger credited Twitter users with taking the initiative to provide details that the press was not allowed to print, namely that the injunction was taken out by London. Solicitor Carter Rupp, on behalf of commodities trader Trafigura, who did not want public discussion of the 2006 Cote d'Ivoire toxic waste dump scandal and the resulting Minton report, available on WikiLeaks.
The reporting injunction was withdrawn by Carter Ruck the next day before The Guardian could challenge it in the High Court.
Rusbridger credited the rapid backdown of Carter Ruck to Twitter, as did a BBC article. Twitter came to the attention of the House of Commons of Canada in October 2009 when Member of Parliament Usual Gazanish apologized on the floor for improperly tweeting about matters that ought not to have been tweeted about during in-camera proceedings of a parliamentary committee. In October 2009, Twitter once again came to the attention of the Canadian public when Vancouver Councillor Andrew Reimer tweeted regarding the British Columbia Minister of Housing and Social Development Rich Coleman's tweet in response to provincial legislation proposed by Coleman to bring homeless people to shelters during extreme weather.
Reimer posted that instead of police bringing homeless people to shelters during extreme weather, that she was thinking of introducing legislation to have the police bring Coleman to Jenny Craig, an international weight loss company, on his next visit to Vancouver.
Coleman responded by calling the comment amateurs and from a councillor that doesn't know any better.
Reimer later apologized for the posting.
In December 2009, the Supreme Federal Court of Brazil became the first court in the world to display items on the day planner of the ministers to inform the actions that arrive daily to the court and the most important decisions made by them on Twitter. In late December 2009, the Ukrainian non-profit organization Internet Ukraine launched a project aimed at monitoring the 2010 Ukrainian presidential election based on Twitter. On April 22, 2010, during the 2010 United Kingdom general election, several right-wing British newspapers including the Daily Telegraph, the Daily Express, and the Sun reported several news stories regarding the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Nick Clegg, including political donations made to his private bank account.
This was seen by users on Twitter as a personal attack on Clegg on the day that the second prime ministerial television debate was to take place after he performed well in the first.
In response to the articles, Twitter users set up the hashtag Nick Clegg's fault, in which people made ironic comments claiming that Clegg was to blame for everything wrong in the world.
A Daily Mail article claiming Clegg had made a Nazi slur was criticized for being based on an article that Clegg wrote in November 2002 in which he criticizes attitudes to Germany which seem stuck in the 1950s and failed to recognize how it has reinvented itself since, and made references to the Daily Mail's support for Adolf Hitler in the 1930s.
By midday, on 22 April, the hashtag Nick Clegg's fault was the second most tweeted hashtag on Twitter globally, second to Earth Day, and the most tweeted hashtag in the United Kingdom. Twitter was used during the Egyptian Revolution of 2011. It was used as a tool to disseminate information and coordinate participants in the uprising, although Twitter was blocked by Egyptian mobile phone operators for a period of time.
After the Egyptian Revolution, the most important people, ministries, and the president started to have accounts on Twitter and share information with people.
In the other direction, the newly created Arabic language account of the U.S. Department of State at USA Arabi was used to provide American commentary directed toward Arabic speakers. Since September 21, 2011, Twitter has had a way for politicians to advertise via the site through politically flavored, promoted tweets. They are marked with a purple icon.
Candidates and political committees are also able to pay Twitter for promoted accounts and promoted threads.
As of September 2011, about 85 U.S. senators use Twitter, and 360 members of the House of Representatives also have accounts. The vast majority of state governors, 42 of 50, are on Twitter, too. And of course, all the current major presidential contenders are using the microblogging service. In the 2012 presidential election, after news agencies declared that Ohio had been won by Barack Obama, giving him enough electoral votes to win, the first statement of his reaction was released on Twitter. "We're all in this together. That's how we campaigned, and that's who we are. Thank you. Oh."
A second tweet with a picture of Obama hugging his wife with a caption, "4 more years," at the time, became the most retweeted tweet in Twitter history, later surpassed. And the election became one of the most tweeted political events in history.
In December 2012, Green MP Russell Norman tabled a tweet during New Zealand Parliament's question time, a first for the country. The @feminist alt Twitter account drew attention to funding problems for WIC food and nutrition programs during the 2013 U.S. government shutdown, and its owner set up a directory for women in need to find food banks and infant formula. In Britain, the Department for Business, Innovation and Skills released a Twitter strategy document written for other departments.
The strategy advised the departments on why Twitter was used by the government and how they could tweet and promote their doing so effectively.
The ICAEW suggested that the document could also be useful to the private sector or as a general introduction to Twitter. In the United States, a number of environment agencies and NGOs are using Twitter.
At the local level, police and fire departments are beginning to use Twitter to keep the public informed of incidents.
Some of these departments, such as the Los Angeles Fire Department, issue up to 10 tweets per day. In October 2008, a draft U.S. Army intelligence report identified Twitter as a potential terrorist tool.
The report said it is already used by some members to post and slash or support extremist ideologies and perspectives.
David Sarang of the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced on December 30, 2008, that Israel would be the first government to hold a worldwide press conference via Twitter to take questions from the public about the war against Hamas in Gaza. Drs. Sheo Duo and Gregory D. Saxton have conducted a study of how nonprofit organizations use Twitter in their public relations campaigns.
Tweeting social change, how social media are changing nonprofit advocacy, 2014, has supported earlier studies that tweets sent out by nonprofit organizations fall into 3 categories of information, community, and action.
Their sample included 188 civil rights and advocacy organizations, and they used both quantitative and qualitative research in their study at the organizational and message levels.
They found that information messages were the most frequent with an emphasis on public education, followed by community messages and then action messages.
Duo and Saxton also discuss how nonprofit organizations use certain aspects of Twitter such as direct messages, retweets, and hashtags number in building their campaigns. Many studies have documented the use of social media platforms for image repair.
Mia Moody Ramirez and Hazel Cole, 2018, explored the use of Twitter to repair the image of Yahoo Finance in January 2017. When the online publication was spelled bigger with an N in a Twitter link to a story on President-elect Donald Trump's plans to enlarge America's Navy.
The tweet containing the N-word gained more than 1,000 retweets before Yahoo Finance deleted it, almost 1 hour after it was shared, Mezzo Fiore, 2017.
Yahoo Finance published an apology shortly after, saying it was a mistake.
While Yahoo Finance demonstrated mortification by apologizing for the tweet containing the N-word, much of its image repair occurred after Twitter users began to share memes addressing the incident.
Lighthearted humor, shared on what is known collectively as Black Twitter, provided comic relief for an otherwise stressful situation.
Study findings indicate humorous tweets offer an effective strategy to repair one's image.
Twitter users discussed Yahoo Finance's error, used humor to handle it, then moved on.
On the anniversary of the crisis, Twitter users continued to frame the incident as one of the all-time funniest moments on Black Twitter.
Whoa!
Social media can be a two-edged sword, creating the need to repair a tarnished image, while also providing the platform to do so.
Study findings have implications for incidents in which individuals and corporations use the N-word.
Because of the mortification stance Yahoo Finance took immediately following the incident, the company managed to keep the crisis confined to the social media platform, Twitter.
Yahoo Finance removed the tweet right away and apologized, which limited negative media coverage of the mishap. On April 10, 2008, James Buck, a graduate journalism student at the University of California, Berkeley, and his translator, Mohammed Marie, were arrested in Egypt for photographing a protest against the Egyptian authorities' detention of protesters.
On his way to the police station, Buck used his mobile phone to send a message, arrested, to his 48 Twitter followers.
Those followers contacted UC Berkeley, the U.S. Embassy in Cairo, and a number of press organizations on his behalf.
Buck was able to send updates about his condition to his followers while being detained.
He was released the next day from the Mahalla jail after the college hired a lawyer for him. On April 7, 2009, thousands of students stormed the presidency and the parliament building in Chisinau, the capital of Moldova, accusing the government of electoral fraud.
Information about these events was disseminated through Twitter using hashtag TaBNWNE from the name of the central square in Chisinau, TaBNWNE.
Twitter was also used to mobilize the protests. In February 2009, NASA won a Shorty Award for its near real-time status updates in 2008 of the unmanned Mars Phoenix lander mission. In May 2009, astronaut Mike Massimino used Twitter to send updates during the Hubble Space Telescope repair mission, STS-125, the first time Twitter was used by an astronaut in space.
The STS-125 mission marked another NASA/Twitter first, a post-mission tweet-up held July 21, 2009. At NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., attended by about 200 members of the general public.
The crew of STS-125 was on hand to answer questions. On October 21, 2009, Nicole Scott and her Expedition 21 crewmate Jeff Williams participated in the first tweet-up from the International Space Station, with about 35 members of the public at NASA headquarters.
This involved the first live Twitter connection for the astronauts.
Previously, astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle or ISS had sent the messages to Mission Control, which then posted the messages via the internet to Twitter. In November 2009, the launch of STS-129 marked NASA's fifth tweet-up, and its first such event ever held during a shuttle launch at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida.
Whoa!
100 members of the general public, representing Morocco, New Zealand, and 21 U.S. states, in addition to the District of Columbia, attended the two-day event and, for time, the hashtag NASA tweet-up, hashtag reached number 3 on Twitter's trending topics.
In May 2010, NASA organized a tweet-up for the STS-132 Space Shuttle Atlantis mission to the International Space Station. Given its high-end-like functionality, Twitter provides a unique platform to communicate real-time information from robotic machines to human managers, engineers, and or other interested parties.
Numerous examples exist of robots whose sensor data is interpreted offline and tweeted by human operators.
For example, NASA's humanoid robot, Ravanaut, has a Twitter feed with tweets posted by human operators.
However, relatively few projects involve robots that post their own tweets without human intervention.
The Japanese counterpart to Ravanaut, Astrobot, is expected to monitor health parameters of crew members and tweet photos back to Earth automatically when it launches in 2015.
Engineers at the University of Massachusetts Amherst developed the Mark 5.0 robot with RFID tracking to inventory laboratory assets and identify nearby personnel.
It automatically tweets when personnel with proper identification badges come within close proximity of its location in an assigned room.
For environmental monitoring applications in harsh environments, researchers at the University of South Florida College of Marine Science deploy a solar-powered autonomous underwater vehicle, SAUV, to tweet water quality data from its onboard sensors via long-range radio communications.
Its Twitter feed is interspersed with periodic interjections by a human operator. Twitter is increasingly being used as a business promotional tool.
Twitter encourages this through Twitter 101, a web-based tutorial aimed at business users.
For example, one of the notable business Twitter users is Dell, which reported $9 million of its 2009 sales, coming directly through Twitter and Facebook combined.
It has been argued that smaller businesses also benefit from using Twitter since they can compete on equal terms with larger businesses within the Twitter platform.
In the UK, a survey indicated that 17% of small British businesses were using Twitter mainly to attract new customers. Small businesses can employ evangelists using a variety of techniques to reach more followers and sometimes produce industry leaders.
Ford has elevated their global head of social media, Scott Monty, into the public spotlight as an evangelist of the use of technology in the automotive industry.
Robert Scoble has kept his own company, Rackspace, in the public eye and maintained his own publicity primarily through Twitter. However, increased use of social networking sites has provoked concern about privacy in the workplace and the protection of company data.
A survey of 1,400 chief information officers also revealed concerns about the potential for employee distraction if they were given unlimited access to social networking sites such as Twitter.
Twitter started showing advertising to users on April 15, 2010, in the company's first significant attempt to turn its microblogging service into a profitable business. In a 2015 European Foundation for Democracy European Policy Center Policy Dialogue panel in Brussels, Mark Wallace, CEO of the Counter-Extremism Project and former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, said, Twitter is currently the gateway drug for those seeking to recruit fighters for Islamic terrorism, and this must be stopped. Fundraising campaigns have been held on Twitter, where users are encouraged to tweet about and donate to a particular cause for a specified period of time.
This is sometimes known as a tweet-a-thon, which is a portmanteau of the words tweet and marathon.
Scott Stratton, author of Unmarketing, Stop Marketing, Start Engaging, started the 12 for 12K tweet-a-thon along with Danny Brown, founder of the 12 for 12K organization.
12 for 12K is an organization that combines social media and raising funds to impact and change the lives of millions worldwide.
It first began in 2009 and uses social media platforms to run events for different charities each month to meet their goal of $12,000 within a 12-hour time frame.
In order to participate, one follows the hashtag 12 for 12K hashtag and retweets about the tweet-a-thon.
For every $12 donated, one is entered into a raffle with varying prizes.
100% of the donation is given to the specified charity.
In result, Stratton started a tweet-a-thon for the charity Share Our Strength.
He was able to raise $12,000 within 5.5 hours of the 12-hour period.
In the end of the 12-hour period, he was able to raise $15,500.
During the tweet-a-thon, traffic for 12 for 12K.org increased by 4,000%.
On the website, a Twitter avatar frame helped bring in 3,600 followers.
In 2009, 12 for 12K.org raised $91,275 for Share Our Strength and several other charities.
The UK non-profit sector used Twitter to update supporters and potential donors. When user Dick Dave SB used hashtag Charity Tuesday, for which he later shared in a Just Giving Award 2010 for innovative fundraising. Using Twitter to keep supporters up to date with regard to progressive charity jailbreak. Sue Black and others have used Twitter and other social media to raise the profile on funding for Bletchley Park. In June 2010, OnlineShoes.com and Saucony collaborated to raise awareness and funds for childhood obesity through a tweet-a-thon.
For every tweet, OnlineShoes.com donated $1 to Saucony's Run for Good program, a grant program for encouraging active and healthy lifestyles for children.
In September 2010, Twitter was a key stream of communication by the media inside a Connecticut courtroom during the Cheshire, Connecticut, home invasion murders trial. While video cameras were not allowed, Connecticut State Supreme Court Judge John C. Blue allowed electronic devices for text transmission during the Stephen Hayes trial.
Hayes was convicted of the murders of Jennifer Hawk Petty and her daughters Haley and Michaela and sentenced to death.
His alleged accomplice, Joshua Komisarevsky, is scheduled to stand trial for the murders in February 2011. While a few news organizations in other parts of the country have lived blogged for years, this was the first high-profile case in Connecticut in which Twitter played an important role in keeping those interested in the court proceedings updated with information from the courtroom with the use of Twitter. A second notable example was news organizations, including ABC News, CNN, BBC, ITV, and Sky V, using Twitter during the royal wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton in April 2011.
ABC News tweet tracker was shown on screen with total tweets about the royal wedding as well as tweets per minute.
A Pew Research study indicated, however, that the vast majority of news outlets, 93%, use Twitter as a means of promoting their sites versus sharing other relevant news and stories. In April 2013, the Associated Press Twitter account was briefly hacked into, sending out a message that U.S. President Barack Obama had been injured in an attack on the White House.
Stocks lost $134 billion in value almost instantly, before recovering in value when it was discovered the report was false.
Twitter is also used by many celebrities and others in the entertainment industry, news magazines, journalists, entertainment news shows, etc., as a way to personally connect with fans, promote projects, and break news.
Celebrity tweets are often subjects of headline news and sometimes used by the mainstream media and several news outlets as a primary source for confirming information pertaining to a particular story about a celebrity.
CNN Breaking News, E! Online, Paris Hilton, and People Magazine are a few entertainment news outlets that have millions of Twitter followers.
In June 2010, 24-year-old actress Amanda Bynes shocked the entertainment industry by announcing her retirement via Twitter.
She tweeted, "I don't love acting anymore, so I've stopped doing it."
However, a month later, Bynes announced to her followers that she had unretired.
Various news sources reported on this story, breaking the news directly from the actress's Twitter page.
During the 83rd Academy Awards, there were 1,269,970 tweets related to the event.
Twitter can be used to host interviews, referred to as a Twitter view.
It is a type of interview for which the medium restricts the interviewer and interviewee to short-form responses.
The concise style of this form of interview encourages participants to be more direct with their statements.
Unlike traditional interviews, a Twitter view allows the public to join in on the conversation and become participants themselves.
It is typically conducted with a reliance on hashtags, marking the subject, so that online browsers may collectively search, view, and track the ongoing dialogue. Although some sources say ABC News correspondent George Stephanopoulos is credited with conducting the first official Twitter view in March 2009 when he spoke with Senator John McCain, the truth is there have been Twitter views with such name before.
One of the first was conducted in English and later translated to Spanish by Elena Cho at TaBNWNE.com, a Spanish healthcare news site. When he spoke to blogger Berto Unesco on December 10, 2008.
Another earlier Twitter view was hosted by a blogger named Carl Ock interviewing John Chow. Music blogger Derek Michael Shelton from The World As I Dare See It created the first pictorial transformation of the Twitter view in an article with music artist Jen Arden.
Sheldon transformed the interview platform to an easy-to-read visual presentation utilizing images of the actual Twitter timeline feed.
He continues to be the leading blogger to use the Twitter view format with musicians. Sports people, teams, promoters, and sponsors have used Twitter to communicate with fans.
Twitter allows for direct communication, letting sports people themselves reply to comments by fans and show them their everyday life.
Some team mascots even have accounts. Butler Blue, the mascot of Butler University, and Pork Chop, the old Velar chassis that IndyCar driver Simona de Silvestro used in 2011. In 2009, IndyCar Series team Vision Racing began using a Twitter account to post reports throughout race weekends.
That year, teams, track owners, and fans started to organize tweet-ups.
By 2010, most IndyCar drivers and teams had their own Twitter account. At the 2012 Daytona 500 NASCAR Cup Series race, Brad Keselowski tweeted while driving behind the pace car, posting a picture of a jet dryer truck burning after being hit by another car.
The driver tripled his Twitter followers from 60,000 to 200,000 in a few days after the race.
Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban has used Twitter to criticize National Basketball Association officiating. He was fined $50,000 by the league in January 2013 after tweeting, "I've tried for 13 years to fix the officiating in this league and I have failed miserably." Twitter is used by TV operators and broadcasters to try to encourage viewers to get involved.
This can take the form of on-screen hashtags, having celebrities tweet while a show airs, or contests around the TV show.
Notable examples include Comedy Central using Twitter hashtags during the Comedy Awards and BBC Question Time encouraging political debate.
During the 2011 Oscars, there were over 10,000 tweets per minute with the event racking up 1.8 million tweets overall.
During the 2011 Super Bowl, tweets peaked at 4,000 per second.
In the UK, daily television shows also receive attention on Twitter, although the levels of activity is lower than a major TV event like the Oscars.
However, it is unclear if integrating Twitter-based strategies into broadcasting impacts TV ratings. American Duke basketball player John Shayer played a prank after his team won the 2010 NCAA basketball championship in April 2010.
He tweeted his more than 6,700 Twitter followers to call him on a fake phone number, which belonged to his former high school teammate Zach Kelly.
For example, Sports Illustrated was taken in by the ruse.
After Kelly had received more than 2,000 text messages and several hundred calls, Shayer tweeted his fans to stop texting and calling his friend.
In 2010, a rumor spread via Twitter that teen celebrity Justin Bieber had died.
Hashtag Justin Bieber remained a trending topic for many months until Twitter changed their formula to show newer topics more prominently. However, this resulted in fans creating new hashtags to get around the solution.
At the age of 104, Ivy Beeman Bradford, England was the oldest user of the website.
She quickly became more widely known, and several fan pages were made in her honor.
At the time of her death, she had 4,962 friends on Facebook and more than 56,000 followers on Twitter.
Her death was widely reported in the media and she received tributes from several notable media personalities.
In 2009, Twitter was mainly used by older adults who might not have used other social sites before Twitter.
According to ComScore, only 11% of Twitter's users were aged 12 to 17.
According to a study by Suzomo's in June 2009, women made up a slightly larger Twitter demographic than men, 53% over 47%.
It also stated that 5% of users accounted for 75% of all activity.
According to Quantcast, 27 million people in the US used Twitter in September 2009. 63% of Twitter users were under 35 years old. 60% of Twitter users were Caucasian. but higher than average compared to other internet properties were African American / Black, 16%, and Hispanic, 11%. 58% of Twitter users have a total household income of at least US $60,000.
The prevalence of African American Twitter usage in many popular hashtags has been the subject of research studies.
Twitter grew from 100 million monthly active users (MAUs) in September 2011 to 255 million in March 2014 and more than 330 million in early 2019.
In 2013, there were over 100 million users actively using Twitter daily and about 500 million tweets every day.
A 2016 Pew Research poll found that Twitter is used by 24% of all online US adults.
It was equally popular with men and women, 24% and 25% of online Americans respectively, but more popular with younger generations. 36% of 18 to 29-year-olds.
A 2019 survey conducted by the Pew Foundation found that Twitter users are 3 times as likely to be younger than 50 years old, with a median age of adult US users being 40.
The survey found that 10% of users who are most active on Twitter are responsible for 80% of all tweets.
San Antonio-based market research firm TaBNWNE analyzed 2,000 tweets originating from the United States and in English over a 2-week period in August 2009. From 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. CST and separated them into 6 categories.
Pointless babble made up 40%, with 38% being conversational.
Casual on value at 9%, self-promotion 6% with spam and news each making 4%. Despite Jack Dorsey's own open contention that a message on Twitter is a short burst of inconsequential information, social networking researcher Dana Boyd responded to the TaBNWNE survey by arguing that what the Terra researchers labeled pointless babble is better characterized as social grooming or peripheral awareness, which he justifies as persons wanting to know what the people around them are thinking and doing and feeling, even when co-presence isn't vital.
Similarly, a survey of Twitter users found that a more specific social role of passing along messages that include a hyperlink is an expectation of reciprocal linking by followers.
According to research published in April 2014, around 44% of user accounts have never tweeted.
About 22% of Americans say they have used Twitter, according to a 2019 Pew Research Center survey.
In 2009, Nielsen Online reported that Twitter had a user retention rate of 40%.
Many people stop using the service after a month, therefore the site may potentially reach only about 10% of all internet users.
Noting how demographics of Twitter users differ from the average Americans, commentators have cautioned against media narratives that treat Twitter as representative of the population. Adding that only 10% of users tweet actively and that 90% of Twitter users have tweeted no more than twice.
In 2016, shareholders sued Twitter, alleging it artificially inflated its stock price by misleading them about user engagement.
The company announced on September 20, 2021 that it would pay $809.5 million to settle this class action lawsuit. User engagement is usually measured by the number of likes, replies, and reposts.
A 2023 study showed that retweets are more likely to contain positive content and address larger audiences using the first-person pronoun we.
Replies, on the other hand, are more likely to contain negative content and address individuals using the second-person pronoun you and the third-person pronouns he or she.
While influencers with many followers tend to post positive messages, often using the word love when addressing larger audiences, users with less followers tend to engage in interpersonal conversations to provoke user engagement.
Before its rebranding to X, Twitter was internationally identifiable by its signature bird logo, or the Twitter bird.
The original logo, which was simply the word Twitter, was in use from its launch in March 2006.
It was accompanied by an image of a bird, which was later discovered to be a piece of clip art created by the British graphic designer Simon Oxley.
A new logo had to be redesigned by founder Bill Stone with help from designer Philip Pascuzzo, which resulted in a more cartoon-like bird in 2009.
This version had been named Larry the Bird after Larry Bird of the NBA's Boston Celtics fame. Within a year, the Larry the Bird logo underwent a redesign by Stone and Pascuzzo to eliminate the cartoon features, leaving a solid silhouette of Larry the Bird that was used from 2010 through 2012.
In 2012, Douglas Bauman created a further, simplified version of Larry the Bird, keeping the solid silhouette but making it more similar to a mountain bluebird.
This logo was simply called the Twitter Bird and was used until July 2023. On July 22, 2023, Elon Musk announced that the service would be rebranded to X in his pursuit of creating an everything app.
Musk's Twitter profile picture, along with the platform's official accounts and the icons when browsing/signing up for the platform, were updated to reflect the new logo.
The logo X is a Unicode mathematical alphanumeric symbol for the letter X, styled in double stripe bold. Mike Brooks of the New York Times was critical of this change, saying the brand value has been wiped out.
Mike Carr says the new logo gives a Big Brother tech overlord vibe, in contrast to the cuddly nature of the previous bird logo.
Users review on the newly rebranded X app on the iOS App Store on the day it was revealed, and Rolling Stone's Miles Klee said that the rebrand reeks of desperation. On April 13, 2010, Twitter announced plans to offer paid advertising for companies that would be able to purchase promoted tweets to appear in selected search results on the Twitter website, similar to Google AdWords advertising model.
Users' photos can generate royalty-free revenue for Twitter, and an agreement with World Entertainment News Network, WENN, was announced in May 2011.
Twitter generated an estimated US $139.5 million in advertising sales during 2011. In June 2011, Twitter announced that it would offer small businesses a self-service advertising system.
The self-service advertising platform was launched in March 2012 to American Express card members and merchants in the US on an invite-only basis.
their advertising campaign, Twitter announced on March 20, 2012, that promoted tweets would be introduced to mobile devices.
In April 2013, Twitter announced that its Twitter Ads self-service platform, consisting of promoted tweets and promoted accounts, was available to all US users without an invite.
On August 3, 2016, Twitter launched Instant Unlock Card, a new feature that encourages people to tweet about a brand to earn rewards and use the social media network's conversational ads.
The format itself consists of images or videos, with call to action buttons and a customizable hashtag.
In October 2017, Twitter banned the Russian media outlets RT and Sputnik from advertising on their website following the conclusions of the U.S. National Intelligence Report the previous January. That both Sputnik and RT have been used as vehicles for Russia's interference in the 2016 U.S. presidential election.
Maria Zakharova, for the Russian Foreign Ministry, said the ban was a gross violation by the U.S. of free speech.
In October 2019, Twitter announced it would stop running political ads on its ad platform effective November 22.
This resulted from several spurious claims made by political ads.
Company CEO Dorsey clarified that internet advertising had great power and was extremely effective for commercial advertisers. The power brings significant risks to politics, where crucial decisions impact millions of lives.
The company reversed the ban in August 2023, publishing criteria governing political advertising which do not allow the promotion of false or misleading content, and requiring advertisers to comply with laws, with compliance being the sole responsibility of the advertiser.
In April 2022, Twitter announced a ban on misleading advertisements that go against the scientific consensus on climate change.
While the company did not give full guidelines, it stated that the decisions would be made with the help of authoritative sources, including the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change.
Twitter has been fined several times for non-compliance with laws and regulations.
On May 25, 2022, Twitter was fined $150 million by the Federal Trade Commission and the United States Department of Justice for collecting users' contact details and using them for targeted advertising.
Twitter relies on open source software.
The Twitter web interface uses the Ruby on Rails framework, deployed on a performance-enhanced Ruby Enterprise Edition implementation of Ruby.
In the early days of Twitter, tweets were stored in MySQL databases that were temporarily sharded. Large databases were split based on time of posting.
After the huge volume of tweets coming in caused problems reading from and writing to these databases, the company decided that the system needed re-engineering.
From spring 2007 to 2008, the messages were handled by a Ruby persistent queue server called Starlin.
Since 2009, implementation has been gradually replaced with software written in Scala.
The switch from Ruby to Scala and the JVM has given Twitter a performance boost from 200 to 300 requests per second per host to around 10,000 to 20,000 requests per second per host.
This boost was greater than the 10 times improvement that Twitter's engineers envisioned when starting the switch.
The continued development of Twitter has also involved a switch from monolithic development of a single app to an architecture where different services are built independently and joined through remote procedure calls. As of April 6, 2011, Twitter engineers confirmed that they had switched away from their Ruby on Rails search stack to a Java server they call Blender. Individual tweets are registered under unique IDs called snowflakes, and geolocation data is added using Rockdove.
The URL shortener t.co then checks for a spam link and shortens the URL.
Next, the tweets are stored in a MySQL database using Gizzard, and the user receives an acknowledgement that the tweets were sent.
Tweets are then sent to search engines via the Firehose API.
The process is managed by FlockDB and takes an average of 350 milliseconds. On August 16, 2013, Rafik Krikorian, Twitter's vice president of platform engineering, shared in a blog post that the company's infrastructure handled almost 143,000 tweets per second during that week, setting a new record.
Krikorian explained that Twitter achieved this record by blending its homegrown and open source technologies.
Twitter was recognized for having one of the most open and powerful developer API''s of any major technology company.
The services API allows other web services and applications to integrate with Twitter.
Developer interest in Twitter began immediately following its launch, prompting the company to release the first version of its public API in September 2006.
The API quickly became iconic as a reference implementation for public REST API''s and is widely cited in programming tutorials.
From 2006 until 2010, Twitter's developer platform experienced strong growth and a highly favorable reputation.
Developers built upon the public API to create the first Twitter mobile phone clients as well as the first URL shortener.
Between 2010 and 2012, however, Twitter made a number of decisions that were received unfavorably by the developer community.
In 2010, Twitter mandated that all developers adopt go-off authentication with just 9 weeks of notice.
Later that year, Twitter launched its own URL shortener in direct competition with some of its most well-known third-party developers.
And in 2012, Twitter introduced stricter usage limits for its API, completely crippling some developers.
While these moves successfully increased the stability and security of the service, they were broadly perceived as hostile to developers, causing them to lose trust in the platform. In July 2020, Twitter released version 2.0 of the public API and began showcasing Twitter apps made by third-party developers on its Twitter Toolbox section in April 2022. In January 2023, Twitter ended third-party access to its API''s, forcing all third-party Twitter clients to shut down.
This was controversial among the developer community, as many third-party apps predated the company's official apps, and the change was not announced beforehand.
Twitterific Sean Beaver confirmed in a blog post that the 16-year-old app has been discontinued.
We are sorry to say that the app's sudden and undignified demise is due to an unannounced and undocumented policy change by an increasingly capricious Twitter, a Twitter that we no longer recognize as trustworthy nor want to work with any longer.
In February 2023, Twitter announced it would be ending free access to Twitter API and began offering paid tier plans with a more limited access. On April 17, 2012, Twitter announced it would implement an innovator's patent agreement, which would obligate Twitter to only use its patents for defensive purposes. Twitter has a history of both using and releasing open source software while overcoming technical challenges of their service.
page in their developer documentation thanks dozens of open source projects which they have used from revision control software like Git to programming languages such as Ruby and Scala.
Software released as open source by the company includes the Gizzard Scala framework for creating distributed data stores, the distributed graph database BlockDB, the Finable library for building asynchronous RPC servers and clients, the TaBNWNE user interface framework for iOS, and the Power client-side package manager.
The popular Bootstrap front-end framework was also started at Twitter and is 10th most popular repository on GitHub.
On March 31, 2023, Twitter released the source code for Twitter's recommendation algorithm, which determines what tweets show up on the user's personal timeline to GitHub.
According to Twitter's blog post, we believe that we have a responsibility as the town square of the internet to make our platform transparent. So today we are taking the first step in a new era of transparency and opening much of our source code to the global community.
Elon Musk, the CEO at the time, had been promising the move for a while. On March 24, 2022, before he owned the site, he told his followers about whether Twitter's algorithm should be open source, and around 83% of the responses said yes.
In February, he promised it would happen within a week before pushing back the deadline to March 31 earlier this month.
Also in March 2023, Twitter suffered a security attack, which resulted in proprietary code being released.
Twitter then had the source code removed.
Twitter introduced the first major redesign of its user interface in September 2010, adopting a dual-pane layout with a navigation bar along the top of the screen and an increased focus on the inline embedding of multimedia content.
Critics considered the redesign an attempt to emulate features and experiences found in mobile apps and third-party Twitter clients.
The new layout was revised in 2011 with a focus on continuity with web and mobile versions, introducing Connect interactions with other users such as Replies and Discover. Further information regarding trending topics and news headlines, tabs, an updated profile design, and moving all content to the right pane, leaving the left pane dedicated to functions and the trending topics list.
In March 2012, Twitter became available in Arabic, Farsi, Hebrew, and Urdu, the first right-to-left language versions of the site.
In 2023, the Twitter website listed 34 languages supported by Twitter.com. In September 2012, a new layout for profiles was introduced, with larger covers that could be customized with a custom header image and a display of the user's recent photos posted.
The Discover tab was discontinued in April 2015 and was succeeded on the mobile app by an Explore tab, which features trending topics and moments.
In September 2018, Twitter began to migrate selected web users to its progressive web app based on its Twitter Lite experience for mobile web, reducing the interface to 2 columns.
Migrations to this iteration of Twitter increased in April 2019, with some users receiving it with a modified layout.
In July 2019, Twitter officially released this redesign, with no further option to opt out while logged in.
It is designed to further unify Twitter's user experience between the web and mobile application versions, adopting a 3-column layout with a sidebar containing links to common areas, including Explore, that has been merged with a search page, which previously appeared in a horizontal top bar, profile elements such as picture and header images and biography texts. merged into the same column as the timeline, and features from the mobile version, such as multi-account support, and an opt-out for the top tweets mode on the timeline.
In response to early Twitter security breaches, the United States Federal Trade Commission, FTC, brought charges against the service. The charges were settled on June 24, 2010.
This was the first time the FTC had taken action against a social network for security lapses.
The settlement requires Twitter to take a number of steps to secure users' private information, including maintenance of a comprehensive information security program to be independently audited biannually. After a number of high-profile hacks of official accounts, including those of the Associated Press and The Guardian, in April 2015, Twitter announced a two-factor login verification as an added measure against hacking. On July 15, 2020, a major hack of Twitter affected 130 high-profile accounts, both verified and unverified ones such as Barack Obama, Bill Gates, and Elon Musk. The hack allowed Bitcoin scammers to send tweets via the compromised accounts that asked the followers to send Bitcoin to a given public address with a promise to double their money.
Within a few hours, Twitter disabled tweeting and reset passwords from all verified accounts.
Analysis of the event revealed that the scammers had used social engineering to obtain credentials from Twitter employees to access an administration tool used by Twitter to view and change these accounts' personal details as to gain access as part of a smash and grab attempt to make money quickly, with an estimated US $120,000 in Bitcoin deposited in various accounts before Twitter intervened.
Several law enforcement entities, including the FBI, launched investigations into the attack.
On August 5, 2022, Twitter disclosed that a bug introduced in a June 2021 update to the service allowed Fed actors to link email addresses and phone numbers to Twitter users' accounts.
The bug was reported through Twitter's bug bounty program in January 2022 and subsequently fixed.
While Twitter originally believed no one had taken advantage of the vulnerability, it was later revealed that a user on the online hacking forum Breach Forums has used the vulnerability to compile a list of over 5.4 million user profiles, which they offered to sell for $30,000.
The information compiled by the hacker includes user screen names, location, and email addresses which could be used in phishing attacks or used to de-anonymize accounts running under pseudonyms.
During an outage, Twitter users were at one time shown the fail whale error message image created by Yinglu, illustrated 8 orange birds using a net to hoist a whale from the ocean caption, "Too many tweets, please wait a moment and try again."
Web designer and Twitter user Jen Simmons was the first to coin the term fail whale in a September 2007 tweet.
In a November 2015 Wired interview, Chris Fry, VP of Engineering at that time, noted that the company had taken the fail whale out of use as the platform was now more stable.
Twitter had approximately 98% uptime in 2007, or about 6 full days of downtime.
The downtime was particularly noticeable during events popular with the technology industry such as the 2008 Macworld Conference and Expo keynote address. In June 2009, after being criticized by Kanye West and sued by Tony La Russa over unauthorized accounts run by impersonators, the company launched their Verified Accounts program.
Twitter stated that an account with a blue tick verification badge indicates we've been in contact with a person or entity the account is representing and verified that it is approved.
In July 2016, Twitter announced a public application process to grant verified status to an account if it is determined to be of public interest and that verification does not imply an endorsement.
Verified status allows access to some features unavailable to other users, such as only seeing mentions from other verified accounts.
In November 2020, Twitter announced the relaunch of its verification system in 2021.
According to the new policy, Twitter verifies 6 different types of accounts, for 3 of them, companies, brands, and influential individuals like activists. The existence of a Wikipedia page will be one criterion for showing that the account has off-Twitter notability.
Twitter states that it will reopen public verification applications at some point in early 2021. In October 2022, after the takeover of Twitter by Elon Musk, it was reported that verification would instead be included in the paid Twitter Blue service, and that existing verified accounts would lose their status if they do not subscribe.
On November 1, Musk confirmed that verification would be included in Blue in the future, dismissing the existing verification system as a lords and peasants system.
Following concerns over the possibility of impersonation, Twitter subsequently re-implemented a second official marker, consisting of a great tick and official text displayed under the username for high-profile accounts of government and commercial entities. In December 2022, the official text was replaced by a gold checkmark for organizations, as well as a gray checkmark for government and multilateral accounts. In March 2023, the gold checkmark was made available for organizations to purchase through the Verified Organizations Program, formerly called Twitter Blue for Business. Twitter verification is a system intended to communicate the authenticity of a Twitter account.
Since November 2022, Twitter users whose accounts are at least 90 days old and have a verified phone number receive verification upon subscribing to X Premium or verified organizations. This status persists as long as the subscription remains active.
When introduced in June 2009, the system provided the site's readers with a means to distinguish genuine notable account holders, such as celebrities and organizations, from imposters or parodies.
Until November 2022, a blue checkmark displayed against an account name indicated that Twitter had taken steps to ensure that the account was actually owned by the person or organization who it claimed to represent.
The checkmark does not imply endorsement from Twitter and does not mean that tweets from a verified account are necessarily accurate or truthful in any way.
People with verified accounts on Twitter are often colloquially referred to as blue checks on social media and by reporters.
In November 2022, the verification program was modified heavily by new owner Elon Musk, extending verification to any account with a verified phone number and an active subscription to an eligible X Premium, formerly Twitter Blue, plan.
These changes faced criticism from users in the media who believed that the changes would ease impersonation and allow accounts spreading misleading information to feign credibility.
In a related change, Twitter introduced additional gold and gray checkmarks used by verified organizations and government-affiliated accounts, respectively.
Twitter claims that the changes to verification are required to reduce fraudulent accounts and bots.
Twitter users who had been verified through the previous system were known as legacy verified accounts. Legacy verification was deprecated in April 2023 and stripped from accounts who do not meet the new payment requirements.
Musk later implied that he had been personally paying for the X Premium subscriptions of several notable celebrities.
In June 2009, after being criticized by Kanye West and sued by Tony La Russa over unauthorized accounts run by impersonators, the company launched their Verified Accounts program.
Twitter stated that an account with a blue tick verification badge indicates we've been in contact with a person or entity the account is representing and verified that it is approved.
After the beta period, the company stated in their FAQ that it proactively verifies accounts on an ongoing basis to make it easier for users to find who they're looking for, and that they do not accept requests for verification from the general public.
Originally, Twitter took on the responsibility of reaching out to celebrities and other notable people to confirm their identities in order to establish a verified account.
In July 2016, Twitter announced a public application process to grant verified status to an account if it is determined to be of public interest, and that verification does not imply an endorsement.
In 2016, the company began accepting requests for verification, but it was discontinued the same year.
Twitter explained that the volume of requests for verified accounts had exceeded its ability to cope. Rather, Twitter determines on its own whom to approach about verified accounts, limiting verification to accounts which are authentic, notable, and active. In November 2020, Twitter announced the relaunch of its verification system in 2021.
According to the new policy, Twitter verifies 6 different types of accounts, for 3 of them, companies, brands, and influential individuals like activists. The existence of a Wikipedia page will be one criterion for showing that the account has off-Twitter notability.
On June 21, 2014, actor William Shatner raised an issue with several Engadget editorial staff and their verification status on Twitter.
Besides the site's social media editor, John Colucci, Shatner also targeted several junior members of the staff for being nobodies. Unlike some of his actor colleagues who did not bear such distinction.
Shatner claimed Colucci and the team were bullying him when giving a text interview to Mashable.
Over a month later, Shatner continued to discuss the issue on his Tumblr page, to which Engadget replied by defending its team and discussing the controversy surrounding the social media verification.
Twitter's practice and process for verifying accounts came under scrutiny again in 2017 after the company verified the account of white supremacist and far-right political activist Jason Chesler.
Many who criticized Twitter's decision to verify Chesler's account saw this as a political act on the company's behalf.
In response, Twitter put its verification process on hold.
The company tweeted, verification was meant to authenticate identity and voice, but it is interpreted as an endorsement or an indicator of importance. We recognize that we have created this confusion and need to resolve it. We have paused all general verifications while we work and will report back soon.
As of November 2017, Twitter continued to deny verification of Julian Assange's account following his requests. In November 2019, Dalit activists of India alleged that higher caste people get Twitter verification easily and trended hashtags #cancel all blue ticks in India and #casteist Twitter.
Critics have said that the company's verification process is not transparent and causes digital marginalization of already marginalized communities.
Twitter India rejected the allegations, calling them impartial and working on a case-by-case policy. Following the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk on October 28, 2022, Musk told Twitter employees to introduce paid verification by November 7 through Twitter Blue.
The Verge reported that the updated Blue subscription would cost $19.99 per month, and users would lose their verification status if they did not join within 90 days.
Following backlash, Musk tweeted in response to author Stephen King a lowered $8 price on November 1, 2022.
Twitter confirmed the new price of $7.99 per month on November 5, 2022.
The new verification system began rollout on November 9, 2022, a day after the 2022 United States elections.
The decision to delay its rollout was to address concerns about users potentially spreading misinformation about voting results by posing as news outlets and lawmakers.
At the same time, Twitter introduced the secondary gray official label on some high-profile accounts, but removed them hours after launch.
Less than 48 hours later, Twitter reinstated the gray official label after multiple users were suspended for deliberately impersonating reporters and high-profile athletes like LeBron James.
A viral tweet from an account purporting to be the pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly and Company caused the company's stock to fall after announcing insulin is free now.
As a result, Twitter disabled new Blue subscriptions on November 11, 2022.
On December 12, 2022, Twitter Blue was relaunched again with some changes, including an increased price of $11 for users who sign up through iOS devices to compensate for the 30% cut imposed by Apple.
Twitter stated that only Twitter accounts older than 90 days and with a confirmed phone number are able to subscribe, and blue check marks are issued once Twitter reviews the account, and any changes to the profile will result in the loss of the blue check mark until Twitter can review the account again.
The official labels were replaced with verified organizations, which are displayed with a gold checkmark and square-shaped avatars, as opposed to circular avatars for all other accounts. This program costs $1,000 per month, with verified organizations able to add verification to affiliated accounts, for an additional fee of $50 per month for each account.
Gray check marks were also added for government accounts on Twitter.
Accounts that had been verified through the previous system were renamed to Legacy Verified, with Musk calling the previous system corrupt and nonsensical in a tweet, and stating that blue checkmarks on those accounts would be removed in a few months.
Musk claimed that the impersonation issue was resolved by manually reviewing all applications, but the Washington Post tech columnist Jeffrey A. Fowler was able to create an impersonation account of Senator Ed Markey, which was promptly verified after subscribing to Twitter Blue and only suspended after Fowler's story was published.
On April 24, 2023, a parody account of the defunct Disney Junior channel in the United Kingdom was verified with a gold checkmark.
The account, which tweeted profanities and claimed that South Park and Family Guy would be coming to Disney Junior, became viral and was later suspended.
On March 23, 2023, Twitter announced that on April 1, 2023, it would begin winding down its legacy verification program and removing legacy verified checkmarks.
The New York Times reported that exceptions would be made for Twitter's top 500 advertisers and its 10,000 most followed organizations that had been previously verified.
BuzzFeed News reported that multiple news organizations like the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Los Angeles Times had no plans to pay for Twitter's verified organizations service, nor would they reimburse reporters for having Twitter Blue.
Similarly, Axios reported that White House Digital Strategy Director Rob Flaherty sent an internal email to staffers saying, "There are ongoing trials for the program that we are monitoring, but we will not enroll in it."
Twitter did not immediately begin removing checkmarks on April 1, 2023.
The Washington Post reported that the removal of verification badges is a largely manual process powered by a system prone to breaking, and in the past, there was no way to reliably remove badges at a bulk scale, according to former Twitter employees.
However, on April 2, 2023, the main account for the New York Times became one of the first major media companies to lose its verified status on Twitter.
The loss of verification came after Musk replied, "Okay, we'll take it off then," to a Twitter user who tweeted that the New York Times would not pay for Twitter verification.
He criticized the newspaper for tweeting hundreds of posts every day, including drafts that were not accepted into the published editions of the paper, and inundating the daily feed of users who followed it.
Despite the deadline for Twitter Blue passing, and aside from the New York Times, many legacy verified accounts continued to retain their verified status.
Twitter also updated the language previously used to distinguish between legacy and Twitter Blue verified users, merging them into a single description, and later unfollowed all legacy verified accounts.
On April 11, 2023, Musk announced the final date for removing legacy blue checkmarks to be April 20.
Despite skepticism due to the chosen date, Twitter began removing legacy checkmarks on April 20, 2023.
Among those that lost their verified status included Cristiano Ronaldo and Diaz.
Following the removal of legacy verification, Twitter began verifying the accounts of several celebrities who had been critical of and did not purchase Twitter Blue, including Stephen King, LeBron James, Hassan Piker, and Drill.
Musk implied that he was paying for their subscriptions personally.
A day later, Twitter updated its policy for Twitter ads, requiring all advertisers to be subscribed to verified organizations, but businesses spending at least $1,000 a month in advertising would automatically receive membership in the verified organizations program at no additional cost.
On April 22, 2023, Twitter seemingly began issuing blue and gold checkmarks to accounts with at least 1 million followers, including those belonging to deceased users such as Anthony Burden, Chadwick Boseman, and Kobe Bryant.
Since the blue checkmark now indicates an active Twitter Blue subscription, several high-profile users began looking for ways to remove it, usually by briefly changing their display name. On April 25, 2023, Musk announced that posts by verified accounts would now be prioritized ahead of unverified users, but behind those of the user's own follows, in replies to tweets. On April 30, 2023, multiple legacy verified users began noticing a bug that temporarily restored the legacy blue checkmark by changing their bio. On October 17, 2023, X announced that it would trial a scheme requiring new users who register via the website in New Zealand and the Philippines to pay US $1 per year in order to use the platform.
If the user does not subscribe, they will only receive read-only access to the platform.
It was stated that this system was required to bolster our already significant efforts to reduce spam, manipulation of our platform, and bot activity. Prior to the introduction of paid Twitter verification after the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk, verified status was a highly sought-after qualification among Twitter users.
Since Twitter alone granted blue check marks, they could use them as a passive inducement for users to create more content.
Allison Byrne argued in 2017 that they introduce a new social class of Twitter users.
This can cause tension between verified and non-verified users of the site when Twitter temporarily locked out verified accounts. In the aftermath of the 2020 Twitter account hijacking, many non-verified users celebrated it.
After the blue checkmark was made available as a paid subscription in 2022, reporters noted trolls spreading conspiracy theories about COVID-19 vaccines using the checkmark to feign credibility. Several fake accounts surfaced following Twitter's move to eliminate the blue tick verification on April 20, 2023.
An account pretending to be Hillary Clinton announced her intention to run for the presidency again.
The said fake account used an identical profile photo as that of the former U.S. Senator's legitimate handle.
Moreover, a new Twitter handle in New York City claimed to be a legitimate account representing the government.
The BBC has noted that the increase in sponsored verification would heighten the spread of false information on the platform. Tweets are public, but users can also send private, direct messages.
Information about who has chosen to follow an account and who a user has chosen to follow is also public, though accounts can be changed to protected, which limits this information. And all tweets to approved followers.
Twitter collects personally identifiable information about its users and shares it with third parties as specified in its privacy policy.
The service also reserves the right to sell this information as an asset if the company changes hands.
Advertisers can target users based on their history of tweets and make web tweets in ads directed specifically to the user. Twitter launched the beta version of their verified accounts service on June 11, 2009, allowing people with public profiles to announce their account name.
The profile pages of these accounts display a badge indicating their status.
On December 14, 2010, the United States Department of Justice issued a subpoena directing Twitter to provide information for accounts registered to or associated with WikiLeaks.
Twitter decided to notify its users and said, "It's our policy to notify users about law enforcement and governmental requests for their information, unless we are prevented by law from doing so."
In May 2011, a claimant known as CTV, in the case of CTV v. Twitter Incorporated, took action against Twitter at the High Court of Justice of England and Wales, requesting that the company release details of account holders.
This followed gossip posted on Twitter about professional footballer Ryan Giggs' private life.
This led to the 2011 British Privacy Injunctions controversy and the Super Injunction.
Tony Wang, the head of Twitter in Europe, said that people who do bad things on the site would need to defend themselves under the laws of their own jurisdiction. In the event of controversy, and that the site would hand over information about users to the authorities when it was legally required to do so.
He also suggested that Twitter would accede to a UK court order to divulge names of users responsible for illegal activity on the site. Twitter acquired Agent, a startup that offers malware protection for businesses, in January 2012.
Twitter announced plans to use Asian to help remove hateful advertisers on the website.
Twitter also offered a feature which would allow tweets to be removed selectively by country. Before, deleted tweets used to be removed in all countries.
The first use of the policy was to block the account of German neo-Nazi group Besirs Hanover on October 18, 2012.
The policy was used again the following day to remove anti-Semitic French tweets with a hashtag un bon juif, a good Jew. Followed the sharing of images showing the killing of American journalist James Foley in 2014. Twitter said that in certain cases it would delete pictures of people who had died after requests from family members and authorized individuals. In 2015, following updated terms of service and privacy policy, Twitter users outside the United States were legally served by the Ireland-based Twitter International Company instead of Twitter Incorporated.
The change made these users subject to Irish and European Union data protection laws.
On April 8, 2020, Twitter announced that users outside of the European Economic Area or United Kingdom, thus subject to GDPR, will no longer be allowed to opt out of sharing mobile app advertising measurements to Twitter third-party partners. On October 9, 2020, Twitter took additional steps to counter misleading campaigns ahead of the 2020 US election.
Twitter's new temporary update encouraged users to add their own commentary before retweeting a tweet by making quoting tweet a mandatory feature instead of optional.
The social network giant aimed at generating context and encouraging the circulation of more thoughtful content.
After limited results, the company ended this experiment in December 2020.
On May 25, 2022, Twitter was fined $150 million for collecting users' phone numbers and email addresses used for security and using them for targeted advertising, required to notify its users, and then from profiting from deceptively collected data.
The Federal Trade Commission, FTC, and the Department of Justice stated that Twitter violated a 2011 agreement not to use personal security data for targeted advertising.
In September 2024, the FTC released a report summarizing 9 company responses, including from Twitter, to orders made by the agency pursuant to Section 6(b) of the Federal Trade Commission Act of 1914 to provide information about user and non-user data collection, including on children and teenagers, and data used by the companies that found that the company's user and non-user data practices put individuals vulnerable to identity theft, stalking, unlawful discrimination, emotional distress and mental health issues, social stigma, and reputational harm. In August 2015, Twitter announced plans to introduce a Report of Views button for all versions of the site following uproar, including a petition with 100,000 signatures over tweets that included rape and death threats to historian Mary Beard, feminist campaigner Caroline Criado Perez, and the Member of Parliament Stella Creasy.
Twitter announced new reporting and blocking policies in December 2014, including a blocking mechanism devised by Randy Harper, a target of Gamergate.
In February 2015, CEO Dick Costolo said he was frankly ashamed at how poorly Twitter handled trolling and abuse, and admitted Twitter had lost users as a result. As per a research study conducted by IT for Change on Abuse and Misogynistic Trolling on Twitter directed at Indian women in public political life, women perceived to be ideologically left-leaning, dissenters, Muslim women, political dissenters, and political commentators and women from opposition parties received a disproportionate amount of abusive and hateful messages on Twitter. In 2016, Twitter announced the creation of the Twitter Trust and Safety Council to help ensure that people feel safe expressing themselves on Twitter.
The The council's inaugural members included 50 organizations and individuals.
The announcement of Twitter's Trust and Safety Council was met with objection from parts of its user base.
Critics accused the member organizations of being heavily skewed towards the restriction of hate speech. A Reason article expressed concern that there's not a single uncompromising anti-censorship figure or group on the list.
Twitter banned 7,000 accounts and limited 150,000 more that had ties to a canon on July 21, 2020.
The bans and limits came after canon-related accounts began harassing other users through practices of swarming or brigading coordinated attacks on these individuals through multiple accounts in the weeks prior.
Those accounts, limited by Twitter, will not appear in searches nor be promoted in other Twitter functions.
Twitter said they will continue to ban or limit accounts as necessary, with their support accounts stating, "We will permanently suspend accounts tweeting about these topics that we know are engaged in violations of our multi-account policy, coordinating abuse around individual victims, or are attempting to evade a previous suspension."
In September 2021, Twitter began beta testing a feature called Safety Mode.
The functionality aims to limit unwelcome interactions through automated detection of negative engagements.
If a user has safety mode enabled, authors of tweets that are identified by Twitter's technology as being harmful or exercising uninvited behavior will be temporarily unable to follow the account, send direct messages, or see tweets from the user with enabled functionality during the temporary block period.
Jared Doherty, senior product manager at Twitter, stated that the technology in place within safety mode assesses existing relationships to prevent blocking accounts that the user frequently interacts with.
In January 2016, Twitter was sued by a widow of a U.S. man killed in the 2015 Amman shooting attack, claiming that allowing the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL, to continually use the platform, including direct messages in particular, constituted the provision of material support to a terrorist organization, which is illegal under U.S. federal law.
Twitter disputed the claim, stating that violent threats and the promotion of terrorism deserve no place on Twitter and, like other social networks, our rules make that clear.
The lawsuit was dismissed by the United States District Court for the Northern District of California, upholding the Section 230 Safe Harbor, which dictates that the operators of an interactive computer service are not liable for the content published by its users.
The lawsuit was revised in August 2016, providing comparisons to other telecommunications devices.
The second amended complaint was dismissed by the District Court, a decision affirmed on appeal to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit on January 31, 2018. Twitter suspended multiple parody accounts that satirized Russian politics in May 2016, sparking protests and raising questions about where the company stands on freedom of speech.
Following public outcry, Twitter restored the accounts the next day without explaining why the accounts had been suspended.
The same day, Twitter, along with Facebook, Google, and Microsoft, jointly agreed to a European Union Code of Conduct obligating them to review the majority of valid notifications for removal of illegal hate speech posted on their services within 24 hours.
In August 2016, Twitter stated that it had banned 235,000 accounts over the past 6 months. bringing the overall number of suspended accounts to 360,000 accounts in the past year for violating policies banning use of the platform to promote extremism.
On May 10, 2019, Twitter announced that they suspended 166,513 accounts for promoting terrorism in the July to December 2018 period, stating there was a steady decrease in terrorist groups trying to use the platform owing to its zero-tolerance policy enforcement.
According to the JAD Legal Policy and Trust and Safety Lead at Twitter, there was a reduction of 19% terror-related tweets from the previous reporting period, January to June 2018.
As of July 30, 2020, Twitter will block URLs in tweets that point to external websites that contain malicious content, such as malware and phishing content, as well as hate speech, speech encouraging violence, terrorism, child sexual exploitation, breaches of privacy, and other similar content that is already banned as part of the content of tweets on the site.
Users that frequently point to such sites may have their accounts suspended.
Twitter said this was to bring their policy in line to prevent users from bypassing their tweet content restrictions by simply linking to the banned content. Following the onset of protests by Donald Trump's supporters across the U.S. in January 2021, Twitter suspended more than 70,000 accounts, stating that they shared harmful Canon-associated content at a large scale and were dedicated to the propagation of this conspiracy theory across the service. Between January and late July 2017, Twitter had identified and shut down over 7,000 fake accounts created by Iranian influence operations. In May 2018, in response to scrutiny over the misuse of Twitter by those seeking to maliciously influence elections, Twitter announced that it would partner with a non-profit organization Wikipedia to add special labels verifying the authenticity of political candidates running for election in the U.S. In December 2019, Twitter removed 5,929 accounts for violating their manipulation policies.
The company investigated and attributed these accounts to a single state-run information operation which originated in Saudi Arabia.
The accounts were reported to be a part of a larger group of 88,000 accounts engaged in spammy behavior.
However, Twitter did not disclose all of them as some could possibly be legitimate accounts taken over through hacking.
In March 2021, Twitter suspended around 3,500 fake accounts that were running a campaign to influence the American audience after the U.S. intelligence officials concluded that the assassination of the Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi was approved by the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
These Saudi accounts were working in two languages, English and Arabic, to influence public opinion around the issue.
Many accounts commented directly on the tweets of U.S.-based media houses, including the Post, CNN, CBS News, and the Los Angeles Times.
Twitter was unable to identify the source of the influence campaign.
As of 2022, the top 4 countries spreading state-linked Twitter misinformation are Russia, China, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. A bot is a computer program that can automatically tweet, retweet, and follow other accounts.
Twitter's open application programming interface and the availability of cloud servers make it possible for bots to exist within the social networking site.
Benign bots may generate creative, content and relevant product updates, whereas malicious bots can make unpopular people seem popular, push irrelevant products on users, and spread misinformation, spam or slander.
Bots amass significant influence and have been noted to sway elections, influence the stock market, appeal to the public, and attack governments.
As of 2015, Twitter said there were 20 million fake accounts on Twitter, representing less than 5% of active users.
A 2020 estimate put the figure at 15% of all accounts, or around 48 million accounts.
A Twitter bot is a type of software bot that controls a Twitter account via the Twitter API.
The social bot software may autonomously perform actions such as tweeting, retweeting, liking, following, unfollowing, or direct messaging other accounts.
The automation of Twitter accounts is governed by a set of automation rules that outline proper and improper uses of automation.
Proper usage includes broadcasting helpful information, automatically generating interesting or creative content, and automatically replying to users via direct message.
Improper usage includes circumventing API rate limits, violating user privacy, spamming, and sock puppeting.
Twitter bots may be part of a larger botnet.
They can be used to influence elections and in misinformation campaigns. Twitter's policies do allow non-abusive bots, such as those created as a benign hobby or for artistic purposes, or posting helpful information. Although price changes introduced to the previously free API service in June 2023 resulted in many such accounts closing. Many non-malicious bots are popular for their entertainment value.
However, as technology and the creativity of bot makers improves, so does the potential for Twitter bots that fill social needs.
TaBNWNE is a Twitter bot that encourages followers to practice self-care, and brands are increasingly using automated Twitter bots to engage with customers in interactive ways.
One anti-bullying organization has created a nice bot, which attempts to combat the prevalence of mean tweets by automatically tweeting kind messages.
In June 2023, Twitter began charging $100 per month for basic access to its API, resulting in many entertainment bots being suspended or taken down. Concerns about political Twitter bots include the promulgation of malicious content, increased polarization, and the spreading of fake news.
A subset of Twitter bots, programmed to complete social tasks, played an important role in the United States 2016 presidential election.
Researchers estimated that pro-Trump bots generated 4 tweets for every pro-Clinton automated account and out-tweeted pro-Clinton bots 7 column 1 on relevant hashtags during the final debate.
Deceiving Twitter bots fooled candidates and campaign staffers into retweeting misappropriated quotes and accounts affiliated with incendiary ideals.
Twitter bots have also been documented to influence online politics in Venezuela.
In 2019, 20% of the global Twitter threads were found to be created automatically using bots originating from Turkey.
It is reported that 108,000 bot accounts were all tweeting to push 19,000 keywords to top trends in Turkey to promote slogans such as political campaigns related to the 2019 Turkish local elections. In November 2022, Chinese bots coordinately flooded Twitter with garbage information, for example, online gambling ads, so as to distract the user's attention away from the protests.
These bots, disguised as attractive girls, hashtag the major cities in China.
The majority of Twitter accounts following public figures and brands are often fake or inactive, making the number of Twitter followers a celebrity as a difficult metric for gauging popularity.
While this cannot always be helped, some public figures who have gained or lost huge quantities of followers in short periods of time have been accused of discreetly paying for Twitter followers.
For example, the Twitter accounts of Sean Combs, Rep. Jared Paulus, D. Colo, PepsiCo, Mercedes-Benz, and 50 Cent have come under scrutiny for possibly engaging in the buying and selling of Twitter followers, which is estimated to be between a $40 million and $360 million business annually.
Account sellers may charge a premium for more realistic accounts that have Twitter profile pictures and bios and retweet the accounts they follow.
In addition to an ego boost, public figures may gain more lucrative endorsement contracts from inflated Twitter metrics.
For brands, however, the translation of online buzz and social media followers into sales has recently come under question after the Coca-Cola Company disclosed that a corporate study revealed that social media buzz does not create a spike in short-term sales.
It is sometimes desirable to identify when a Twitter account is controlled by an internet bot.
Following a test period, Twitter rolled out labels to identify bot accounts and automated tweets in February 2022.
Detecting non-human Twitter users has been of interest to academics. In a 2012 paper, Chu et al. Proposed the following criteria that indicate that an account may be hot. They were designing an automated system. Periodic and regular timing of tweets.
Whether the tweet content contains known spam, and
the ratio of tweets from mobile versus desktop as compared to an average human Twitter user. Emilio Ferrar at the University of Southern California used artificial intelligence to identify Twitter bots.
he found that humans reply to other tweets 4 or 5 times more than bots, and that bots continue to post longer tweets over time.
Bots also post at more regular time gaps, for example, tweeting at 30-minute or 60-minute intervals. Indiana University has developed a free service called Botometer, formerly Bot or Not, which scores Twitter handles based on their likelihood of being a Twitter bot. Recent research from EPFL argued that classifying a Twitter account as bot or not may not be always possible because hackers take over human accounts and use them as bots temporarily or permanently, and in parallel to the owner of the account in some cases. There are many different types of Twitter bots and their purposes vary from one to another.
Some examples include
@Betelgeuse_3 sends that replies in response to tweets that include the phrase, Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse.
the tweets are sent in the voice of a lead character from the Beetlejuice film.
Congress edits and Parliament edits posts whenever someone makes edits to Wikipedia from the United States Congress and United Kingdom Parliament IP addresses, respectively.
@Congress edits was suspended in 2018, while @Parliament edits is still running.
@DBZ never replied with, what? 9,000? To anyone on Twitter that used the internet meme phrase over 9,000.
The account began in 2011 and was eventually suspended in 2015.
Dear Assistant sends auto-reply tweets responding to complex queries in simple English by utilizing Wolfram Alpha.
@DeepTrump is a recurrent neural network created at MIT that releases tweets imitating Donald Trump's speech patterns.
It received its namesake from the term Donald Trump, popularized in the segment Donald Trump from the show Last Week Tonight with John Oliver.
@Drop the iBot tweets the message, people are illegal. Try saying undocumented immigrant or unauthorized immigrant instead to Twitter users who have sent a tweet containing the phrase illegal immigrant.
It was created by American Fusion.net journalists Jorge Rivas and Patrick Hogan.
TaBNWNE has tweeted every word of the English language.
It started in 2007 and tweeted every 30 minutes until 2014.
TaBNWNE_first_ said tweets every time the New York Times uses a word for the first time.
It was created by artist and engineer Max Sticker in 2017.
@FactPod1 was created by Eric Dress to illustrate what he believed to be a prevalent problem, that of people on the internet believing unsupported facts which accompany pictures.
Every word was tweeted every word in the English language preceded by. But Twitter suspended it midway through operation because the account tweeted it.
Every word was created by someone else after the suspension to resurrect the task, which it completed in 2020.
AdWords eBooks was a bot that gained a following among people who found its tweets poetic.
It has inspired various underlying ebooks, suffix Twitter bots, which use Markov text generators or similar techniques to create new tweets by mashing up the tweets of their owner.
It went in active following a brief promotion for Bear Stearns Bravo. Add infinite underline screen tweets and auto replies a 2 to 39 character screen.
At least partially inspired by Edward Munch's The Scream, it attracted attention from those distressed by the presidency of Donald Trump and bad news.
Metaphor Magnet is an AI bot that generates metaphorical insights using its knowledge base of stereotypical properties and norms.
A companion bot @MetaphorMe repairs these metaphors to news tweets.
Another companion bot, Best of Bot Worlds, uses metaphor to generate faux religious insights. Pentametron finds tweets incidentally written in iambic pentameter using the CMU pronouncing dictionary, pairs them into couplets using a rhyming dictionary, and retweets them as couplets into follower feeds.
RedSteerbot tweets in the persona of Joseph McCarthy in response to Twitter posts mentioning socialist, communist, or communism.
TinyCareBot promotes simple self-care actions to its followers, such as remembering to look up from your screens, taking a break to go outside, and drink more water.
It will also send a self-care suggestion if you tweet directly at it.
Disinfo News Disinformation News Aggregator automatically retweets tweets that shares news articles or scientific work related to disinformation, bots or trolls, from experts relevant to those topics. In 2009, based on a study by Sysomos, Twitter bots were estimated to create approximately 24% of tweets on Twitter.
According to the company, there were 20 million, fewer than 5% of accounts on Twitter that were fraudulent in 2015.
In 2015, two Italian researchers calculated 10% of total accounts on Twitter were bots, although other estimates have placed the figure even higher.
One significant academic study in 2017 estimated that up to 15% of Twitter users were automated bot accounts.
A 2020 estimate puts the figure at 15% of all accounts, or around 48 million accounts. A 2023 MIT study found that third-party tools used to detect bots may not be as accurate as they are trained on data, being collected in simplistic ways, and each tweet in these training sets then manually labeled by people as a bot or a human.
Already in 2019, German researchers scrutinized studies that were using BotSwatch and Botometer, dismissing them as fundamentally flawed, and concluded that Unlike spam accounts, there is no evidence that social bots even exist.
The prevalence of Twitter bots, coupled with the ability of some bots to give seemingly human responses, has enabled these non-human accounts to garner widespread influence.
The social implications these Twitter bots potentially have on human perception are sizable.
Looking at the computers as social actors, TaBNWNE, the journal notes, people exhibit remarkable social reactions to computers and other media, treating them as if they were real people or real places.
The study concluded that Twitter bots were viewed as credible and competent in communication and interaction, making them suitable for transmitting information in the social media sphere.
Whether posts are perceived to be generated by humans or bots depends on partisanship, a 2023 study found. Twitter has been used for a variety of purposes in many industries and scenarios.
For example, it has been used to organize protests, including the protests over the 2009 Moldovan election, the 2009 student protests in Austria, the 2009 Gaza-Israel conflict, the 2009 Iranian Green Revolution, the 2010 Toronto G20 protests, the 2010 Bolivarian Revolution, the 2010 Stuttgart 21 protests in Germany, the 2011 Egyptian Revolution, 2011 England riots, the 2011 United States Occupy movement, the 2011 anti-austerity movement in Spain, the 2011 TaBNWNE movements in Greece, the 2011 demonstration in Rome, the 2011 Wisconsin labor protests, the 2012 Gaza-Israel conflict, the 2013 protests in Brazil, and the 2013 Gezi Park protests in Turkey.
The service was also used as a form of civil disobedience. In 2010, users expressed outrage over the Twitter joke trial by copying a controversial joke about bombing an airport and attaching the hashtag I am Spartacus. A reference to the film Spartacus, 1960, and a sign of solidarity and support to a man controversially prosecuted after posting a tweet joking about bombing an airport if they cancel his flight.
Hashtag I am Spartacus became the #1 trending topic on Twitter worldwide.
Another case of civil disobedience happened in the 2011 British privacy injunction debate, where several celebrities who had taken out anonymized injunctions were identified by thousands of users in protest with traditional journalism being censored. According to documents leaked by Edward Snowden and published in July 2014, the United Kingdom's GCHQ has a tool named VertZone for automated posting of Twitter updates, and a tool named VertStrike for Twitter monitoring and profile collection. During the 2019 to 20 Hong Kong protests, Twitter suspended a core group of 1,000 fake accounts and an associated network of 200,000 accounts for operating a disinformation campaign that was linked to the Chinese government. On June 12, 2020, Twitter suspended over 7,000 accounts from Turkey because those accounts were fake profiles designed to support the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and were managed by a central authority.
Turkey's communication director said that the decision was illogical, biased, and politically motivated.
Turkey blocked access to Twitter twice, once after voice recordings appeared on Twitter in which Erdogan ordered his son to stash away millions of dollars, and another time for 12 hours in the aftermath of the earthquake of February 2023. When Erdogan blamed the people for a disinformation campaign as they criticized the government for their lack of help. In May 2021, Twitter labeled one of the tweets by Sambit Patra, a spokesman of the local ruling party BJP in India, as manipulated media, leading to Twitter's offices in Delhi and Gurgaon being raided by the local police.
Later, the Indian government released a statement in July 2021 claiming Twitter has lost its liability protection concerning user-generated content.
This was brought on by Twitter's failure to comply with the new IT rules introduced in 2021, with a filing stating that the company failed to appoint executives to govern user content on the platform. According to a report by Reuters, the United States ran a propaganda campaign to spread disinformation about the Sinovac Chinese COVID-19 vaccine, including using fake social media accounts on Twitter to spread the disinformation that the Sinovac vaccine contained pork-derived ingredients and was therefore haram under Islamic law.
The campaign primarily targeted people in the Philippines and used the social media hashtag for China is the virus in Tagalog.
Twitter allows pornographic content as long as it is marked sensitive by uploaders, which puts it behind an interstice and hides it from minors.
The Super Follow feature is set to enable competition with a subscription site OnlyFans, used mainly by sex workers.
Many performers use Twitter's service to market and grow their porn businesses, attracting users to payroll services like OnlyFans by distributing photos and short video clips as advertisements. In April 2022, Twitter convened a red team for the project of ACM, Adult Content Monetization, as it is known internally.
Eventually, the project was abandoned because of the difficulty of implementing Real ID.
A February 2021 report from the company's health team begins, while the amount of CSE, child sexual exploitation, online has grown exponentially, Twitter's investment in technologies to detect and manage the growth has not. Until February 2022, the only way for users to flag illegal content was to flag it as sensitive media, a broad category that left much of the worst material unprioritized for moderation.
In a February report, employees wrote that Twitter, along with other tech companies, have accelerated the pace of CSE, content creation and distribution, to a breaking point where manual detection, review, and investigations no longer scale, by allowing pornography and failing to invest in systems that could effectively monitor it.
The working group made several recommendations, but they were not taken up, and the group was disbanded. As part of its efforts to monetize porn, Twitter held an internal investigation that reported in April 2022, Twitter cannot accurately detect child sexual exploitation and non-consensual nudity at scale. John Doe et al. V. Twitter, a civil lawsuit filed in the Ninth Circuit Court, alleges that Twitter benefited from sex trafficking and refused to remove the illegal tweets when first informed of them.
In an amicus brief filed in the case, the NCMEC said the children informed the company that they were minors, that they had been dated, harassed, and threatened into making the videos, that they were victims of sex abuse under investigation by law enforcement, that Twitter failed to remove the videos, allowing them to be viewed by hundreds of thousands of the platform's users.
Some major brands, including Dyson, Mazda, Forbes, and PBS Kids, suspended their marketing campaigns and pulled their ads from the platform. After an investigation into child porn on Twitter showed that Twitter failed to suspend 70% of the accounts that shared or solicited the prohibited content. A practical use for Twitter's real-time functionality is as an effective, de facto emergency communication system for breaking news.
It was neither intended nor designed for high-performance communication, but the idea that it could be used for emergency communication was not lost on the creators, who knew that the service could have wide-reaching effects early on when the company used it to communicate during earthquakes.
Another practical use that is being studied is Twitter's ability to track epidemics and how they spread.
Additionally, Twitter serves as a real-time sensor for natural disasters such as bushfires and earthquakes.
Twitter has been adopted as a communication and learning tool in educational and research settings, mostly in colleges and universities.
It has been used as a back channel to promote student interactions, especially in large lecture courses.
Research has found that using Twitter in college courses helps students communicate with each other and faculty, promotes informal learning, allows shy students a forum for increased participation, increases student engagement, and improves overall course grades. Twitter has been increasingly growing in the field of education as an effective tool that can be used to encourage learning an idea or knowledge sharing in and outside the classroom.
By using or creating hashtags, students and educators are able to communicate under specific categories of their choice to enhance and promote education.
A broad example of a hashtag used in education is EdChat, to communicate with other teachers and people using that hashtag.
Once teachers find someone they want to talk to, they can either direct message the person or narrow down the hashtag to make the topic of the conversation more specific. Using hashtags for SciChat, Science, EngChat, English, SSChat, Social Studies.
Jonathan Zittrain, professor of Internet Law at Harvard Law School, said that the qualities that make Twitter seem inane and half-baked are what makes it so powerful.
In that same vein, and with Sigmund Freud in mind, political communications expert Matthew Auer observed that well-crafted tweets by public figures often deliberately mix trivial and serious information so as to appeal to all three parts of the reader's personality, the id, ego, and superego.
The poets Mira Gonzalez and Hal Lin published a book titled Selected Tweets featuring selections of their tweets over some 8 years.
The novelist Rick Moody wrote a short story for electric literature called Some Contemporary Characters, composed entirely of tweets.
Many commentators have suggested that Twitter radically changed the format of reporting due to instant, short, and frequent communication.
According to The Atlantic, writers Benjamin M. Riley and Robinson Meyer, Twitter has an outsized impact on the public discourse and media.
Something happens on Twitter, celebrities, politicians, and journalists talk about it, and it's circulated to a wider audience. Like Twitter's algorithms, journalists write about the gossip.
This can lead to an argument on a Twitter feed looking like a debate roiling the country. Regular people are left with a confused, agitated view of our current political discourse.
In a 2018 article in the Columbia Journalism Review, Matthew Ingram argued much the same about Twitter's oversized role and that it promotes immediacy over newsworthiness.
In some cases, inauthentic and provocative tweets were taken up as common opinion in mainstream articles.
Writers in several outlets unintentionally cited the opinions of Russian Internet Research Agency affiliated accounts. World leaders and their diplomats have taken note of Twitter's rapid expansion and have been increasingly using Twitter diplomacy, the use of Twitter to engage with foreign publics and their own citizens.
U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Michael Anthony McFaul, has been attributed as a pioneer of international Twitter diplomacy.
He used Twitter after becoming ambassador in 2011, posting in English and Russian.
On October 24, 2014, Queen Elizabeth II sent her first tweet to mark the opening of the London Science Museum's Information Age exhibition.
A 2013 study by website Twitlomacy found that 153 of the 193 countries represented at the United Nations had established government Twitter accounts.
The same study also found that those accounts amounted to 505 Twitter handles used by world leaders and their foreign ministers, with their tweets able to reach a combined audience of over 106 million followers.
According to an analysis of accounts, the heads of state of 105 countries and 109 other leading politicians have Twitter accounts that have between them sent more than 350,000 tweets and have almost 52 million followers.
However, only 30 of these do their own tweeting, more than 80 do not subscribe to other politicians, and many do not follow any accounts.
Pope Benedict XVI's Twitter account was set up in 2012.
As of May 2014, there are 4 million followers of the Twitter account at Pontifex.
Since the launch of Twitter on July 15, 2006, there have been many notable uses for the service in a variety of environments, including political, economic, social, and cultural uses.
As users tweet their messages on Twitter, they encourage other people to respond and engage in online discussions as well as offline activities.
User engagement on Twitter is usually measured with likes, replies, and retweets, and is a form of social power. The first criminal prosecution arising from Twitter posts was started in April 2009.
FBI agents arrested Daniel Hayden, who was accused of sending threatening tweets in connection with his plan to attend a Tea Party protest in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
In July 2009, Horizon Realty Group, a Chicago real estate management company, sued a former tenant, Amanda Longin, for libel, based on a Twitter message she sent to friends.
Horizon contended that Longin defamed Horizon by posting a tweet to her friends that said, "You should just come anyway." Who said sleeping in a moldy apartment was bad for you. Horizon Realty thinks it's okay.
Horizon asked for at least $50,000 for the alleged libel.
The lawsuit prompted widespread comment from journalists, bloggers, and legal experts.
In January 2010, Cook County Circuit Court Judge Diane J. Larson granted Longin's motion to dismiss, stating that the statement was too vague to amount to defamation. In October 2010, PhoneDog unsuccessfully sued employee No Kravitz in PhoneDog v. Kravitz for misusing trade secrets after he quit his job and began using the PhoneDog Twitter account to post tweets for a competitor. In February 2012, Hamza Kashgari, a Saudi poet and a former columnist for the Saudi daily newspaper Al Bilad, became the subject of a religious and legal controversy after being accused of insulting the Prophet Muhammad in 3 tweets published on Twitter.
Kashgari risks the death penalty for his 3 tweets.
King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia ordered that Kashgari be arrested for crossing red lines and denigrating religious beliefs in God and his prophet.
Kashgari left Saudi Arabia, trying to seek political asylum in New Zealand.
He was deported from Kuala Lumpur back to Saudi Arabia on February 12, about 3.5 hours before a Malaysian High Court injunction against the deportation was issued. In November 2015, agents France Press and Getty Images were ordered to pay $1.2 million compensation to freelance photojournalist Daniel Morrell for using his images posted on Twitter related to the 2010 Haiti earthquake without his permission, in violation of copyright and Twitter's terms of service. Research on using Twitter in education has been conducted by Dr. Remo Junko and his colleagues.
Using a controlled experimental design with random assignment, they found that classroom use of Twitter in specific ways such as continuing course discussions outside of class led to significant increases in student engagement and grades for all of their courses.
Junko and his colleagues have also found that these benefits only apply when professors interact with students on Twitter, when they require Twitter use as part of the course, and when Twitter is integrated into the curriculum in ways that make sense for that particular course.
This data shows the benefits of Twitter as compared to other static educational technology tools such as blogs, wikis, and learning management systems.
The Distance College of Shanghai Jiaotong University, China, used Twitter with native Chinese students to train communicative and cultural competence.
Students had to post a number of English tweets and react to the tweets of their fellow students.
Twitter was viewed as a supplement to practice different aspects of the target language in authentic environment. Leah Moody states that Twitter can be used to teach students.
They will be more involved in lectures and lessons if they have a chance to use social media throughout the course.
Social media has changed the way people live, connect, and do business.
She also explains how it is a good way to improve student participation.
Shy students are more likely to open up behind a computer screen or the screen of their smartphone. The University of Vienna, Austria, used Twitter as an evaluation platform for student ratings.
Every student had to send a tweet after each course unit with feedback to the teacher.
Twitter's simplicity and electronic data handling required small administrative effort and turned out to be a useful tool for evaluating a course formatively. At the University of Texas at Dallas, Twitter has been incorporated into the classroom setting of history courses with large groups of students.
This allows more students to express their views in the class discussions and forces them to focus on the central point due to the character limit.
According to the Daily Telegraph, Twitter is put on the new primary school curriculum.
Children should be able to organize and adjust speaking and writing skills depending on the technology being used, including using emails, messaging, wikis, and Twitters.
During the primary years, children should also be taught to speak, write, and broadcast using blogs, podcasts, websites, email, and video. In 2009, higher education faculty began using Twitter to help establish social presence and just-in-time interaction with students who are not bound by a learning management system. Educational organizations in Spain and other countries also use Twitter in the virtual classrooms.
Such as the cause of University of Catalunya postgraduate school.
Students utilize Twitter to summarize courses' learning outcomes. An example of an educational Twitter account is at TaBNWNE, which tweets the events of World War II on a daily basis from 2011 until 2017. There have been many applications of social media within health contexts, ranging from the World Health Organization using Twitter during the H1N1 pandemic, with more than 11,700 followers, to medical practices and health professionals obtaining information to inform their clinical practice. The use of Web 2.0 tools and especially Twitter is in full expansion.
Twitter has jumped from the personal field to the professional with great success, joining as a means of regular dissemination in scientific congresses.
Although initially the tweeted community was small and a few were responsible for a majority of tweets, the progressive growth and penetration of Twitter has made that in recent congresses, these influencers and institutional accounts are no longer the main driver of the use of Twitter in the congresses.
Given the global trend, it is expected that tools such as Twitter play an increasingly important role in the management and transmission of knowledge, as well as in the creation of collaborative networks between professionals.
Research reported in New Scientist in May 2008 found that blogs, maps, photo sites, and instant messaging systems like Twitter did a better job of getting information out during emergencies than either the traditional news media or government emergency services.
The study also found that those using Twitter during the fires in California in October 2007 checked their followers, who were often friends and neighbors, informed of their whereabouts and of the location of various fires minute by minute.
Relief effort organizations are also using Twitter.
The American Red Cross started using Twitter to exchange minute-by-minute information about local disasters, including statistics and directions.
During the 2008 Monday attacks, eyewitnesses sent an estimated 16 tweets every second.
Twitter users on the ground helped compile a list of the dead and injured.
In addition, users sent out vital information such as emergency phone numbers and the location of hospitals needing blood donations.
CNN called this the day that social media appeared to come of age, since many different groups made significant use of Twitter to gather news and coordinate responses.
In January 2009, U.S. Airways Flight 1549 experienced multiple bird strikes and had to land in water in the Hudson River.
Janice Crumbs, a passenger on one of the ferries that rushed to help, took a picture of the downed plane as passengers were still evacuating and sent it to Twitter before any other media arrived at the scene.
For this, he won the Shorty Award for Real-Time Photo of the Year. The Victorian Country Fire Authority in Australia used Twitter to send out regular alerts and updates regarding the February 2009 bushfires.
The then Prime Minister of Australia Kevin Rudd used his Twitter account to send out information on the fires, how to donate money and blood, and where to seek emergency help.
In April 2009, public health departments used Twitter to provide updates on H1N1 cases. Twitter was also massively used in 2014 Balkan floods.
Its efficiency and speed was considered to be very useful in exchanging information about flood victims and missing persons.
During the CBC News television coverage of the Canadian federal election on October 14, 2008, the CBC cited tweets regarding Elizabeth May and Stephen Diane along with a graph of items mentioned on Twitter as evidence that people were calling for Diane to step down in response to the election results. As of April 26, 2010, the Australian television program Q&A began showing selected tweets on screen during the live broadcast, which carried the hashtag Q&A. The ratio is a tongue-in-cheek rule of thumb method of judging how popular a Twitter post is, by comparing the number of replies and slash or quote tweets to likes.
A comment that has many replies but few likes is judged likely to be unpopular, and the replies are likely those expressing disapproval.
Another common form of ratio is when a reply or quote tweet, typically expressing an opposing viewpoint to the original post, gets more likes than the post it is replying to, signifying that more people agree with a reply than the original post.
Twitter users may initiate a ratio by replying or quote retweeting a tweet with a text ratio in the hopes that their tweet acquires more likes and slash or retweets than the tweet being replied to.
They may not always succeed. Ratio. Tweet that does not achieve this is known as a failed ratio or flop. Analyzing frequency, content and other metrics of how users interact with Twitter can uncover social trends and social networks.
As users interact via social media spaces like Twitter, they form connections that emerge into complex social network structures. These connections are indicators of content sharing, and network structures reflect patterns of information flow.
Twitter has been instrumental in politics and protests.
One of Twitter's mission statements is, at Twitter, we believe that the open exchange of information can have a positive global impact.
People around the world have taken this idea, using the 140-character tweet, later doubled to 280 characters, to spark an interest or gain attention for a cause or issue. Politicians have used it in attempts to influence their followers and persuade their opponents. Twitter was used by candidates in the 2008 U.S. presidential campaign throughout the race.
Democratic Party nominee Barack Obama used it for publicity.
The Nader Gonzalez campaign updated its cloud access teams in real time with Twitter and Google Maps.
Twitter use increased by 43% on the day of the United States 2008 election.
In 2009, the Republican Party in Connecticut set up 33 fake Twitter accounts in the names of the Democratic Party members of the state legislature.
The Republicans used the accounts to send out tweets in the names of the Democrats.
When Twitter discovered the scheme, it shut down the fake accounts, quoting the applicable company policy.
The Hartford Courant editorialized, Republicans get an A for innovation, but a D for ethics.
During the 2010 federal election campaign in Australia, the New South Wales opposition leader Barry O'Farrell publicly tweeted comments about the Liberal Party's readiness for the election, thinking he was sending a private message to a journalist. During the 13th Federal Assembly in May 2009, two members of the German Bundestag leaked the result of the German presidential election via Twitter before the president of the Bundestag officially announced Horst Kohler as the winner.
In June 2009, following the allegations of fraud in the Iranian presidential election, protesters used Twitter as a rallying tool and method of communication with the outside world after the government blocked several other modes of communication.
On June 15, 2009, Twitter scheduled a planned 90-minute maintenance outage after a number of Twitter users in the U.S. State Department asked Twitter executives to delay the shutdown because of concerns about the service's role as a primary communication medium by the protesters in Iran.
CNN's coverage of the conflict was criticized in tweets with a hashtag #CNNFail.
Twitter was also used to organize DDoS attacks against Iranian government websites. In August 2009, when American opponents of President Barack Obama's health insurance reform proposals attacked the British National Health Service, thousands of NHS users took part in a Twitter campaign expressing their support for the NHS with use of the #WeLoveTheNHS hashtag.
The hashtag was initiated by Irish comedy writer Graham Linehan, who said he wanted to use a Twitter campaign as a counterweight against the lies of the American right.
The campaign also received the support of several politicians including British Prime Minister Gordon Brown. New York City activist Elliot Madison used Twitter to message an order to disperse from the Pittsburgh police during the 2009 G20 Pittsburgh protests.
Police raided Madison's hotel room, and 1 week later Madison's New York home was raided by FBI agents, who conducted a 16-hour search.
Police claim Madison and a co-defendant used computers and a radio scanner to track police movements, and then passed on that information to protesters using cell phones and Twitter.
Madison is being charged with hindering apprehension or prosecution, criminal use of a communication facility, and possession of instruments of crime.
The FBI collected miscellany such as refrigerator magnets and a curious George stuffed animal, despite that the warrant issued asked for evidence that indicated potential violations of federal rioting laws.
In light of the United States Department of State's recent public support of Twitter using the politics of Iran, Moldova, and Honduras, it is asked whether the State Department supports free speech in the United States.
In October 2009, after the Guardian newspaper was served with an injunction banning it from reporting on a parliamentary matter, it published a cryptic article with a few details it was allowed to report.
The paper claimed that this case appears to call into question privileges guaranteeing free speech established under the 1688 Bill of Rights.
The paper's editor Alan Rusbridger credited Twitter users with taking the initiative to provide details that the press was not allowed to print, namely, that the injunction was taken out by London solicitor Carter Ruck on behalf of commodities trader Trafigura, who did not want public discussion of the 2006 Côte d'Ivoire toxic waste dump scandal and the resulting Minton report, available on WikiLeaks.
The reporting injunction was withdrawn by Carter Ruck the next day before the Guardian could challenge it in the High Court.
Rusbridger credited the rapid backdown of Carter Ruck to Twitter, as did a BBC article. Twitter came to the attention of the House of Commons of Canada in October 2009 when Member of Parliament Ujjal Gazage apologized on the floor for improperly tweeting about matters that ought not to have been tweeted about during in-camera proceedings of a parliamentary committee. In October 2009, Twitter once again came to the attention of the Canadian public when Vancouver Councillor Andrea Reimer tweeted regarding the British Columbia Minister of Housing and Social Development Rich Coleman's quit in response to provincial legislation proposed by Coleman to bring homeless people to shelters during extreme weather.
Reimer posted that instead of police bringing homeless people to shelters during extreme weather, that she was thinking of introducing legislation to have the police bring Coleman to Jenny Craig, an international weight loss company, on his next visit to Vancouver.
Coleman responded by calling the comment amateurs and from a councillor that doesn't know any better.
Reimer later apologized for the posting.
In December 2009, the Supreme Federal Court of Brazil became the first court in the world to display items on the day planner of the ministers to inform the actions that arrive daily to the court and the most important decisions made by them on Twitter. In late December 2009, the Ukrainian non-profit organization Internet Ukraine launched a project aimed at monitoring the 2010 Ukrainian presidential election based on Twitter. On April 22, 2010, during the 2010 United Kingdom general election, several right-wing British newspapers including the Daily Telegraph, the Daily Express, and the Sun reported several news stories regarding the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Nick Clegg, including political donations made to his private bank account.
This was seen by users on Twitter as a personal attack on Clegg on the day that the second prime ministerial television debate was to take place after he performed well in the first.
In response to the articles, Twitter users set up the hashtag Nick Clegg's fault, in which people made ironic comments claiming that Clegg was to blame for everything wrong in the world.
A Daily Mail article claiming Clegg had made a Nazi slur was criticized for being based on an article that Clegg wrote in November 2002 in which he criticizes attitudes to Germany, which seemed stuck in the 1950s, and failed to recognize how it has reinvented itself since, and made references to the Daily Mail's support for Adolf Hitler in the 1930s.
By midday on 22 April, the hashtag Nick Clegg's fault was the second most tweeted hashtag on Twitter globally, second to Earth Day, and the most tweeted hashtag in the United Kingdom. Twitter was used during the Egyptian Revolution of 2011. It was used as a tool to disseminate information and coordinate participants in the uprising, although Twitter was blocked by Egyptian mobile phone operators for a period of time.
After the Egyptian Revolution, the most important people, ministries, and the president started to have accounts on Twitter and share information with people.
In the other direction, the newly created Arabic language account of the U.S. Department of State at USA Dollarity was used to provide American commentary directed toward Arabic speakers. Since September 21, 2011, Twitter has had a way for politicians to advertise via the site through politically flavored, promoted tweets. They are marked with a purple icon.
Candidates and political committees are also able to pay Twitter for promoted accounts and promoted threads.
As of September 2011, about 85 U.S. senators use Twitter, and 360 members of the House of Representatives also have accounts. The vast majority of state governors, 42 of 50, are on Twitter, too. And of course, all the current major presidential contenders are using the microblogging service. In the 2012 presidential election, after news agencies declared that Ohio had been won by Barack Obama, giving him enough electoral votes to win, the first statement of his reaction was released on Twitter: "We're all in this together." That's how we campaigned, and that's who we are. Thank you. Vote.
A second tweet with a picture of Obama hugging his wife, with a caption, "4 more years," at the time, became the most retweeted tweet in Twitter history. Later surpassed, and the election became one of the most tweeted political events in history.
In December 2012, Green MP Russell Norman tabled a tweet during New Zealand Parliament's question time, a first for the country. The @feminist alt-Twitter account drew attention to funding problems for WIC food and nutrition programs during the 2013 U.S. government shutdown, and its owner set up a directory for women in need to find food banks and infant formula. In Britain, the Department for Business, Innovation and Skills released a Twitter strategy document written for other departments.
The strategy advised the departments on why Twitter was used by the government and how they could tweet and promote their doing so effectively.
The ICAEW suggested that the document could also be useful to the private sector or as a general introduction to Twitter. In the United States, a number of environment agencies and NGOs are using Twitter.
At the local level, police and fire departments are beginning to use Twitter to keep the public informed of incidents.
Some of these departments, such as the Los Angeles Fire Department, issue up to 10 tweets per day. In October 2008, a draft U.S. Army intelligence report identified Twitter as a potential terrorist tool.
The report said it is already used by some members to post and slash or support extremist ideologies and perspectives.
David Sarenga of the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced on December 30, 2008, that Israel would be the first government to hold a worldwide press conference via Twitter to take questions from the public about the war against Hamas in Gaza. Drs. Sheo Duo and Gregory D. Saxton have conducted a study of how nonprofit organizations use Twitter in their public relations campaigns.
Tweeting social change, how social media are changing nonprofit advocacy, 2014. Has supported earlier studies that tweets sent out by nonprofit organizations fall into three categories of information, community, and action.
Their sample included 188 civil rights and advocacy organizations, and they used both quantitative and qualitative research in their study at the organizational and message levels.
They found that information messages were the most frequent with an emphasis on public education, followed by community messages and then action messages.
Duo and Saxton also discuss how nonprofit organizations use certain aspects of Twitter such as direct messages, retweets, and hashtags number in building their campaigns. Many studies have documented the use of social media platforms for image repair.
Mia Moody Ramirez and Hazel Cole, 2018, explored the use of Twitter to repair the image of Yahoo Finance in January 2017. When the online publication was spelled bigger with an N in a Twitter link to a story on President-elect Donald Trump's plans to enlarge America's Navy.
The tweet containing the N-word gained more than 1,000 retweets before Yahoo Finance deleted it, almost 1 hour after it was shared. Mezzo Fiori, 2017.
Yahoo Finance published an apology shortly after, saying it was a mistake.
While Yahoo Finance demonstrated mortification by apologizing for the tweet containing the N-word, much of its image repair occurred after Twitter users began to share memes addressing the incident.
Lighthearted humor, shared on what is known collectively as Black Twitter, provided comic relief for an otherwise stressful situation.
Study findings indicate humorous tweets offer an effective strategy to repair one's image.
Twitter users discussed Yahoo Finance's error, used humor to handle it, then moved on.
On the anniversary of the crisis, Twitter users continued to frame the incident as one of the all-time funniest moments on Black Twitter.
Social media can be a two-edged sword, creating the need to repair a tarnished image, while also providing the platform to do so.
Study findings have implications for incidents in which individuals and corporations use the N-word.
Because of the mortification stance Yahoo Finance took immediately following the incident, the company managed to keep the crisis confined to the social media platform, Twitter.
Yahoo Finance removed the tweet right away and apologized, which limited negative media coverage of the mishap. On April 10, 2008, James Buck, a graduate journalism student at University of California, Berkeley, and his translator, Mohammed Marie, were arrested in Egypt for photographing a protest against the Egyptian authorities' detention of protesters.
On his way to the police station, Buck used his mobile phone to send a message, arrested, to his 48 Twitter followers.
Those followers contacted UC Berkeley, the U.S. Embassy in Cairo, and a number of press organizations on his behalf.
Buck was able to send updates about his condition to his followers while being detained.
He was released the next day from the Mahalla jail after the college hired a lawyer for him. On April 7, 2009, thousands of students stormed the presidency and the parliament building in Chisinau, the capital of Moldova, accusing the government of electoral fraud.
Information about these events was disseminated through Twitter using #TaBNWNE from the name of the central square in Chisinau, TaBNWNE.
Twitter was also used to mobilize the protests. In February 2009, NASA won a Shorty Award for its near real-time status updates in 2008 of the unmanned Mars Phoenix lander mission. In May 2009, astronaut Mike Massimino used Twitter to send updates during the Hubble Space Telescope repair mission STS-125, the first time Twitter was used by an astronaut in space.
The STS-125 mission marked another NASA/Twitter first, a post-mission tweet-up held July 21, 2009. At NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., attended by about 200 members of the general public.
The crew of STS-125 was on hand to answer questions. On October 21, 2009, Nicole Scott and her Expedition 21 crewmate Jeff Williams participated in the first tweet-up from the International Space Station with about 35 members of the public at NASA headquarters.
This involved the first live Twitter connection for the astronauts.
Previously, astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle or ISS had sent the messages to Mission Control, which then posted the messages via the internet to Twitter. In November 2009, the launch of STS-129 marked NASA's fifth tweet-up, and its first such event ever held during a shuttle launch at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida.
100 members of the general public, representing Morocco, New Zealand, and 21 U.S. states, in addition to the District of Columbia, attended the two-day event and, for time, the #NASA tweet-up, #reach number 3 on Twitter's trending topics.
In May 2010, NASA organized a tweet-up for the STS-132 Space Shuttle Atlantis mission to the International Space Station. Given its high-end-like functionality, Twitter provides a unique platform to communicate real-time information from robotic machines to human managers, engineers, and or other interested parties.
Numerous examples exist of robots whose sensor data is interpreted offline and tweeted by human operators.
For example, NASA's humanoid robot, Robinaut, has a Twitter feed with tweets posted by human operators.
However, relatively few projects involve robots that post their own tweets without human intervention.
The Japanese counterpart to Robinaut, Astrobot, is expected to monitor health parameters of crew members and tweet photos back to Earth automatically when it launches in 2015.
Engineers at the University of Massachusetts Amherst developed the Mark 5.0 robot with RFID tracking to inventory laboratory assets and identify nearby personnel.
It automatically tweets when personnel with proper identification badges come within close proximity of its location in an assigned room.
For environmental monitoring applications in harsh environments, researchers at the University of South Florida College of Marine Science deploy a solar-powered autonomous underwater vehicle, SAUV, to tweet water quality data from its onboard sensors via long-range radio communications.
Its Twitter feed is interspersed with periodic interjections by a human operator. Twitter is increasingly being used as a business promotional tool.
Twitter encourages this through Twitter 101, a web-based tutorial aimed at business users.
For example, one of the notable business Twitter users is Dell, which reported $9 million of its 2009 sales, coming directly through Twitter and Facebook combined.
It has been argued that smaller businesses also benefit from using Twitter since they can compete on equal terms with larger businesses within the Twitter platform.
In the UK, a survey indicated that 17% of small British businesses were using Twitter mainly to attract new customers. Small businesses can employ evangelists using a variety of techniques to reach more followers and sometimes produce industry leaders.
Ford has elevated their global head of social media, Scott Monty, into the public spotlight as an evangelist of the use of technology in the automotive industry.
Robert Scoble has kept his own company, Rackspace, in the public eye and maintained his own publicity primarily through Twitter. However, increased use of social networking sites has provoked concern about privacy in the workplace and the protection of company data.
A survey of 1,400 chief information officers also revealed concerns about the potential for employee distraction if they were given unlimited access to social networking sites such as Twitter.
Twitter started showing advertising to users on April 13, 2010, in the company's first significant attempt to turn its microblogging service into a profitable business. In a 2015 European Foundation for Democracy European Policy Center Policy Dialogue panel in Brussels, Mark Wallace, CEO of the Counter-Extremism Project and former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, said, Twitter is currently the gateway drug for those seeking to recruit fighters for Islamic terrorism, and this must be stopped. Fundraising campaigns have been held on Twitter, where users are encouraged to tweet about and donate to a particular cause for a specified period of time.
This is sometimes known as a tweet-a-thon, which is a portmanteau of the words tweet and marathon.
Scott Stratton, author of Unmarketing, Stop Marketing, Start Engaging, started the 12 for 12K tweet-a-thon along with Danny Graham, founder of the 12 for 12K organization.
12 for 12K is an organization that combines social media and raising funds to impact and change the lives of millions worldwide.
It first began in 2009 and uses social media platforms to run events for different charity each month to meet their goal of $12,000 within a 12-hour time frame.
In order to participate, one follows the hashtag 12 for 12K hashtag and retweets about the tweet-a-thon.
For every $12 donated, one is entered into a raffle with varying prizes.
100% of the donation is given to the specified charity.
In result, Stratton started a tweet-a-thon for the charity Share Our Strength.
He was able to raise $12,000 within 5.5 hours of the 12-hour period.
In the end of the 12-hour period, he was able to raise $15,500.
During the tweet-a-thon, traffic for 12 for 12K.org increased by 4,000%.
On the website, a Twitter avatar frame helped bring in 3,600 followers.
In 2009, 12 for 12K.org raised $91,275 for Share Our Strength and several other charities.
The UK non-profit sector used Twitter to update supporters and potential donors. When user Dick Dave SB used hashtag Charity Tuesday, for which he later shared in a Just Giving Award 2010 for innovative fundraising. Using Twitter to keep supporters up to date with regard to progress in a charity jailbreak. Sue Black and others have used Twitter and other social media to raise the profile and funding for Bletchley Park. In June 2010, OnlineShoes.com and TaBNWNE collaborated to raise awareness and funds for childhood obesity through a tweet-a-thon.
For every tweet, OnlineShoes.com donated $1 to TaBNWNE's Run for Good program, a grant program for encouraging active and healthy lifestyles for children.
In September 2010, Twitter was a key stream of communication by the media inside a Connecticut courtroom during the Cheshire, Connecticut, home invasion murders trial. While video cameras were not allowed, Connecticut State Supreme Court Judge John C. Blue allowed electronic devices for text transmission during the Stephen Hayes trial.
Hayes was convicted of the murders of Jennifer Hawk Petty and her daughters Haley and Michaela and sentenced to death.
His alleged accomplice, Joshua Komisarevsky, is scheduled to stand trial for the murders in February 2011. While a few news organizations in other parts of the country have lived blogged for years, this was the first high-profile case in Connecticut in which Twitter played an important role. In keeping those interested in the court proceedings updated with information from the courtroom with the use of Twitter. A second notable example was news organizations, including ABC News, CNN, BBC, ITV, and Sky B, using Twitter during the royal wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton in April 2011.
ABC News Tweet Tracker was shown on screen with total tweets about the royal wedding as well as tweets per minute.
A Pew Research study indicated, however, that the vast majority of news outlets, 93%, use Twitter as a means of promoting their sites versus sharing other relevant news and stories. In April 2013, the Associated Press Twitter account was briefly hacked into, sending out a message that U.S. President Barack Obama had been injured in an attack on the White House.
Stocks lost $134 billion in value almost instantly, before recovering in value when it was discovered the report was false.
Twitter is also used by many celebrities and others in the entertainment industry, news magazines, journalists, entertainment news shows, etc., as a way to personally connect with fans, promote projects, and rate news.
Celebrity tweets are often subjects of headline news and sometimes used by the mainstream media and several news outlets as a primary source for confirming information pertaining to a particular story about a celebrity.
CNN Breaking News, E-Online, Paris Hilton, and People Magazine are a few entertainment news outlets that have millions of Twitter followers.
In June 2010, 24-year-old actress Amanda Bynes shocked the entertainment industry by announcing her retirement via Twitter.
She tweeted, "I don't love acting anymore, so I've stopped doing it."
However, a month later, Bynes announced to her followers that she had unretired.
Various news sources reported on this story, breaking the news directly from the actress's Twitter page.
During the 83rd Academy Awards, there were 1,269,970 tweets related to the event.
Twitter can be used to host interviews, referred to as a Twitter view.
It is a type of interview for which the medium restricts the interviewer and interviewee to short-form responses.
The concise style of this form of interview encourages participants to be more direct with their statements.
Unlike traditional interviews, a Twitter view allows the public to join in on the conversation and become participants themselves.
It is typically conducted with a reliance on hashtags, marking the subject, so that online browsers may collectively search, view, and track the ongoing dialogue. Although some sources say ABC News correspondent George Stephanopoulos is credited with conducting the first official Twitter view in March 2009 when he spoke with Senator John McCain, the truth is there have been Twitter views with such name before.
One of the first was conducted in English and later translated to Spanish by Elena Cho at TaBNWNE.com, a Spanish healthcare news site, when he spoke to blogger Bertolan Mesco on December 10, 2008.
Another earlier Twitter view was hosted by a blogger named Carl Ockett interviewing John Chow. Music blogger Derek Michael Sheldon, from The World As I Dare See It, created the first pictorial transformation of a Twitter view in an article with music artist Jen Arden.
Sheldon transformed the interview platform to an easy-to-read visual presentation utilizing images of the actual Twitter timeline feed.
He continues to be the leading blogger to use the Twitter view format with musicians. Sports people, teams, promoters and sponsors have used Twitter to communicate with fans.
Twitter allows for direct communication, letting sports people themselves reply to comments by fans and show them their everyday life.
Some team mascots even have accounts. Butler Blue, the mascot of Butler University, and Pork Chop, the old Velar chassis that IndyCar driver Simona de Silvestro used in 2011. In 2009, IndyCar Series Team Vision Racing began using a Twitter account to post reports throughout race weekends.
That year, teams, track owners and fans started to organize tweets.
By 2010, most IndyCar drivers and teams had their own Twitter account. At the 2012 Daytona 500 NASCAR Cup Series race, Brad Keselowski tweeted while driving behind the pace car, posting a picture of a jet dryer truck burning after being hit by another car.
The driver tripled his Twitter followers from 60,000 to 200,000 in a few days after the race.
Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban has used Twitter to criticize National Basketball Association officiating. He was fined $50,000 by the league in January 2013 after tweeting, "I've tried for 13 years to fix the officiating in this league and I have failed miserably." Twitter is used by TV operators and broadcasters to try to encourage viewers to get involved.
This can take the form of on-screen hashtags, having celebrities tweet while a show airs, or contests around the TV show.
Notable examples include Comedy Central using Twitter hashtags during the Comedy Awards and BBC Question Time encouraging political debate.
During the 2011 Oscars, there were over 10,000 tweets per minute, with the event racking up 1.8 million tweets overall.
During the 2011 Super Bowl, tweets peaked at 4,000 per second.
In the UK, daily television shows also receive attention on Twitter, although the levels of activity is lower than a major TV event like the Oscars.
However, it is unclear if integrating Twitter-based strategies into broadcasting impacts TV ratings. American Duke basketball player John Shayer played a prank after his team won the 2010 NCAA basketball championship in April 2010.
He tweeted his more than 6,700 Twitter followers to call him on a fake phone number, which belonged to his former high school teammate Zach Kelly.
For example, Sports Illustrated was taken in by the ruse.
After Kelly had received more than 2,000 text messages and several hundred calls, Shayer tweeted his fans to stop texting and calling his friend.
In 2010, a rumor spread via Twitter that teen celebrity Justin Bieber had died.
Hashtag Justin Bieber remained a trending topic for many months until Twitter changed their formula to show newer topics more prominently. However, this resulted in fans creating new hashtags to get around the solution.
At the age of 104, Ivy Dean of Bradford, England was the oldest user of the website.
She quickly became more widely known, and several fan pages were made in her honor.
At the time of her death, she had 4,962 friends on Facebook and more than 56,000 followers on Twitter.
Her death was widely reported in the media, and she received tributes from several notable media personalities.
Twitter is banned completely in Russia, Iran, China, and North Korea, and has been intermittently blocked in numerous countries, including Egypt, Iraq, Nigeria, Turkey, Venezuela, and Turkmenistan, on different basis.
In 2016, Twitter cooperated with the Israeli government to remove certain content originating outside Israel from tweets seen in Israel.
In the 11th Biannual Transparency Report, published on September 19, 2017, Twitter said that Turkey was the first among countries where about 90% of removal requests came from, followed by Russia, France, and Germany.
Twitter stated that between July 1 and December 31, 2018, we received legal demands relating to 27,283 accounts from 47 different countries, including Bulgaria, Kyrgyzstan, Macedonia, and Slovenia, for the first time.
As part of evidence to a U.S. Senate inquiry, the company admitted that their systems detected and hid several 100,000 tweets relating to the 2016 Democratic National Committee email leak.
During the curfew in Jammu and Kashmir after revocation of its autonomous status on August 5, 2019, the Indian government approached Twitter to block accounts accused of spreading anti-India content. By October 25, nearly 1 million tweets have been removed as a result.
In March 2022, shortly after Russia's censorship of Twitter, a onion service link was created by the platform to allow people to access the website, even in countries with heavy internet censorship. Twitter removed more than 88,000 propaganda accounts linked to Saudi Arabia.
Twitter removed tweets from accounts associated with a Russian internet research agency that had tried to influence public opinion during and after the 2016 U.S. election.
In June 2020, Twitter also removed 175,000 propaganda accounts that were spreading biased political narratives for the Chinese Communist Party, the United Russia Party, or Turkey's President Erdogan, identified based on centralized behavior.
Twitter also removed accounts linked to the governments of Armenia, Egypt, Cuba, Serbia, Honduras, Indonesia, and Iran.
Twitter suspended Pakistani accounts tied to government officials for posting tweets about the Kashmir conflict between India and Pakistan.
In February 2021, Twitter removed accounts in India that criticized Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government for its conduct during Indian farmers' protests in 2020 to 2021.
At the start of the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, numerous tweets reported false medical information related to the pandemic.
Twitter announced a new policy in which they would label tweets containing misinformation going forward.
In April 2020, Twitter removed accounts which defended President Rodrigo Duterte's response to the spread of COVID-19 in the Philippines. In November 2020, then Chief Technology Officer and future CEO of Twitter, Parag Agrawal, when asked by MIT Technology Review about balancing the protection of free speech as a core value and the endeavor to combat misinformation, said, "Our role is not to be bound by the First Amendment, but our role is to serve a healthy public conversation. Focus less on thinking about free speech, but thinking about how the times have changed." Musk had been critical of Twitter's moderation of misinformation prior to his acquisition of the company.
After the transition, Musk eliminated the misinformation moderation team and stopped enforcing its policy on labeling tweets with misleading information about coronavirus.
While Twitter had joined a voluntary program under the European Union to fight disinformation in June 2022, Musk pulled the company out of the program in May 2023. Censorship of Twitter refers to internet censorship by governments that block access to Twitter, officially known as X, since July 2023.
Twitter censorship also includes governmental notice and takedown requests to Twitter, which it enforces in accordance with its terms of service. When the government or authority submits a valid removal request to Twitter indicating that specific content published on the platform is illegal in their jurisdiction.
Currently, Twitter is blocked in 9 countries around the world: China, Iran, Myanmar, North Korea, Pakistan, Russia, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. Twitter acts on complaints by third parties, including governments, to remove illegal content in accordance with the laws of the countries in which people use the service.
On processing a successful complaint about an illegal tweet from government officials, companies, or another outside party, the social networking site will notify users from that country that they may not see it.
Following the posting of anti-Semitic and racist posts by anonymous users, Twitter removed those posts from its service.
Lawsuits were filed by the Union of Jewish Students, UEJF, a French advocacy group, and on January 24, 2013, Judge Anne-Marie Soderot ordered Twitter to divulge the personally identifiable information about the user who posted the anti-Semitic post, charging that the posts violated French laws against hate speech.
Twitter responded by saying that it was reviewing its options regarding the French charges.
Twitter was given 2 weeks to comply with a court order before daily fines of €1,000, about US $1,300, would be assessed.
Issues over jurisdiction arise because Twitter has no offices nor employees within France, so it is unclear how a French court could sanction Twitter. Twitter accounts spoofing the Prime Minister of India, such as PM0 India, Indian PM, and PMO India, were blocked in India in August 2012 following violence in Assam. During the curfew in Jammu and Kashmir after Indian revocation of Jammu and Kashmir's special status on August 5, 2019, the Indian government approached Twitter to suspend accounts, which were spreading rumors and anti-India content.
This included the Twitter account of Syed Ali Shah Gilani, a Kashmiri separatist leader.
On August 3, 2019, Gilani tweeted, "India is about to launch the biggest genocide in the history of mankind," leading which his account was suspended on request by authorities.
2 days later, on August 5, the Indian Parliament passed resolution to bifurcate the Jammu and Kashmir state into 2 union territories.
In February 2021, Twitter blocked hundreds of accounts that were posting about the Indian farmers' protest from being accessed by users in India. By request of the Ministry of Home Affairs, the government ministry alleged that the accounts were spreading misinformation.
Later that month, Twitter became subject to the National Social Media Ethics Code, which expects all social media companies operating in the country to remove content by request of the government within 36 hours and appoint a local representative who is an Indian resident and passport holder.
On May 18, 2021, Bharatiya Janata Party national spokesperson Sambit Patra posted an image alleged to be from an internal Indian National Congress (INC) document detailing a social media campaign against Prime Minister Narendra Modi to criticize his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic in India.
The INC disputed the posts and claimed that they were fabricated.
Twitter subsequently marked the post as containing manipulated media.
The Ministry of Communications and Information Technology issued a request for Twitter to remove the label, alleging that Twitter's decision was prejudged, prejudiced, and a deliberate attempt to color the investigation by the local law enforcement agency.
After Twitter refused to remove the label, its offices in New Delhi were raided by police. In June 2021, Twitter lost its immunity as an intermediary under the Information Technology Act for its failure to appoint a local representative.
It will be considered publisher of all materials posted on the platform.
Later the same month, police in Uttar Pradesh registered a case against Twitter accusing it of distribution of child pornography.
In March 2022, Delhi High Court questioned Twitter on why it would not block users posting objectionable content about Hindu gods in the same way they blocked U.S. President Donald Trump.
The court sought a detailed explanation of Twitter's policies and asked them to file an affidavit. In July 2022, Twitter started a lawsuit against the government of India after being ordered to remove multiple accounts and tweets that violated India's laws.
Twitter is arguing that the laws are too restrictive and challenging the orders to block content.
The company stated that some of the blocking demands pertain to political content that is posted by official handles of political parties, and said that such orders are a violation of the freedom of speech. On August 19, 2023, Twitter suspended NewsClick's account.
The following day, it suspended the account of the Kashmirwala, a Kashmiri news portal.
In 2016, access to comments by the American blogger Richard Silverstein about a criminal investigation, which involved a minor and therefore was under a gag order according to Israeli law, was blocked to Israeli IP addresses, following a request by Israel's Ministry of Justice. In May 2014, Twitter regularly disabled the ability to view specific tweets inside Pakistan at the request of the government of Pakistan on the grounds that they were blasphemous, having done so 5 times in May. On November 25, 2017, the NetBlocks Internet Shutdown Observatory and Digital Rights Foundation collected evidence of nationwide blocking of Twitter alongside other social media services imposed by the government in response to the religious political party Tehreek-e-Labbaik protests.
The technical investigation found that all major Pakistani fixed-line and mobile service providers were affected by the restrictions, which were lifted by the PTA the next day when protests abated following the resignation of Minister for Law and Justice Zahid Hamid.
On May 19, 2014, Twitter blocked a pro-Ukrainian political account for Russian users.
It happened soon after a Russian official had threatened to ban Twitter entirely if it refused to delete tweets that violated Russian law, according to the Russian news site Izvestia.
On July 27, 2014, Twitter blocked an account belonging to a hacker collective that has leaked several internal Kremlin documents to the internet. On March 10, 2021, Russia's Federal Service for Supervision of Communications, Information Technology and Mass Media began throttling Twitter on all mobile devices and 50% of computers due to claims that Twitter regulatory board failed to remove illegal content that includes suicide, child pornography, and drug use.
They issued Twitter could be blocked in Russia if it did not comply.
In an email statement, Twitter stated it was deeply concerned to throttle online public conversation. From March to April 2021, Roskomnadzor considered abandoning the removal of the IP of Twitter from Russia completely.
The government agency was met with denials and lack of urgency from the social network.
Roskomnadzor has the necessary technical capabilities to completely remove Twitter from Russian domain.
The severity of the situation occurred when over 3,000 posts containing child pornography in violation of community guidelines have been detected in 2021 by the agency that was later sent to Twitter Regulatory Board for verification.
However, Twitter sent no response back to the agency concerning the illegal content and has thereafter been charged with withholding its duty to maintain the social network's community guidelines. On April 2, 2021, a Russian court found Twitter guilty on 3 counts of violating regulations on restricting unlawful content and ordered Twitter to pay $117,000 in fines.
On April 5, 2021, Russia extended its throttling of Twitter until May 15, 2021.
On May 17, 2021, Roskomnadzor said that Twitter had removed 91% of the banned content and backed off on blocking Twitter.
Barring 600 posts still pending removal, the government agency also said they would continue throttling Twitter on mobile devices only, saying that Twitter needed to remove all the banned items and in the future delete reportedly illegal posts within 24 hours for all restrictions to be lifted.
In August 2010, the government of South Korea tried to block certain content on Twitter due to the North Korean government opening a Twitter account.
The North Korean Twitter account, created on August 12, Yerminjok, loosely translated to mean our people in Korean, acquired over 4,500 followers in less than 1 week.
On August 19, 2010, South Korea's State-run Communications Standards Commission banned the Twitter account for broadcasting illegal information.
According to the BBC, experts claim that North Korea has invested in information technology for more than 20 years, with knowledge of how to use social networking sites.
This appeared to be nothing new, for North Korea as a reclusive country has always published propaganda in its press, usually against South Korea, calling them warmongers.
With only 36 posts, the Twitter account was able to accumulate almost 9,000 followers.
To date, the South Korean Commission has banned 65 sites, including the Twitter account. On April 20, 2014, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung (FAZ) reported Twitter had blocked 2 regime-hostile accounts in Turkey, at Baskal and the Net Aram Zador 333, both known for pointing out corruption.
In fact, on March 26, 2014, Twitter announced that it started to use its country withheld content tool for the first time in Turkey.
As of June 2014, Twitter was withholding 14 accounts and hundreds of tweets in Turkey. Turkey submitted the highest volume of removal requests to Twitter in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017 and 2018, while in 2019, it was third.
As of 2017, Twitter reported that the government of Turkey accounted for more than 52% of all content removal requests worldwide.
Twitter images were temporarily blocked in Venezuela in February 2014, along with other sites used to share images, including TaBNWNE and Zello, a walkie-talkie app.
In response to the block, Twitter offered Venezuelan users a workaround to use their accounts via text message on their mobile phones.
On February 27, 2019, Internet monitoring group NetBlocks reported the blocking of Twitter by state-run internet provider TaBNWNE for a duration of 40 minutes.
The disruption followed the sharing of a tweet made by opposition leader Juan Guaido linking to a highly critical recording posted to SoundCloud, which was also restricted access during the incident.
The outages were found to be consistent with a pattern of brief, targeted filtering of other social platforms established during the country's presidential crisis. Under Twitter's terms of service, which requiring users' agreement, Twitter retains the right to temporarily or permanently suspend user accounts based on violations.
One such example took place on December 18, 2017, when it banned the accounts belonging to Paul Golding, Jada Franson, Britain First, and the Traditionalist Worker Party.
Then President of the United States Donald Trump faced a limited degree of censorship in 2019.
Trump has used the platform extensively as a means of communication and has escalated tensions with other nations through his tweets.
Following the 2021 storming of the United States Capitol, Twitter permanently suspended Trump's personal Twitter account on January 8, 2021 at 6:21 EST.
Trump then posted 4 status updates on the presidential activist Twitter account, which were subsequently removed.
Twitter said they would not suspend government accounts, but will instead take action to limit their use. Twitter's policies have been described as subject to manipulation by users who may coordinate to flag politically controversial tweets as allegedly violating the platform's policies, resulting in deplatforming of controversial users or users who made tweets they object to.
The platform has long been criticized for its failure to provide details of underlying alleged policy violations to the subjects of Twitter suspensions and bans.
In 2018, the platform introduced hiding tweets from certain accounts in conversations and search results under Show More Replies.
When Twitter's software decides that a certain user is detracting from the conversation, that user's tweets will be hidden from search results and public conversations until an unspecified change occurs, with the user not being made aware that they're being semi-censored in this way or why.
Studies have called the hiding reply to boosting and found that 6.2% of the 41,092 existing accounts in their dataset have been shadow banned at least once during the study period.
As of 2023, there is no place to report unwarranted hiding of tweets, nor are there any measures to ensure hiding is not arbitrary or for questionable purposes such as commercial interests.
Through these and other features, platforms like Twitter conduct an intransparent management of visibilities that steers and nudges audiences in more or less subtle ways. For several years, many social media users have expressed concerns about algorithmic suppression.
A number of those users may have collected specific tweets that have been hidden.
Nevertheless, according to a 2022 news report, social media companies deny quietly suppressing content.
A study crawled more than 2.5 million Twitter profiles and found that nearly 1 in 40 have their tweets hidden.
tweets hidden this way do not show up in the notifications of the person replied to, and most people browsing a Twitter thread may not click the button to see additional replies.
A study about practices of silencing users on social media suggests that algorithms play a critical role in steering online attention on social media has implications for algorithmic accountability.
In 2022, it was reported that Musk didn't clarify what metrics Twitter might use to determine if a tweet may be wrong and bad or destructive to the world.
He clarified that freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of reach, which they underline how he and the platform can continue to hide or to boost any content for any unspecified reasons.
In 2018, Twitter rolled out a quality filter that hid content on users deemed low quality from search results and limited their visibility, leading to accusations of shadow banning.
After conservatives claimed it censors users from the political right, Alex Thompson, a writer for Vice, confirmed that many prominent Republican politicians had been shadow banned by the filter.
Twitter later acknowledged the problem, stating that the filter had a software bug that would be fixed in the near future. In October 2020, Twitter prevented users from tweeting about a New York Post article about the Biden-Ukraine conspiracy theory relating to emails about Hunter Biden allegedly introducing a Ukrainian businessman to his father, Joe Biden.
Senators Marsha Blackburn and Ted Cruz described the blocking of the New York Post on Twitter as election interference.
The New York Times reported in September 2021 that a federal election commission inquiry into a complaint about the matter found Twitter had acted with a valid commercial reason rather than a political purpose.
The FEC inquiry also found that allegations Twitter had violated election laws by allegedly shadow banning Republicans and other means were vague, speculative, and unsupported by the available information.
In 2023, under Elon Musk's ownership, posts containing the keyword Substack were temporarily restricted, and liking, sharing, and searching for such tweets were prevented.
Matt Taibbi, a Twitter Files author, was also temporarily shadow banned.
In some cases, governments and other authorities' law take unilateral action to block internet access to Twitter or its content. Twitter is officially blocked in China, however, many Chinese people circumvent the block to use it.
Even major Chinese companies and national media, such as UE and CCTV, use Twitter through a government-approved VPN.
The official account of China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs started tweeting in English in December 2019. Meanwhile, Chinese diplomats, embassies, and consulates maintain 55 identified accounts on Twitter as of 2019, with over half having been established within the year alone. In 2010, Xi Jinping was sentenced to 1 year in a labor camp for retweeting a comment that suggested boycotters of Japanese products should instead attack the Japanese pavilion at the 2010 Shanghai Expo.
Defiance, who posted the initial comment, claims it was actually a satire of anti-Japanese sentiment in China.
According to a Washington Post report, in 2019, state security officials visited some users in China to request them to delete certain tweets.
The Chinese police would produce printouts of tweets and advise users to delete either the specific messages or their entire accounts.
The New York Times described the process as unusually broad and punitive.
The targets of the crackdown even included lurkers on the platform with very few followers.
In In 2019, a Chinese student at the University of Minnesota was arrested and sentenced to 6 months in prison when he returned to China for posting tweets mocking Chinese paramount leader Xi Jinping while in the U.S. On July 3, 2020, Twitter announced that all data and information requests for Hong Kong authorities were immediately paused after the Hong Kong National Security Law, which was imposed by the Chinese government, went into effect.
According to the official verdicts as of 2020, at least hundreds of Chinese were sentenced to prison for using Twitter to like, post, or share tweets.
According to the documents obtained by the New York Times in 2021, Shanghai police were trying to use technology means to find out the true identities of Chinese users of specific accounts on foreign social media, including Twitter.
In 2022, Tiger Zatko, Twitter's former head of security, accused Twitter of accepting funding from unnamed Chinese entities, which gave them access to the information of users in China, and Twitter knew that could endanger these users.
Zatko also disclosed that FBI notified Twitter of at least one Chinese agent in the company. During the 2009 Iranian presidential election, the Iranian government blocked Twitter due to fear of protests being organized.
In September 2013, the blocking of both Twitter and Facebook was briefly lifted without notice due to a technical error, but within a day the websites were blocked again.
On February 5, 2021, the Military State Administration Council, which assumed power following a coup d'etat, ordered mobile and internet providers to block Twitter and Instagram in the country after a similar censorship measure was imposed on Facebook.
A spokesperson for Twitter subsequently said that the company would continue to advocate to end destructive government-led shutdowns.
In April 2016, North Korea started to block Twitter in a move underscoring its concern with the spread of online information.
Anyone who tries to access it without special permission from the North Korean government, including foreign visitors and residents, is subject to punishment.
In February 2024, Twitter was blocked by Pakistani state authorities ahead of the 2024 general election.
The ban was upheld in April, citing national security concerns.
Despite the government's stance, both the government and the Pakistan Telecommunication Authority, PTA, refused to comment on the outages, which were widely reported by internet watchdog groups. Activists challenging the ban argue that it was designed to suppress dissent following the general election, which was marked by widespread claims of vote rigging and subsequent protests.
Authorities had also shut down mobile services on the day of the election, again citing security concerns.
NetBlocks, an internet monitoring group, reported that users were unable to access Twitter on February 10 while the country was awaiting election results. In April, the Shanghai court ordered the government to restore access to the platform within 1 week, according to a report by the AFP news agency, citing lawyer Moise Jafari, who had launched a separate challenge against the ban.
Despite this order, access to Twitter has been sporadic, with availability fluctuating based on the internet service provider, forcing users to rely on virtual private networks, VPNs, as noted by Altoker of NetBlocks.
Imran Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, PTI, party, a prolific user of social media platforms, have been particularly impacted by this ban.
This reliance on social media grew especially after the country's traditional media began censoring news about Khan and his party in the run-up to the election.
Khan, who has more than 20 million followers on Twitter, saw his party call for protests against alleged rigging in the 2024 election.
A government official's admission of vote manipulation in mid-February raised further concerns about the transparency of the election, confirming Khan's claims to many and furthering the allegations.
NetBlocks, confirmed through its live metrics showing Twitter, have been restricted in Pakistan since February, with service remaining fully or intermittently restricted for most users.
They added that the incident came amidst a surge in internet censorship during the general election.
Assad Beg, a media strategist at Dawn News, said that the government's actions reek of authoritarianism, stifling dissent and silencing voices in the name of maintaining control.
Several condemnations of the Pakistani Twitter ban were also exchanged by many non-governmental organizations.
On February 26, 2022, during the invasion of Ukraine, Russia began restricting access to Twitter with global internet monitor NetBlocks, observing that the censorship measure was in effect across multiple providers.
Despite direct connections being restricted, Russians could still access Twitter via VPN services.
The decision was subsequently announced by Roskomnadzor as a measure to curtail information on Twitter and Facebook that did not align with the government of Russia's positions. As of 2018, foreign news and opposition websites are blocked in Turkmenistan, and international social networks such as Twitter are often inaccessible. On August 8, 2024, President Nicolas Maduro announced a ban on access to Twitter for 10 days amid anti-government protests, citing incitations of hatred, fascism, and civil war.
The ban was subsequently extended for an indefinite period.
On August 30, 2024, the Brazilian Supreme Federal Court Judge Alexander de Moraes issued an order requiring Brazilian ISPs to block Twitter due to Elon Musk's refusal to appoint a legal representative of Twitter in Brazil, which was required by Brazilian law.
The ban itself came from previous conflicts between Musk and Moraes after Twitter under Musk revoked the suspension of accounts that were previously requested by the government to be blocked for misinformation regarding the 2023 Brazilian Congress attack.
Moraes imposed a fine of 50,000 reals, US $9,000 per day, for anyone in Brazil who accessed Twitter using a virtual private network, VPN, and initially requested the removal of VPN apps from Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store.
The president of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, supported the ban on Twitter in the country.
On September 18, 2024, Twitter began serving its content through Cloudflare for requests originating from Brazil in an attempt to circumvent the ban.
On October 8, 2024, Brazil's Supreme Federal Court lifted the ban on Twitter, allowing the platform to operate again across the country.
Twitter was inaccessible in Egypt on January 25, 2011, during the 2011 Egyptian protests.
Some news reports blame the government of Egypt for blocking it.
Vodafone Egypt, Egypt's largest mobile network operator, denied responsibility for the action in a tweet.
Twitter's news releases did not state who the company believed instituted the block.
As of January 26, Twitter was still confirming that the service was blocked in Egypt.
On January 27, various reports claimed that access to the entire internet from within Egypt had been shut down.
Shortly after the internet shutdown, engineers at Google, Twitter, and Say Now, a voice messaging startup company acquired by Google in January, announced the Speak to Tweet service.
Google stated in its official blog that the goal of the service was to assist Egyptian protesters in staying connected during the internet shutdown.
Users could phone in a tweet by leaving a voicemail and use the Twitter hashtag Egypt.
These comments could be accessed without an internet connection by dialing the same designated phone numbers.
Those with internet access could listen to the comments by visiting twitter.com/speak2tweet. On February 2, 2011, connectivity was re-established by the four main Egyptian service providers.
A week later, the heavy filtering that occurred at the height of the revolution had ended.
Access to Twitter was blocked in Nigeria from June 5, 2021 to January 15, 2022.
The blocking occurred after Twitter deleted tweets made by and temporarily suspended the Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari, warning the southeastern people of Nigeria, predominantly Igbo people, of a potential repeat of the 1967 Biafran Civil War due to the ongoing insurgency in southeastern Nigeria.
The Nigerian government claimed that the deletion of the president's tweets factored into their decision, but it was ultimately based on a litany of problems with a social media platform in Nigeria, where misinformation and fake news spread through and have had real-world violent consequences, citing the persistent use of the platform for activities that are capable of undermining Nigeria's corporate existence. On October 29, 2020, ISPs in Tanzania blocked access to Twitter and other social media platforms during the general election. On March 21, 2014, access to Twitter in Turkey was temporarily blocked after a court ordered that protection measures be applied to the service.
This followed earlier remarks by Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who vowed to wipe out Twitter following damaging allegations of corruption in his inner circle.
However, on March 27, 2014, Istanbul Anatolia 18th Criminal Court of Peace suspended the above-mentioned court order.
Turkey's constitutional court later ruled that the ban was illegal.
2 weeks after the Turkish government blocked the site, the Twitter ban was lifted. Some of the country's internet providers restricted access to Twitter during the 2023 Turkey-Syria earthquake and its aftermath.
No official statement has been made regarding the restriction.
On July 2, 2021, Uzbekistan blocked access to Twitter along with TikTok, VKontakte, and Skype after stating that they had violated a new personal data law.
This also came amid new laws passed that criminalized insulting or slandering the president online amid an upcoming presidential election later that year.
The sites were briefly unblocked on March 16, 2022, before being blocked again hours later.
The bans on access to Twitter and VKontakte were again lifted on August 1, 2022.
Deplatforming, also called no platforming, is a form of internet censorship of an individual or a group by preventing them from posting on the platforms they use to share their information/ideas.
This typically involves suspension, outright bans, or reducing spread, shadow banning.
As early as 2015, platforms such as Reddit began to enforce selective bans based, for example, on terms of service that prohibit hate speech.
A famous example of deplatforming was Twitter's ban of then U.S. President Donald Trump shortly after the January 6 United States Capitol attack.
In the United States, the banning of speakers on university campuses dates back to the 1940s.
This was carried out by the policies of the universities themselves.
The University of California had a policy known as the speaker ban, codified in university regulations under President Robert Gordon Sproul that mostly, but not exclusively, targeted communists.
One rule stated that the university assumed the right to prevent exploitation of its prestige by unqualified persons or by those who would use it as a platform for propaganda.
This rule was used in 1951 to block Max Shachtman, a socialist, from speaking at the University of California at Berkeley.
In 1947, former U.S. Vice President Henry Howard Wallace was banned from speaking at UCLA because of his views on U.S. Cold War policy, and in 1961, Malcolm X was prohibited from speaking at Berkeley as a religious leader.
Controversial speakers invited to appear on college campuses have faced deplatforming attempts to disinvite them or to otherwise prevent them from speaking.
The British National Union of Students established its no-platform policy as early as 1973.
In the mid-1980s, visits by South African Ambassador Glenn Babb to Canadian college campuses faced opposition from students opposed to apartheid. In the United States, recent examples include the March 2017 disruption by protesters of a public speech at Middlebury College by political scientist Charles Murray.
In February 2018, students at the University of Central Oklahoma rescinded a speaking invitation to Christianist Ken Ham after pressure from an LGBT student group.
In March 2018, a small group of protesters at Lewis and Clark Law School attempted to stop a speech by visiting lecturer Christina Hoff Summers.
In the 2019 film No Safe Spaces, Adam Carolla and Dennis Prager documented their own disinvitation along with others.
As of February 2020, the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, a speech advocacy group, documented 469 disinvitation or disruption attempts at American campuses since 2000. Including both unsuccessful disinvitation attempts and successful disinvitations. The group defines the latter category as including three subcategories: formal disinvitation by the sponsor of the speaking engagement, the speaker's withdrawal in the face of disinvitation demands, and heckler's vetoes, situations when students or faculty persistently disrupt or entirely prevent the speaker's ability to speak. Beginning in 2015, Reddit banned several communities on the site, subreddits, for violating the site's anti-harassment policy.
A 2017 study published in the journal Proceedings of the ACM on human-computer interaction examining the causal effects of the ban on both participating users and affected communities found that the ban served a number of useful purposes for Reddit, and that users participating in the ban subreddits either left the site or, for those who remained, dramatically reduced their hate speech usage. Communities that inherited the displaced activity of these users did not suffer from an increase in hate speech.
In June 2020 and January 2021, Reddit also issued bans to two prominent online pro-Trump communities over violations of the website's content and harassment policies. On May 2, 2019, Facebook and the Facebook-owned platform Instagram announced a ban of dangerous individuals and organizations, including Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan, Milo Yiannopoulos, Alex Jones and his organization InfoWars, Paul Joseph Watson, Laura Loomer, and Paul Mellon.
In the wake of the 2021 storming of the U.S. Capitol, Twitter banned then President Donald Trump, as well as 70,000 other accounts linked to the event and the far-right movement canon.
Some studies have found that the deplatforming of extremists reduced their audience, although other research has found that some content creators became more toxic following deplatforming and migration to alt-tech platform. On November 18, 2022, Elon Musk, as newly appointed CEO of Twitter, reopened previously banned Twitter accounts of high-profile users, including Cassie Griffin, Jordan Peterson, and the baby Longy as part of the new Twitter policy.
As Musk explained, new Twitter policy is freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach.
On August 6, 2018, Facebook, Apple, YouTube, and Spotify removed all content by Jones and InfoWars for policy violations.
YouTube removed channels associated with InfoWars, including the Alex Jones channel.
On Facebook, 4 pages associated with InfoWars and Alex Jones were removed over repeated policy violations.
Apple removed all podcasts associated with Jones from iTunes.
On August 15, 2018, Vimeo removed all of Jonas's videos because of prohibitions on discriminatory and hateful content.
Facebook cited instances of dehumanizing immigrants, Muslims, and transgender people, as well as glorification of violence, as examples of hate speech.
After InfoWars was banned from Facebook, Jones used another of his websites, News Wars, to circumvent the ban. Jonas's accounts were also removed from Pinterest, MailChimp, and LinkedIn.
As of early August 2018, Jones retained active accounts on Instagram, Google+, and Twitter.
In September, Jones was permanently banned from Twitter and Periscope after berating CNN reporter Oliver Darcy.
On September 7, 2018, the InfoWars app was removed from the Apple App Store for objectionable content.
He was banned from using PayPal for business transactions, having violated the company's policies by expressing hate or discriminatory intolerance against certain communities and religions.
After Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter, several previously banned accounts were reinstated, including Donald Trump, and Rutabaga, resulting in questioning if Alex Jones will be unbanned as well.
However, Musk denied that Alex Jones will be unbanned, criticizing Jones as a person that would use the deaths of children for gain, politics, or fame. InfoWars remained available on Roku devices in January 2019, a year after the channel's removal from multiple streaming services.
Roku indicated that they do not curate or censor based on viewpoint, and that it had policies against content that is unlawful, incited illegal activities, or violates third-party rights. But that InfoWars was not in violation of these policies.
Following a social media backlash, Roku removed InfoWars and stated that after the InfoWars channel became available, we heard from concerned parties and have determined that the channel should be removed from our platform. In March 2019, YouTube terminated the Resistance News channel due to its re-uploading of live streams from InfoWars.
On May 1, 2019, Jones was barred from using both Facebook and Instagram.
Jones briefly moved to DLive, but was suspended in April 2019 for violating community guidelines. In March 2020, the InfoWars app was removed from the Google Play Store due to claims of Jones disseminating COVID-19 misinformation.
A Google spokesperson stated that combating misinformation on the Play Store is a top priority for the team, and apps that violate Play policy by distributing misleading or harmful information are removed from the store.
On January 6, 2021, in a joint session of the United States Congress, the counting of the votes of the Electoral College was interrupted by a breach of the United States Capitol chambers.
The rioters were supporters of President Donald Trump, who hoped to delay and overturn the president's loss in the 2020 election.
The event resulted in 5 deaths and at least 400 people being charged with crimes.
The certification of the electoral votes was only completed in the early morning hours of January 7, 2021.
In the wake of several tweets by President Trump on January 7, 2021, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Reddit, and Twitter all deplatformed Trump to some extent.
Twitter deactivated his personal account, which the company said could possibly be used to promote further violence.
Trump subsequently tweeted similar messages from the president's official U.S. government account at POTUS, which resulted in him being permanently banned on January 8.
Twitter then announced that Trump's ban from their platform would be permanent.
Trump planned to rejoin on social media through the use of a new platform on May or June 2021, according to Jason Miller on a Fox News broadcast. The same week, Musk announced Twitter's new freedom of speech policy. He tweeted a poll to ask whether to bring back Trump into the platform.
The poll ended with 51.8% in favor of unbanning Trump's account.
Twitter has since reinstated Trump's Twitter account at Real Donald Trump as of 19 November 2022, but by then Trump's platform was Truth Social. In 2017, Andrew Tate was banned from Twitter for tweeting that women should bear some responsibility in response to the hashtag #MeToo movement.
Similarly, in August 2022, Tate was banned on 4 more major social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube.
These platforms indicated that Tate's misogynistic comments violated their hate speech policies. Tate has since been unbanned from Twitter as part of the new freedom of speech policy on Twitter. Social media platforms such as YouTube and Instagram allow their content producers or influencers to earn money based on the content, videos, images, etc., most typically based around some sort of payment per a set number of new likes or clicks, etc.
When the content is deemed inappropriate for compensation, but still left on the platform, this is called demonetization. Because the content producer is left with no compensation for their content that they created, while at the same time the content is still left up and available for viewing or listening by the general public.
In September 2016, Fox reported that demonetization, as it pertained to YouTube specifically, involved the following key points. Since 2012, YouTube has been automatically demonetizing some videos because its software thought the content was unfriendly for advertisers.
Many YouTube video makers didn't realize this until last week, when YouTube began actively telling them about it.
This has freaked YouTubers out, even though YouTube has been behaving rationally by trying to connect advertisers to advertiser-friendly content.
It's not censorship, since YouTube video makers can still post just about anything they want.
YouTube software will screw things up, which means videos that should have ads don't, which means YouTube video makers have been missing out on ad revenue. Deplatforming tactics have also included attempts to silence controversial speakers through various forms of personal harassment, such as doxing, the making of false emergency reports for purposes of swatting, and complaints or petitions to third parties.
In some cases, protesters have attempted to have speakers blacklisted from projects or fired from their jobs.
2019, students at the University of the Arts in Philadelphia circulated an online petition demanding that Camille Paglia should be removed from new arts faculty and replaced by a queer person of color.
Whoa!
According to the Atlantic's owner Friedersdorf, it is rare for student activists to argue that a tenured faculty member at their own institution should be denied a platform.
Paglia, a tenured professor for over 30 years who identifies as transgender, has long been unapologetically outspoken on controversial matters of sex, gender identity, and sexual assault. In December 2017, after learning that a French artist it had previously reviewed was a neo-Nazi, the San Francisco punk magazine Maximum Rock Roll apologized and announced that it has a strict no-platform policy towards any bands and artists with a Nazi ideology. In May 2021, the UK government under Boris Johnson announced a higher education, freedom of speech bill that would allow speakers at universities to seek compensation for no platforming. Impose fines on universities and student unions that promote the practice and establish a new ombudsman charged with monitoring cases of no platforming and academic dismissals.
In addition, the government published an online safety bill that would prohibit social media networks from discriminating against particular political views or removing democratically important content, such as comments opposing or supporting political parties and policies.
Some critics of deplatforming have proposed that governments should treat social media as a public utility to ensure that constitutional rights of the users are protected, citing their belief that an internet presence using social media websites is imperative in order to adequately take part in the 21st century as an individual.
Republican politicians have sought to weaken the protections established by Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which provides immunity from liability for providers and users of an interactive computer service who publish information provided by third-party users under allegations that the moderation policies of major social networks are not politically neutral.
According to its defenders, deplatforming has been used as a tactic to prevent the spread of hate speech and disinformation.
Social media has evolved into a significant source of news reporting for its users and support for content moderation and banning of inflammatory posters has been defended as an editorial responsibility required by news outlets.
Supporters of deplatforming have justified the action on the grounds that it produces the desired effect of reducing what they characterize as hate speech.
Angelo Terrazone, president of the progressive organization Media Matters for America and who had run deplatforming campaigns against conservative talk hosts Rush Limbaugh in 2012 and Linda in 2010, pointed to Twitter's 2016 ban of Milo Yiannopoulos, stating that the result was that he lost a lot. He lost his ability to be influential or at least to project a veneer of influence.
In the United States, the argument that deplatforming violates rights protected by the First Amendment is sometimes raised as a criticism.
Proponents say that deplatforming is a legal way of dealing with controversial users online or in other digital spaces, so long as the government is not involved with causing the deplatforming.
According to Audie Cornish, host of the NPR show Consider This, the government can't silence your ability to say almost anything you want on a public street corner. But a private company can silence your ability to say whatever you want on a platform they created. In the words of technology journalist Declan McCulley, Silicon Valley's efforts to pull the plug on dissenting opinions began around 2018 with Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, denying service to selected users of their platforms. He said they devised excuses to suspend ideologically disfavored accounts.
In 2019, Macaulay predicted that paying customers would become targets for deplatforming as well, citing protests and open letters by employees of Amazon, Microsoft, Salesforce, and Google who opposed policies of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and who reportedly sought to influence their employers to deplatform the agency and its contractors.
Law professor Glenn Reynolds dubbed 2018 the year of deplatforming in an August 2018 article in the Wall Street Journal.
Reynolds criticized the decision of internet giants to slam the gates on a number of people and ideas they don't like, naming Alex Jones and Gavin McInnes.
Reynolds cited further restrictions on even mainstream conservative figures such as Dennis Prager, as well as Facebook's blocking of a campaign advertisement by a Republican candidate. Ostensibly because her video mentioned the Cambodian genocide, which her family survived. In a 2019 The Atlantic article, Conor Friedersdorf described what he called standard practice among student activists.
He wrote, activists begin with social media call-outs. They urge authority figures to impose outcomes that they favor without regard for overall student opinion. They try to marshal anti-discrimination law to limit freedom of expression.
Friedersdorf pointed to evidence of a chilling effect on free speech and academic freedom.
Of the faculty members he had contacted for interviews, he said a large majority on both sides of the controversy insisted that their comments be kept off the record or anonymous. They feared openly participating in a debate about a major event at their institution, even after their university president put out an uncompromising statement in support of free speech.
X, formerly Twitter, may suspend accounts, temporarily or permanently, from their social networking service.
Suspensions of high-profile accounts often attract media attention, and X's use of suspensions has been controversial.
Users who are suspended from Twitter based on alleged violations of Twitter's terms of service are usually not informed which of their tweets were the cause.
They are told only that their accounts will not be restored, and they are told which of Twitter's rules the company claims were violated.
In addition to community guideline policy decisions, the Twitter DMCA detection system and spam detection system are sometimes manipulated or abused by groups of users attempting to force a user's suspension. Some commentators, such as technology entrepreneur Declan McCulley and law professor Glenn Reynolds, have criticized Twitter's suspension and ban policies as overreaches of power. Between 2014 and 2016, Twitter suspensions were frequently linked to ISIL-related accounts.
The Twitter suspension campaign began in earnest in 2015, and on one day, 4 April 2015, some 10,000 accounts were suspended.
Twitter repeatedly shut down accounts that spread ISIL material, but new ones popped up quickly and were advertised with their old Twitter handle. Twitter in return blocked those in what was called an ongoing game of whack-a-mole.
By August 2014, Twitter had suspended a dozen official ISIL accounts, and between September and December 2014 it suspended at least 1,000 accounts promoting ISIL.
Twitter said that between mid-2015 and February 2016 it had suspended 125,000 accounts associated with ISIL and related organizations. And by August 2016, it suspended some 360,000 accounts for being associated with terrorism. Not all these were ISIL-related. In January 2016, Twitter was sued by the widow of an American man killed in the 2015 Amman shooting attack, claiming that allowing ISIL to continually use the platform, including direct messages in particular, constituted the provision of material support to a terrorist organization.
Twitter disputed the claim.
The lawsuit was dismissed by the United States District Court for the Northern District of California, upholding the Section 230 safe harbor, which dictates that the operators of an interactive computer service are not liable for the content published by its users.
The lawsuit was revised in August 2016, providing comparisons to other telecommunications devices.
Twitter suspended multiple parody accounts that satirized Russian politics in May 2016, sparking protests and raising questions about where the company stands on freedom of speech.
Following public outcry, Twitter restored the accounts the next day without explaining why the accounts had been suspended.
The same day, Twitter, along with Facebook, Google, and Microsoft, jointly agreed to a European Union Code of Conduct obligating them to review the majority of valid notifications for removal of illegal hate speech posted on their services within 24 hours.
In August 2016, Twitter stated that it had banned 235,000 accounts over the past 6 months, bringing the overall number of suspended accounts to 360,000 accounts in the past year for violating policies banning use of the platform to promote extremism.
On 10 May 2019, Twitter announced that they suspended 166,513 accounts for promoting terrorism in the July to December 2018 period, stating there was a steady decrease in terrorist groups trying to use the platform owing to its zero-tolerance policy enforcement.
According to the JAD Legal, Policy and Trust and Safety lead at Twitter, there was a reduction of 19% terror-related tweets from the previous reporting period, January to June 2018.
In September 2017, Twitter responded to calls to suspend U.S. President Donald Trump's account, clarifying that they will not do so as they consider his tweets to be newsworthy. In October 2017, Twitter posted a calendar of upcoming changes related to enforcement.
Among other things, Twitter promised to provide a better experience for suspension appeals, including a detailed description to the user of how a suspended account violated the rules.
In November 2017, Twitter gave a deadline of 18 December to comply with their new policy, adding, "You also may not affiliate with organizations that, whether by their own statements or activity both on and off the platform, use or promote violence against civilians to further their causes."
On 18 December, the accounts of several high-profile organizations were suspended.
Following Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter in October 2022, it was reported that the platform was planning to end the use of permanent suspensions.
In November 2022, Musk stated that accounts that engage in impersonation without a clear parody label would be permanently suspended without warning.
Many anti-fascist activists were purged from Twitter in November 2022 after Musk outsourced content moderation decisions to the platform's users, notably inviting right-wing journalist Andy Ngo to report anti-fascist accounts directly to him.
Among those suspended were a group that provides armed security to LGBT events, accounts parodying Elon Musk, and a Palestinian news outlet known for criticizing the Israeli military.
In October 2017, actress Rose McGowan said that Twitter had suspended her account for 12 hours after she repeatedly tweeted about former film studio executive Harvey Weinstein's alleged sexual misconduct toward her and others.
Twitter explained that McGowan's account had violated its privacy policy because one of her tweets included a private phone number.
According to the New York Times, many Twitter users expressed outrage over Ms. McGowan's account being locked.
After the tweet was removed, her account was unlocked several hours before the 12-hour ban was set to expire.
A Twitter representative stated, "We will be clearer about these policies and decisions in the future."
Later that day, software engineer Kelly Ellis, using the hashtag #WomenBoycottTwitter, urged women to shun Twitter for 24 hours, beginning at midnight. In solidarity with McGowan and with all the victims of hate and harassment Twitter fails to support.
Several activists, celebrities, and journalists joined the boycott.
Others criticized the level of organization and the fact that it was only 24 hours.
On 11 July 2018, the New York Times reported that Twitter would begin to delete fake follower accounts to increase the authenticity of the platform. The issue of fake follower accounts was highlighted in 2016 when Russian trolls, using both human-operated and bot accounts to appear legitimate, leveraged Twitter's reach among American voters in an interference campaign in that year's U.S. elections. Several celebrities and public figures lost substantial numbers of followers from their Twitter accounts before and after the closure of these accounts.
These included Justin Bieber, Ellen DeGeneres, Jack Dorsey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Ari Fleischer, Pope Francis, Lady Gaga, Ariana Grande, Cassie Ireland, Paul Kagan, Ashton Kutcher, The New York Times, Shaquille O'Neal, Barack Obama, Katy Perry, Queen Rainey of Jordan, Rihanna, Cristiano Ronaldo, Taylor Swift, Donald Trump, Twitter themselves, Variety magazine, Kim Kardashian, Oprah Winfrey, and YouTube.
U.S. President Donald Trump said that social networks such as Twitter were totally discriminated against Republican Party and conservative users.
Twitter and its CEO Jack Dorsey clarified that the reduction in the followers count was part of the platform's efforts to cut down on spamming and bot accounts.
Dorsey's own account lost about 230,000 followers in the purge. On 27 July 2018, Twitter stock went down by 20.5%, equivalent to $6 billion.
The user base declined to 325 million, down from 326 million.
On 7 January 2021, Twitter temporarily locked the account of U.S. President Donald Trump after multiple controversies, including his use of the platform to undermine the results of the 2020 presidential election and to incite the January 6th United States Capitol attack.
On 8 January, Twitter permanently suspended Trump's account, citing his violation of Twitter's glorification of violence guidelines.
Twitter also suspended or heavily moderated accounts that enabled Trump to circumvent his ban, including the official @POTUS scandal.
Trump congratulated Nigeria for blocking Twitter and wrote that he had hosted Zuckerberg for dinner in White House.
Twitter was criticized for banning Trump but deleting all Khamenei tweets.
Twitter also suspended the From the Desk of Donald John Trump at DJT Desk account, citing ban evasion as the reason.
On 13 January 2021, Twitter founder Jack Dorsey tweeted about Trump's Twitter ban, fearing that although the ban was the correct decision for Twitter as a company, Twitter's actions set a precedent I feel is dangerous. The power an individual or corporation has over a part of the global public conversation.
In 2022, Dorsey has continued voicing concern over Twitter's role in internet centralization with his tweet on 2 March, stating, "Centralizing discovery and identity into corporations really damaged the internet. I realize I'm partially to blame and regret it.
Internet centralization continues to be a riveting conversation surrounding Twitter and expanding policies. On 19 November 2022, Trump's account was reinstated by Elon Musk.
Trump used his Twitter account once in August 2023, posting about his mugshot since its reinstatement, but has otherwise focused on making posts to his Truth social media platform.
In August of 2024, Trump began posting more frequently on his account. On 15 December 2022, a number of journalists, including journalists from the New York Times, CNN, Washington Post, and Voice of America, had their accounts suspended.
Musk claimed that the accounts had received a 7-day suspension for violating the platform's doxing policy by sharing his exact real-time location with him comparing it to assassination coordinates.
However, it was reported that none of the suspended journalists had actually shared Musk's precise real-time location on their accounts. The suspensions were condemned by the United Nations, while the European Union threatened sanctions against Twitter under the EU's Digital Services Act that is scheduled to take effect in 2023 and requires social media companies to respect media freedom and fundamental rights.
A number of American Democratic Party lawmakers also criticized the bans.
Reporters Without Borders warned that if the suspensions were in retaliation for the journalists' work on Musk, they would be a serious violation of the journalists' right to report the news without fear of reprisal. Most of the suspensions were lifted the next day, on 16 December 2022, after Musk put the decision on whether to reinstate the suspended accounts through an informal poll, where 58.7% of voters chose lifting the suspensions immediately over 41.3% who voted to have the suspensions be lifted after 7 more days.
The unbanned accounts remained restricted from posting until they removed the tweets that were claimed to be in violation of Twitter rules.
Some of the journalists later appealed the decision, arguing their tweets were not in violation. List of notable suspensions. 2010 to 2015. Operation Payback, @N_Operation. Anonymous activist campaign in support of online piracy and WikiLeaks. Coordinating denial of service attacks against PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa.
Courtney Love, @CourtneyLoveUK. American musician and actress. Suspended days after fashion designer Dawn Simarenko filed a defamation suit against Love over tweets made on 17 March 2009.
It was the first high-profile defamation trial over a celebrity's comments on Twitter.
Love now uses a different account, @Courtney. Michael Q. Sullivan, @NQ Sullivan. President of Empower Texans. Unknown.
Anders Behring Breivik, @Anders B. Breivik. Norwegian far-right terrorist and perpetrator of the 2011 Norway attacks. After Breivik was arrested, his account was hacked by Anonymous, who said they would delete it.
It was later suspended.
Space hijackers, @Space hijackers. And architects. Copyright complaint of the use of Olympics logo.
Bill Knight Show, @Bill_Knight_Show. Charity account. Unknown.
Guy Adams, @Guy Adams. British journalist for The Independent. Publishing the company email address of NBC executive Gary Zinkel during the 2012 Summer Olympics, for which NBC and Twitter were in a partnership.
Twitter initially encouraged NBC to file a complaint that later apologized and unsuspended Adams after NBC withdrew its complaint.
Bill Knight Show, @Bill_Knight_Show. Charity account. Impersonating a public figure.
His account was reinstated in October 2013.
Big Bird at fired Big Bird. Charity account. After Mitt Romney threatened to cut BDS funding, this account popped up posting doctored images of Big Bird in the unemployment line and begging.
The account was suspended twice, with the creator saying it might have been automated.
Nick Griffin at Nick Griffin Rep. Far-right British National Party leader. Publishing the address of a gay couple.
Anonymous at Sherman News. Hacktivist Collective. Publishing personal information belonging to Westboro Baptist Church lawyer and member Shirley Phelps-Roper.
HSM Press Office at HSM Press. Al-Shabaab account. Announced a death threat against Kenyan hostages unless Kenya's government met its demands.
Burger King at Burger King. Restaurant account. A hacker changed the name to McDonald's and promoted their food.
HSM Press at HSM Press 1. Al-Shabaab account. Threatening to kill the Somali president.
HSM Press at HSM_Press. Al-Shabaab account. Broadcasting their goals about the Westgate shopping mall attack.
At Shomo Islam. Al-Qaeda account. Al-Qaeda's first official account.
Taste the Candy at Taste_Foods. Spoof account. A fake employee Miles started messaging to Kyle Kinnan.
Later turned out to be a prank pulled by comedian Randy Liedtke.
At N_Central and 30 other accounts. Hacktivists. Misogynist views aimed at feminist campaigners on the social network.
Is at Al-Qassam Brigades. Military wing of Hamas. Unspecified but likely connected to Hamas's classification in the US and elsewhere as a terrorist organization.
The organization continued to create new accounts, which were later also suspended.
Further purges of Hamas accounts took place in 2016 and 2019. Phil Mason at Thunderfoot. British chemist, YouTuber and anti-feminist vlogger. Violating Twitter's abusive behavior policy by sharing content targeting feminist media critic Anita Sarkeesian during the Gamergate controversy.
Darwin Von Graha at Darwin Von Graha. Journalist. Mistake after tweeting document obtained under state public records.
Godless Spellchecker at G-Spellchecker. English atheist blogger and podcaster. Alleged targeted abuse or harassment.
He has been repeatedly suspended in the past.
Charles C. Johnson at Chuck C. Johnson at GotNews.com and at Citizen Trolling. American alt-right blogger. Violating Twitter's rules around participating in targeted abuse by tweeting the day before about taking out civil rights activist Doreen McKesson, which McKesson perceived as a serious threat.
Temporarily suspended 3 times prior.
Jalib al-Jazrawi at S_2F. ISIL member. Making a death threat against Nasser al-Khazafi.
Jared Fogle at the Jared Fogle. Subway spokesman. Plead guilty to possessing child pornography, soliciting minors for sex via the internet, and performing sex acts on minors under a plea deal which sought to spare him a life sentence.
Later sentenced to spend between 13 and 15.5 years in prison.
George Zimmerman at the real George Z. American man known for the killing of Trayvon Martin. Tweeting confidential information about an ex-girlfriend, including revenge porn.
2016. Ian al-Baydawi at Ian_al-Baydawi. Arab Spring activist. Mistaken for ISIL leader Abu Bakr al-Baydawi by Twitter staff.
Robert Stacey McCain at R.S. McCain. American conservative writer. Participating in targeted abuse.
is at Al-Qassam Brigade. Military wing of Hamas. Twitter attempted to remove all official accounts of the terrorist organization, but the organization swiftly opened new accounts.
More accounts were suspended in 2019.
Abu Haida, Al-Qassam Brigade spokesperson. Twitter attempted to remove all official accounts of the terrorist organization, but the organization swiftly opened new accounts.
More accounts were suspended in 2019.
Azalea Banks at Azalea Banks, American rapper, making racist and homophobic posts towards singer Zayn Malik.
Also made at least 6 other Twitter accounts over succeeding years, with bans in 2018, 2019, and 2020, before she was IP banned from the platform.
She rejoined under the handle at Azalea Ishir in April 2022, but this account was suspended 2 months later. Miller Yiannopoulos at Narrow, British alt-right polemicist and political commentator, insulting Leslie Jones, coinciding with a racist harassment campaign.
His account was reinstated on 23 May 2024.
Juxifer 2.0, hacking group or individual, posting information illegally hacked from the Democratic National Committee.
Permanently suspended in 2018.
PewDiePie at PewDiePie, Swedish YouTuber, pretending to be a member of ISIL.
Richard Bertrand Spencer, American neo-Nazi, allegedly for using multiple overlapping accounts.
Various alt-right accounts, including accounts of National Policy Institute, Radix Journal, Ricky Vaughn, John Rivers, and others, banned for violating Twitter's policy prohibiting users from inciting or engaging in the targeted abuse or harassment of others.
Teal Tequila at Angel Teal Love, American social media personality, temporarily suspended on 4 March 2016, possibly for racist and violent behavior.
Permanently for making neo-Nazi posts, including a photo of herself and other attendees rendering a Nazi salute at an event of the White Nationalist National Policy Institute.
Jack Dorsey at Jack, Twitter co-founder and CEO. After restoring his account, Dorsey tweeted the suspension was due to an internal mistake.
And John Ravello at Jew_Goldstein, Maryland Trump supporter, sending an epileptogenic gift to journalist with epilepsy Kurt Eichenwald. 2017, Martin Shkreli at Martin Shkreli, American hedge fund manager, suspended for sexual harassment of journalist Laura Duca.
Mocha Yusen, Filipina entertainer and Rodrigo Duterte supporter, unknown.
Abhijit Bhattacharya, Indian singer, harassing women including activist Sheila Rashid.
Daniel Siretsky at Self Agency, American writer and activist, unknown.
Siretsky believes he was suspended for threatening violence against Dick Balaskauer for arguing with Courtney Love about Linda Sarsour.
Al Jazeera Arabic, Arabic language news broadcaster, unknown.
Anthony Cumia at Anthony Cumia, American radio personality and broadcaster, permanently suspended for transphobic comment against the AV Club, writer Katie Reif.
Cumia then made several accounts to get around the initial ban, which were subsequently permanently suspended as well.
Pope Hat, American law blog, posting personal information in screenshots of threats received.
Sargon of Akkad at Sargon _of Akkad, alt-right activist, unknown.
Alex Boyden, Twitter user, suspended for sexual harassment of the serial mascot Tony the Tiger.
Admin was my wife, Japanese man, Account permanently suspended for making a death threat towards a dead mosquito.
The man started a new account.
Joseph Cox, journalist for the Daily Beast, targeted by bots after writing story about suspicious activity by pro-Kremlin bots.
Elizabeth Johnston, Christian blogger, criticizing article of Teen Vogue which promoted anal sex amongst teenagers.
At the Mood for Love, American woman, targeted abuse of singer Taylor Swift.
Rose McGowan, American actress and activist, account temporarily suspended for posting a private phone number.
Roger Stone, at Roger J. Stone Jr., American conservative political consultant and lobbyist, banned for harassment of CNN journalists.
Stone later threatened legal action against Twitter.
The account was later reinstated on 7 December 2022. Kamal Rashid Khan, Indian actor and film critic. After the ban, Khan announced his intention to take legal action against Twitter. He later created a new account.
Andrew Tate, at Andrew Tate, men's rights activist, for saying rape victims bear some responsibility for putting themselves in a position to be assaulted.
2,752 Russian troll accounts. Twitter's internal investigation linked the accounts to Russia's Internet Research Agency.
Jenna Abrams, at Jen_Abrams, alt-right blogger, unmasked as a fictitious person operated by a Russian troll factory.
Donald Trump, at Real Donald Trump, President of the United States, account briefly deactivated by a rogue Twitter employee on their last workday.
Robert Delaware, American man, mistaken for a Russian troll account.
Talib Kweli, musician, account blocked after posting business address of online harasser who posted threats and racist slurs, restored after he deleted the tweet.
The account of the harasser, extremist attorney Jason Lee Van Dyke, was suspended.
Big Alaska, at Big Alaska, alt-right activist. Repeated and slash or non-consensual slurs, epithets, racist and sexist tropes, or other content that degrades someone, and posting a photo, shocked image of Laura Loomer inside a gas chamber.
After 5 years, Big Alaska's account was reinstated on 10 December 2022.
Pakistan Defense Forum, at Defense PK. Forum for discussing Pakistan's armed forces. Suspended for posting doctored photo and fake news.
Will Evans, at Will Evans, Egyptian journalist, blogger, and human rights activist. Unknown.
Paul Golding, at Golding DF, leader of fascist group Britain First, and Jada Franson, at Jada DF, deputy leader of fascist group Britain First. Contravention of new rule about people that affiliate with organizations that use or promote violence against civilians to further their causes.
The organization had posted videos with false and misleading captions attributing violence to Muslims, which were retweeted by Donald Trump.
Nordic Resistance Movement, at Nordic Frontier. Nordic White Nationalists. Affiliation with organizations that use or promote violence against civilians to further their causes.
Jared Taylor, at Jar Taylor, an American Renaissance. American White Nationalists. Affiliation with organizations that use or promote violence against civilians to further their causes.
Michael Hill, at Nick Collins 1951, and League of the South. American White Nationalists. Affiliation with organizations that use or promote violence against civilians to further their causes.
Traditionalist Worker Party. American White Nationalists. Affiliation with organizations that use or promote violence against civilians to further their causes.
American Nazi Party at ANP14. American Nazis. Affiliation with organizations that use or promote violence against civilians to further their causes.
Every word, every word. Twitter hot. Tweeting.
Watch your language, Tom.
The account was later reinstated on 25 June 2023.
James Allsup, at real James Allsup. Far-right political commentator. Unknown.
And Tyler Harris, at SW Autistic. Suspected deadly 2017 Wichita swatting incident. Harris' account was suspended after the Los Angeles police arrested him as the suspected swatter, who later pleaded guilty to placing a fake 911 call that led a police officer to kill an innocent man in Wichita, Kansas.
2018. David Clark. American former sheriff of Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. Suspended for 3 posts that appeared to encourage violence against the media, including one tweet stating, "Punch them in the nose and make them taste their own blood."
Suspension lifted after Clark deleted the posts.
Golden Dawn. Greek ultra-nationalist party. Broadening of hateful conduct policy to encompass incitement to violence.
Paul Mellon, at TaBNWNE. Congressional candidate challenging Speaker Paul Ryan in Republican primary. And after posting a racist tweet targeting Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, also known as Meghan Markle.
Tommy Robinson, at T. Robinson New Era. British nationalist. Hateful conduct.
Greg R. Britton, at Senator Britton. Republican U.S. Senate candidate in Arizona, former operator of revenge porn website. Suspended after suggesting that the survivors of the Parkland, Florida Stoneman Douglas High School shooting had been paid by firearms regulation groups.
Britton sued Twitter for banning his accounts.
The suit was dismissed as frivolous. Owen Benjamin, at Owen Benjamin. American comedian and far-right conspiracy theorist. Offensive tweets directed at David Hogg.
Savo, at Unsavory Agents. American street artist. Unknown.
Mike Enoch, at Mike Enoch Spec. White nationalist. Hateful conduct.
Bezal Smotrich. Israeli politician and Knesset member. Suspended for 12 hours for offensive behavior after tweeting regarding TaBNWNE. A 17-year-old Palestinian serving an 8-month jail sentence for a videotaped assault of an Israeli soldier. In my opinion, she should have gotten a bullet, at least in the kneecap.
Kabokawa, at Cub_comic. Creator of Pop Team Epic. Unknown, possibly due to either a coordinated campaign by his critics or for making a flippant comment about wanting to kill someone over an argument about Lawson products.
Mazeo Shiro, at Mr_Beck36. Mangaka. Using the word shitbari, a Korean anti-Japanese slur, while suggesting an anime adaptation of his manga Taekwondo or Park.
Splinter News and other users. American news site. Linking to their story featuring and posting Stephen Miller's cell phone number.
At Eric Hartley FRND. Account used by Jared Remus. Jared Remus was arrested after he shot and killed 5 employees at the Capitol during the mass shooting.
Darren Mills. Russian linked account. Unmasked as a fictitious person operated by a Russian troll factory.
70 million automated, troll, and fake accounts. Part of the crackdown on malicious activity.
Guxifer 2.0 at Guxifer_2. Russian linked accounts. Connected to a network of accounts previously suspended for operating in violation of Twitter's rules.
DC Leaks, at DC Leaks_. Russian linked accounts. Connected to a network of accounts previously suspended for operating in violation of Twitter's rules.
Peter Van Buren, Atlee Bidwell, former United States Foreign Service employee and writer, banned for harassing Jonathan Myers in chats and posts.
Candace Owens, American conservative activist, banned in error after tweeting the content of several Sarah Gion's controversial tweets about white people and changing races and religions mentioned in the tweets.
Blair Cottrell, Australian far-right activist and former leader of the United Patriots Front, joking about raping Sky News Australia, presenter Laura Jays.
Proud Boys at Proud Boys USA, North American neo-fascist organization, violating policy on violent extremist groups.
Gavin McInnes, at Gavin_McInnes, founder of the neo-fascist organization Proud Boys, violating policy on violent extremist groups.
Albert Wesley Swan II, American prelate of the Church of God in Christ, hateful conduct.
Possibly for calling Candace Owens a coon.
Swan's account was reinstated on 4 September 2018, which he attributed to thousands of his followers calling for Twitter to lift the suspension. Becky Lucas, Australian comedian, posting content that was threatening and or promoting violence by jokingly tweeting, "Boy, ex Scott Morrison MP, I'm gonna chop your fucking head off."
Lucas now uses a new account.
Infowars at Infowars, American conspiracy website. Alex Jones was first suspended for a week on 14 August 2018 for violating policy on inciting violence, and was later banned on 6 September for violating policy on abusive behavior.
Both accounts were later reinstated on December 9, 2023.
Alex Jones at Real Alex Jones, founder of the conspiracy website Infowars. Alex Jones was first suspended for a week on 14 August 2018 for violating policy on inciting violence and was later banned on 6 September for violating policy on abusive behavior.
Both accounts were later reinstated on December 9, 2023.
Chris Toronto, former U.S. Army Ranger, using the word retard and the hashtags you are an idiot and hashtag never go full retard.
James Woods, American actor, posting hoax political meme on 20 July 2018, specifically a fake message, supposedly from Democrats, that urged men not to vote in the midterm elections.
Woods received an email from Twitter stating that the tweet had the potential to be misleading in a way that could impact an election.
Woods refused to delete the tweet himself.
He was allowed to return in October 2018.
At Congress Edits, Twitter bot, automatically rebroadcasting Wikipedia edits that doxed members of Congress.
Dozens of Occupy movement activists. No explanation from Twitter.
At Infowars_EU, accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and Infowars. Ties with Alex Jones and Infowars after numerous violations and warnings.
At Infowars Army, accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and Infowars. Ties with Alex Jones and Infowars after numerous violations and warnings.
At Infowars Crew, accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and Infowars. Ties with Alex Jones and Infowars after numerous violations and warnings.
At Infowars Insider, accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and Infowars. Ties with Alex Jones and Infowars after numerous violations and warnings.
At Infowars Mag, accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and Infowars. Ties with Alex Jones and Infowars after numerous violations and warnings.
At At InfoWars Papers. Accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and InfoWars. Ties with Alex Jones and InfoWars after numerous violations and warnings.
At InfoWars Reports. Accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and InfoWars. Ties with Alex Jones and InfoWars after numerous violations and warnings.
At InfoWars Shop. Accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and InfoWars. Ties with Alex Jones and InfoWars after numerous violations and warnings.
At Prison Planet TV. Accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and InfoWars. Ties with Alex Jones and InfoWars after numerous violations and warnings.
At Real Info Store. Accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and InfoWars. Ties with Alex Jones and InfoWars after numerous violations and warnings.
At Real News X2. Accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and InfoWars. Ties with Alex Jones and InfoWars after numerous violations and warnings.
At the News Wars. Accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and InfoWars. Ties with Alex Jones and InfoWars after numerous violations and warnings.
At War Room Beings. Accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and InfoWars. Ties with Alex Jones and InfoWars after numerous violations and warnings.
At War Room Show. Accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and InfoWars. Ties with Alex Jones and InfoWars after numerous violations and warnings.
4 other accounts. Accounts affiliated with Alex Jones and InfoWars. Ties with Alex Jones and InfoWars after numerous violations and warnings.
At Hard Rock 2016. Accounts used by Cesar Sayoc. After the mail bombing attempts against Donald Trump critics and Democratic Party politicians, Sayoc's profiles were found to have posted far-right political conspiracy theories, graphic images, and specific threats.
At Hard Rock and Flit. Accounts used by Cesar Sayoc. After the mail bombing attempts against Donald Trump critics and Democratic Party politicians, Sayoc's profiles were found to have posted far-right political conspiracy theories, graphic images, and specific threats.
Smash Racism DC at Smash Racism DC. Antifa group from Washington, D.C. Posting the home addresses of Tucker Carlson along with other family members following a protest outside Carlson's home.
Megan Murphy at Megan E. Murphy. Canadian journalist. And for hateful conduct, following a heated exchange which involved misgendering a transgender woman.
Laura Loomer at Laura Loomer. American political activist, conspiracy theorist, and internet personality. Hateful conduct, suspended for a tweet attacking Ilhan Omar by accusing her of being pro-Sharia and pro-FGM.
Jesse Kelly. Conservative talk radio host and former Republican congressional candidate. Kelly indicated in comments to other conservatives that he received a message saying that his account was permanently suspended due to multiple or repeat violations of the Twitter rules. However, Twitter, when contacted by the Hill after Kelly returned, described it as temporary.
At Putin_A. Imposter. Impersonating Russian President Vladimir Putin after a complaint to Twitter from Russian officials.
Amos E. at the Amos E. Singaporean blogger. Permanently banned for supporting pedophilia.
Anandal Nixitama, leader of the Black First Land First. Banned for a minimum of 7 days after Nixitama made threats to kill 5 white South Africans for every taxi driver killed in response to comments made by businessman Johann Rupert. 2019. Stephanie Sargnagel, Austrian author and artist. Suspended for posting tweet that translates to, Austria, you stupid son of a bitch, I am going to kill you.
Ali Khamenei at Khamenei_er, Supreme Leader of Iran. Account blocked for 24 hours for posting a tweet endorsing the 1989 fatwa against Salman Rushdie.
Jacob Wool at Jacob Wool, American conspiracy theorist, fraudster and hoaxer. creating and operating fake accounts after posting he intended to manipulate the 2020 United States presidential election results in a USA Today interview.
Brenton Tarrant, at Brenton Tarrant, perpetrator of the Christchurch mosque shootings, posting pictures of the firearms he later used in the attacks.
Carl Benjamin, at Carl UKIP, UKIP accounts, violating Twitter's terms of service.
Tommy Robinson, at T Robinson MEP, UKIP accounts, violating Twitter's terms of service.
Maria del Orinoco, pro-Maduro Venezuelan newspapers, unspecified, occurred during the 2019 Venezuela uprising.
Diario VEA, pro-Maduro Venezuelan newspapers, unspecified, occurred during the 2019 Venezuela uprising.
David Horowitz, at Horowitz39, conservative activist and author, unknown.
Minon Milling, at SG Minon Milling, Commander-in-Chief of TaBNWNE, spreading propaganda against Rohingya people.
Cheyenne, at Agistel, mascot of the town of Susaki, Japan, unknown.
Voice Acoustic, at Curly22, Serbian pundit aligned with the Serbian Progressive Party, harassment of Ream journalist Jovana Gligorievic.
Brian Krasenstein, at Krasenstein, resistance Twitter activists, operating fake accounts.
Ed Krasenstein, at Ed Krasen, resistance Twitter activists, operating fake accounts.
Ewan Linehan, at Ewan Linehan, researcher and educator, banned from Twitter for abusing multiple accounts.
At the Tweet of God, account operated by David Jeverbaum, tweeting, if gay people are a mistake, they're a mistake I've made hundreds of millions of times, which proves I'm incompetent and shouldn't be relied upon for anything.
Luke Taylor, at Luke Taylor Jail, internet troll, sustained harassment of the Planters snack food mascot, Mr. Peanut.
Louis Farrakhan, leader of the Nation of Islam, banned for using language that dehumanizes others on the basis of religion.
Lindsay Shepherd, free speech activist, banned for hateful conduct following a heated exchange with a transgender woman and LGBTQ advocate from Vancouver.
Connor Stephen Betts, at I'm the Spookster, perpetrator of the 2019 Dayton shooting.
Patrick Wood Crucius, at Patrick Crucius, perpetrator of the 2019 El Paso shooting.
Team Mitch, at Team_Mitch, political campaign for U.S. Senator Mitch McConnell, posting a video that included violent threats against McConnell.
200,000 Chinese accounts. Believe the accounts were part of a Chinese government-influenced campaign targeting the protest movement in Hong Kong.
Pauline Hanson, Australian senator and leader of Pauline Hanson's One Nation, suspended for violating rules against abuse and harassment by posting video advocating the use of violence against protesters.
Raul Castro, at Raul Castro R. Cuban government-affiliated accounts. Unspecified breach of rules.
Mariela Castro, at Castro's TNN, Cuban government-affiliated accounts. Unspecified breach of rules.
Mesa Redonda, at Mesa Redonda Cuba, Cuban government-affiliated accounts. Unspecified breach of rules.
Grandma Digital, at Grandma_Digital, Cuban government-affiliated accounts. Unspecified breach of rules.
Radio Rebel, at Radio Rebel Q, Cuban government-affiliated accounts. Unspecified breach of rules.
Briscoe Kane, Republican member of the Texas House of Representatives, suspended for 141 days after refusing to remove a perceived violent threat against Democratic presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke.
Saad al-Khatami, at Saad Q 1978, former media consultant to Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, banned for violating the company's platform manipulation policies.
.gov.ae, operator of bot accounts in the United Arab Emirates, spreading information about Qatar and the Saudi Arabian-led intervention in Yemen.
Hamas and Hezbollah affiliated accounts, including Al Manar and the Quds News Network. Part of Twitter's crackdown on illegal terrorist organizations and violent extremist groups. Conducted after reviewing accounts, highlighted by U.S. Representatives Josh Gottheimer, Tom Reed, Max Rose, and Ryan Fitzpatrick, who accused Twitter of violating the law by doing business with foreign terrorist organizations.
Twitter reversed its previous decision to allow a platform for non-military arms and terrorist organizations.
Will Sloan, Canadian film critic and podcaster, suspended for tweets about the fictional character Baby Yoda.
Danielle Stella at 2020 Congress. Republican candidate potentially challenging U.S. Republican Ilhan Omar in the 2020 election. Repeated rule violations. One tweet read, if it is proven that Ilhan Omar passed sensitive info to Iran, she should be tried for #treason and hanged.
Pete Hegseth, Fox News contributor, banned for posting an anti-American manifesto that was written by Mohammed al-Shamrani. The Saudi Arabian military cadet who shot and killed 3 people and injured 12 when he opened fire at Naval Air Station Pensacola on 6 December 2019.
An 88,000 Saudi linked accounts. State-backed information operations originating in Saudi Arabia that violated platform manipulation policies.
2020. Dozen accounts associated with Venezuela's government and military. Unspecified breach of rules.
Zero Hedge at Zero Hedge. Far-right libertarian financial blog. Publishing an article falsely accusing a Wuhan Institute of Virology doctor of releasing SARS-CoV-2 as a biological weapon and doxing said doctor.
The account was reinstated in June 2020, with Twitter saying the suspension was in error.
At BabyNutBaby. Meme accounts tied to planters. Astrographing in support of the Baby Nut campaign.
The main Mr. Peanut at Mr. Peanut account was not suspended.
At BabyNutLol. Meme accounts tied to planters. Astrographing in support of the Baby Nut campaign.
The main Mr. Peanut at Mr. Peanut account was not suspended.
At BabyNut Memes. Meme accounts tied to planters. Astrographing in support of the Baby Nut campaign.
The main Mr. Peanut at Mr. Peanut account was not suspended.
70 pro-Michael Bloomberg accounts. Posting identical messages which Twitter said amounted to spam and platform manipulation.
Andrew Waltz at WaltzRI. Fake Republican candidate account. A fake account claiming to be a Republican running for Congress in Rhode Island's 1st Congressional District, whose teenage operator tricked Twitter into blue check verifying it.
Jack Berkman at Jack_Berkman. Lobbyist and conspiracy theorist. Tweeted on evidence claims about impending nationwide food shortages due to the COVID-19 pandemic, following repeated infractions of Twitter rules, including making false statements about COVID-19.
Javalky and White at Javalky. American comedian. Impersonating verified accounts such as CNN.
Ian White's account was later restored, although it was stripped of its verified status. The Federalist at FDRLST, American conservative website. Account blocked for promoting an article advocating COVID-19 pox parties, which was harshly criticized by public health officials.
8,000 1,558 pro-Serbian Progressive Party and pro-Aleksandar Vučić accounts. Posting positive news coverage of the Serbian Progressive Party and Aleksandar Vučić and attacking their political opponents with Twitter, saying that the accounts engaged in inauthentic coordinated activity.
Meduin Zion Kishern, Adwin Meduin. Thai actor. Unspecified.
Chinese Embassy in Sri Lanka at China MSL. Chinese government agency. For using undiplomatic language against social media users while responding to allegations against China.
Owen Schroyer at Illinois Soin. InfoWars personalities. Promoting violence in a Texas rally against the stay-at-home order during the COVID-19 pandemic and evading the permanent suspension of Alex Jones and InfoWars.
Rob New at News. InfoWars personalities. Promoting violence in a Texas rally against the stay-at-home order during the COVID-19 pandemic and evading the permanent suspension of Alex Jones and InfoWars.
Pan.video at Pan.video. InfoWars personalities. Promoting violence in a Texas rally against the stay-at-home order during the COVID-19 pandemic and evading the permanent suspension of Alex Jones and InfoWars.
Alex. Turning Point USA ambassador. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy after sharing a meme of Xi Jinping, generated by using Joe Biden's avatar generator from his website.
His account was reinstated on 20 November 2022.
Candace Owens at Real Candace O. American conservative activist. And after tweeting criticism of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer's stay-at-home order and encouraging the state's citizens to violate the directive.
Joey Salads at Joey Salads. American conservative media personality. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy.
At Antifa_US. Fake Antifa account. Fake Antifa account, created by white supremacists, suspended for violating the policy on fake accounts.
170,000 Chinese, 1,000 Russian, and 7,340 Turkish accounts. Found to be linked to propaganda and disinformation supportive of their respective governments.
Katie Hopkins at KT Hopkins. British columnist and far-right activist. Temporarily on 30 January 2020 possibly due to a tweet she made about rapper Stormzy.
Permanently for violations of the hateful conduct policy after she voiced opposition to a school program providing meals for hungry children.
Logan Cook at Cartaduncan. Pro-Trump meme account. Account suspended for half an hour on 14 October 2019 for sharing an edited scene from the 20th Century Studios film Kingsman, The Secret Service depicting Trump murdering journalists, politicians, and news outlets.
Permanently banned for repeated violations of this policy after he created a fake CNN racist toddlers video of two toddlers, one black and one white, running toward each other and hugging, before running away together, which Twitter added a manipulated media label on the video as racist.
The video was taken down by Twitter following a copyright complaint made by the original content owner. Distributed denial of secrets at DDoS Secrets. Activist group. Publishing WikiLeaks, 269 gigabytes of internal U.S. law enforcement data obtained by the hacker Collective Anonymous for dissemination of hacked materials and information that could have put individuals at risk of real-world harm.
Graham Linehan at G-Liner, television writer. Repeated acts of platform manipulation and hateful conduct towards transgender individuals.
In December 2020, Linehan attempted to circumvent the ban by activating another new account at Scarly Simon, which was subsequently permanently suspended as well.
Whoa!
The account was later reinstated on 22 December 2022.
It was later suspended on 15 April 2023.
Conservative Party of New York State. Political party. An automated spam filter had misidentified the party account as disseminating spam.
Twitter undid the error on 10 September, 2 months after the erroneous suspension.
Stefan Molyneux at Stefan Molyneux. Far-right activist and conspiracy theorist. Operating fake accounts.
Over 50 accounts of white nationalist organizations from several countries, including Martin Sellner at Martin_Sellner, violating Twitter's policies in relation to violent extremism.
Sellner was unsuspended in March 2024.
Various users posting screenshots of Twitter internal control panels following the 2020 Twitter Bitcoin scam.
Approximately 157,000 canon-related accounts engaged in harassment and brigading of other users of misinformation.
TaBNWNE, rapper, harassment.
16 pro-Jair Bolsonaro accounts removed on order of the Supreme Federal Court of Brazil for allegedly promoting fake news, including the accounts of Roberto Jefferson, Luciano Hang, Sarah Winter, and others.
Wiley at Wiley CEO, musician, anti-Semitic comments.
Donald Trump Jr. at Donald J. Trump Jr., American businessman and eldest son of U.S. President Donald Trump. Blocked for 12 hours for spreading the debunked claim that hydroxychloroquine can prevent COVID-19.
David Duke at Dr. David Duke, white supremacist and former KKK Grand Wizard, temporarily suspended in August 2017 for association with a Unite the Right rally.
Permanently suspended in July 2020 for hateful content.
Gemma O'Doherty at Gemma OD1, Irish far-right activist and conspiracy theorist. Repeated violations of Twitter rules on hateful conduct and abusive behavior.
Bill Mitchell at Mitchell V. Conservative pundit. Using an account to evade the suspension of another account.
Guyver Hoffplot at Guyver Hoffplot. Political satire accounts. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy.
Jarvis DuPont at Jarvis DuPont. Political satire accounts. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy.
Journalist Excellence Worldwide at Journalist EW. Political satire accounts. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy.
Liberal Larry at Larry the Liberal. Political satire accounts. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy.
Sir Lefty Far Right at Support Our Lefty. Political satire accounts. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy.
Tolerance Police at Diversity Patrol. Political satire accounts. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy.
NPC Daily. Political satire accounts. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy.
The Babylon B at the Babylon B. Political satire accounts. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy.
Titanium McGrath at Titanium McGrath. Political satire accounts. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy.
3,000 Chinese accounts. Part of a Chinese botnet known as Dracula.
Unity 2020 at Articles of Unity. American political movement. Considered potentially harmful.
Always Actions at Always Actions. Conservative account. Violating Twitter's manipulation and spam policy after repeatedly sharing xenophobic, anti-Muslim, and hyper-partisan disinformation. U.S. President Donald Trump promoted several of the account's tweets.
David Vance at DVATW. right-wing blogger. Hateful contempt for repeated accusations of racism, including embarrassing footballer Marcus Rashford.
Li Mengyan at Li Mengyan 119. Chinese virologist. Li Mengyan's first account permanently suspended for linking to an upload of an unpublished preprint paper claiming SARS-CoV-2 was made in a laboratory. She later created a new account at Dr. Li Mengyan 1.
Kanye West at Kanye West. American musician and U.S. presidential candidate. Publishing the phone number of Forbes magazine editor Randall Ling.
About Hungary at About Hungary. Official account of the government of Hungary. Unknown.
Remix News at RMX News. Hungarian government supported media publication. Unknown.
Numerous suspicious accounts claiming to be black supporters of Donald Trump. Violating Twitter's rules on spam and platform manipulation.
New York Post at NY Post. Tabloid newspaper. Account blocked for tweeting articles alleging corruption and attempted collusion between Burisma and Joe Biden.
Charlie Kirk at Charlie Kirk 11. Founder of Turning Point USA. Spreading misleading information about mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania.
Yasri Raghuram at Yasri Raghuram. Indian politician, choreographer, and actress. Violating Twitter's rules after posting a series of tweets relating to the controversy over VCK leader Phil Cathy and Faruma Valovan's statement on Man is Greedy.
Ira Madison III at Ira. Writer and podcaster. Impersonating Beto O'Rourke.
Deanna Lorraine at Deanna for Congress. Former Republican candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives. Repeated violations of the Twitter rules, tweeting that immigrants would enter the U.S. and commit violence if Trump is not elected.
Numerous accounts claiming to be independent journalists. Violating Twitter's rules on spam and platform manipulation.
The Chaser at Chaser. Australian comedy group and satirical news publication. Impersonating Donald Trump and tweeting, "Don't vote for me, I'm a massive idiot."
The account was restored the next day but lost its verification.
Davidica at Davidica. English conspiracy theorist. Violating Twitter's rules on COVID-19 misinformation.
Steve Bannon at War Room Pandemic. Former White House chief strategist to Donald Trump. And after he called for Anthony Fauci and Christopher Escher to be beheaded on his podcast.
Mohsen Rizai at _Rizai. Iranian politician and secretary of the Expediency Discernment Council. Violating Twitter's rules against abusive behavior.
Vision Namdar Zanjanet. Iranian Minister of Petroleum. And because it violated the website's rules against impersonation.
Truenology at TaBNWNE. Indian right-wing historian account. And after online banter with senior IPS officer.
At the Betty Trump. Elizabeth Trump Bryan poster. Impersonating Donald Trump's older sister Elizabeth Trump Bra.
Trapped at Trapped Official. American rock band. The official Trapped Twitter account and Chris Taylor Brown's personal account were both suspended after Brown, who operated both accounts, wrote a series of tweets defending statutory rape.
Chris Taylor Brown at Real CTV Trapped. Trapped lead vocalist. The official Trapped Twitter account and Chris Taylor Brown's personal account were both suspended after Brown, who operated both accounts, wrote a series of tweets defending statutory rape.
And at Real Bob Costas. Bob Costas imposter. Impersonating Bob Costas after a complaint to Twitter from Costas' son Keith Michael Kirby Costas. 2021. Dan Bongino at D. Bongino. American conservative political commentator. Violating Twitter's civic integrity policy.
Lucian Linwood at L. Linwood. American pro-Trump lawyer and conspiracy theorist. Violating Twitter's rules against inciting violence and an evasion using a second account at Fight Back Law, which was also suspended.
Jake and Jelly at USA Wolfpack. American canon conspiracy theorist and far-right activist. Related to being a figurehead in the January 6 U.S. Capitol attack.
Donald Trump at Real Donald Trump, President of the United States. On 7 January, Trump's personal account at Real Donald Trump was suspended for 12 hours after Twitter removed 3 of his tweets.
This was elevated to a permanent suspension due to repeated and severe violations of Twitter's civic integrity policy, following his supporters' storming of the U.S. Capitol.
After his suspension, Trump used the official account of the U.S. President at TaBNWNE. Twitter deleted Trump's new tweets written after the suspension and threatened to suspend accounts used by him for an evasion.
Twitter also suspended the Trump presidential campaign's account at Team Trump after it reposted the deleted tweets from @TaBNWNE.
Both accounts were later reinstated on November 19, 2022. Team Trump at Team Trump. Donald Trump presidential campaign. On 7 January, Trump's personal account at Real Donald Trump was suspended for 12 hours after Twitter removed 3 of his tweets.
This was elevated to a permanent suspension due to repeated and severe violations of Twitter's civic integrity policy, following his supporters' storming of the U.S. Capitol.
After his suspension, Trump used the official account of the U.S. President at TaBNWNE. Twitter deleted Trump's new tweets written after the suspension and threatened to suspend accounts used by him for an evasion.
Twitter also suspended the Trump presidential campaign's account at Team Trump after it reposted the deleted tweets from @TaBNWNE.
Both accounts were later reinstated on November 19, 2022. Van Garrison at Graphics, American alt-right political cartoonist, posting a cartoon endorsing the storming of the U.S. Capitol.
Part of a larger fan wave on accounts expressing similar sentiments.
He later created a new account at Cartoons Then, which is also suspended. Gary Kogi at Gary Kogi, digital director for Trump's 2020 presidential campaign, attempted to help President Trump evade Twitter bans by using his account.
Kogi changed the name and picture of his account to those of President Trump.
Michael Flynn at General Flynn, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General and former National Security Advisor under Donald Trump. Violating Twitter's policy on coordinated harmful activity in relation to sharing canon content.
Jim Watkins at Is It Web Yet? Operators of HateCon, violating Twitter's policy on coordinated harmful activity in relation to sharing canon content.
Ron Watkins at CodeMonkeyZ, operators of HateCon, violating Twitter's policy on coordinated harmful activity in relation to sharing canon content.
Patrick Byrne at Patrick Byrne, CEO of Overstock.com, pro-Trump activist, violating Twitter's policy on coordinated harmful activity in relation to sharing canon content.
Sidney Powell at Sidney Powell 1, American pro-Trump lawyer and conspiracy theorist, violating Twitter's policy on coordinated harmful activity in relation to sharing canon content.
Sci-Hub at Sci_Hub, Kazakhstani Shadow Library of Research Papers, violating Twitter's counterfeiting policy.
Ollie Alexander at Ollie, American far-right activist and organizer of Stop the Steal campaign, was banned on January 25, 2023, after his account was reinstated earlier in the month.
Lou Barletta at Lou Barletta_PA, former U.S. Representative for Pennsylvania's 11th Congressional District, suspended in error for perceived violations of Twitter's impersonation policy.
The account was restored the following day.
Christos at Masters Reality, lead singer of Masters of Reality, unknown.
Approximately 70,000 canon-related accounts.
Marjorie Taylor Greene at MT Greene, U.S. Congresswoman representing Georgia's 14th Congressional District, suspended for 12 hours for spreading misinformation about voter fraud in the 2020 U.S. election.
Chinese Embassy in U.S. at Chinese and in U.S. Chinese government agency. The embassy's Twitter account was suspended after it issued a tweet defending the Chinese government's actions in Xinjiang province.
The Chinese government has carried out policies of mass internment, intensive surveillance, re-education, destruction of cultural and religious sites, forced labor, forced abortion, and forced sterilization. As part of a campaign of cultural genocide targeting Uyghurs.
The embassy's tweet, claiming that Uyghur women had been emancipated from extremism and were no longer baby-making machines, was deleted. And the account was suspended for violating Twitter's policy prohibiting dehumanization of a group of people based on their religion, caste, age, disability, serious disease, national origin, race, or ethnicity. TaBNWNE at TaBNWNE, Indian actress and supporter of the Bharatiya Janata Party and Narendra Modi. For a now-deleted tweet on the makers of Tandav, in which the actress had said that it was time to take their heads off.
She had posted the comment in response to the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, asking the makers of the series to explain allegations of insult to Hindu gods in some scenes.
Tokyo Organizing Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games at Tokyo 2020 JP. Official Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games organization. The account's owner's date of birth was mistakenly set to 24 January 2014, the date the committee was created, causing the account to be automatically banned for not meeting the minimum age requirement of Twitter.
Mike Lindell at Real Mike Lindell, CEO of Mike Pillow, conservative political activist and conspiracy theorist. Repeated violations of Twitter's civic integrity policy.
Lindell used his Twitter account to promote misinformation about the 2020 presidential election.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022. Yevgeny Prigozhin at Yevgeny Prigozhin, Russian businessman, violating Twitter's guidelines.
My Pillow at My Pillow USA, American pillow manufacturing company, violating Twitter's policy on ban evasion.
After his personal account was banned for promoting disinformation, My Pillow CEO Mike Lindell used the company's Twitter account to post, "Jack Dorsey is trying to cancel me. Mike Lindell out."
Shiva Yajare at _Shiva. Indian American engineer, politician, and conspiracy theorist. Violating Twitter's civic integrity policy by promoting disinformation about U.S. elections and the COVID-19 pandemic.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022.
Jim Hoft at Gateway Pundit. Founder and editor of far-right fake news website The Gateway Pundit. repeated violations of Twitter's civic integrity policy by promoting disinformation about the 2020 U.S. presidential election.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022.
Wayne Root at Real Wayne Root. American far-right radio host, author, activist, conservative political commentator, and conspiracy theorist. Violating Twitter's civic integrity policy.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022.
Reject Veritas at Reject_Veritas. American far-right activist group. Repeated violations of Twitter's policy against publishing private information.
The account was later reinstated on 20 November 2022.
Music Box Theater at Music Box Theater. Movie theater in Chicago, Illinois. Violating the Digital Millennium Copyright Act by using the song Take My Breath Away in a trailer of coming attractions.
Roughly 24 Russia-Iran affiliated troll accounts attempting to manipulate the platform by amplifying messages from pro-independence critics of SNP leader Nicola Sturgeon.
The Expose at Daily Expose UK. British conspiracist website. Following the suspension of its main account, the website created several alt accounts to get around its ban.
Many Twitter accounts who posted the word Memphis. Technical issues, possibly caused by an internal misconfiguration intended to prevent sharing of a private address.
Marjorie Taylor Greene at MT Greene, U.S. Congresswoman representing Georgia's 14th Congressional District. Suspended due to an automated mechanism error, reversed the same day.
Lee Hurst at Lee Hurst Comic. English comedian. Making a sexual joke about teenage climate activist Greta Thunberg.
Fake accounts posing as Amazon fulfillment center workers to spread pro-Amazon and anti-union messages. Violating Twitter's impersonation policy.
Jason Whitlock at Whitlock Jason. American sports journalist. Violating Twitter's policy against posting private information.
Whitlock had posted an article about co-founder of Black Lives Matter Patras Colors' purchase of a $1.4 million home.
James O'Keefe at James O'Keefe Free. American right-wing political activist and founder of Project Veritas. Twitter stated that O'Keefe operated fake accounts in violation of Twitter's rules against platform manipulation and spam.
O'Keefe responded to the ban by threatening to sue Twitter for defamation.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022. Ken Luke at Ken Luke. Executive Vice President at Oracle. Violating Twitter's policy against posting private information.
Writer Mara Hvisidal published an article in The Intercept alleging that Oracle was marketing its data analytics software to police and security contractors in China.
Luke issued a rebuttal to the piece on Oracle's website, asking readers with any information about Mara or her reporting to contact him at his personal Proton Mail email address.
Hvisidal tweeted a screenshot of this sentence in Luke's rebuttal, including Luke's email address.
Luke then tweeted Hvisidal's professional email address and Signal phone number, which were published in her original article, as a way to return the favor.
Twitter suspended Luke's account for 12 hours. Hvisidal's account was not suspended.
Luke's request for information on Hvisidal was later removed from his rebuttal. Kangana Ranaut at Kangana Team. Indian actress and supporter of the Bharatiya Janata Party and Narendra Modi. For inciting hate and violence, with a tweet demanding president's rule in West Bengal in response to alleged post-poll violence 2 days after election results were announced.
Renault wrote, "This is horrible. We need Super Gunday to kill Gunday. She is like an unleashed monster. To tame her Modi Jai, please show your Virat root from early 2000s. Hashtag President Rule in Bengal."
The desk of Donald J. Trump at DJT Desk. Account reposting content from Donald Trump's website. Violating Twitter's policy on ban evasion.
The @DJT Desk account was sharing short, Twitter-like blog posts from the website of former U.S. President Donald Trump, whose Twitter account @RealDonaldTrump had previously been suspended.
In a statement, Twitter said that it would take enforcement action on accounts whose apparent intent is to replace or promote content affiliated with a suspended account.
Trump spokesman Jason Miller denied that the account was set up by Trump or any of his affiliates.
Caroline Levitt at JC_Levitt, Communications Director for U.S. Republican Elise Stefanik, suspended in error according to Twitter and restored the same day.
9 accounts linked to Irish journalist and columnist Egan Harris, including @Barbara Pinto, violating Twitter's policy against platform manipulation.
Harris has been operating an anonymous sock puppet account on Twitter under the name Barbara J. Pin.
The account regularly posted incendiary tweets about Irish politics and had sent harassing messages to journalist AI4.
8 additional Twitter accounts with suspected links to the @Barbara Pinto account were also later suspended.
The Sunday Independent newspaper fired Harris from his job as a columnist. Editor Alan English claimed that many of the tweets were far beyond what I would describe as fair and reasonable comment.
Harris claimed that he was only one of several people operating the @Barbara Pinto account and denied operating the other suspended accounts.
Official account of the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir at Office of LGJ&K, reportedly due to a technical error, restored the same day.
Francisco Jose Contreras at FJ deputy of Spain's Vox political party, violating Twitter's hateful conduct policy, resulting in a 12-hour suspension.
In response to an article about a trans man giving birth, Contreras had posted, "A man cannot get pregnant. A man has no womb or eggs."
Muhammadu Buhari at Buhari, President of Nigeria, suspended for 12 hours for posting a tweet invoking the violence of the Nigerian civil war in his threats to the separatist group Indigenous People of Biafra, which users claimed was inciting violence against the Igbo people.
The tweet itself was also deleted.
The text was, "Many of those misbehaving today are too young to be aware of the destruction and loss of lives that occurred during the Biafra War. Those of us in the fields for 30 months who went through the war will treat them in the language they understand." Naomi Wolf at Naomi Wolf, American feminist, writer and anti-vaccination conspiracy theorist, spreading misinformation about COVID-19 vaccines.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022.
Rebecca Jones at GeoRebecca, American geographer and alleged whistleblower. Platform manipulation and spam caused by her repeatedly retweeting a Miami Herald article about her tenure with the Florida Department of Health.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022.
The Chaser at Chaser, Australian comedy group and satirical news publication. Suspended for an hour for impersonating Pope Francis, J.K. Rowling, Prime Minister of Australia Scott Morrison and Coca-Cola, after regaining their verification they lost during their previous suspension.
David Portnoy at Stool Presidente, Founder of sports and pop culture blog Barstool Sports. Unknown.
Rehearsed at Rehearsed Comic. English comedian. Encouraging the physical assault of England's chief medical officer Chris Whitty.
Anne-Marie Brady at Anne_Marie Brady. Chinese politics professor at the University of Canterbury. Account locked for posting 2 tweets critical of Xi Jinping.
Account later restored on 5 July.
Nick Flinties at Nick J. Flinties. American white nationalist and far-right political commentator. Temporarily suspended in April 2021.
Permanently suspended in July 2021 for repeated violations of Twitter rules.
The suspension happened the day after the Anti-Defamation League published an article titled Nicholas J. Flinties, 5 Things to Know.
Flinty's account was banned on 25 January 2023 after it had been reinstated the day before.
Reinstated by Elon Musk in May 2024. Marjorie Taylor Greene at MT Greene, U.S. Congresswoman representing Georgia's 14th Congressional District. Suspended for 12 hours for sharing misinformation about COVID-19 and vaccines.
Nation of Islam at official NOI, American religious and political organization, spreading misinformation about COVID-19 vaccines.
At Arizona Audit, accounts calling for pro-Trump audits of the 2020 United States presidential election in several states, as well as promoting the Maricopa County audit. Violating Twitter rules on platform manipulation and spam.
At audit_PA, accounts calling for pro-Trump audits of the 2020 United States presidential election in several states, as well as promoting the Maricopa County audit. Violating Twitter rules on platform manipulation and spam.
At Audit Georgia, accounts calling for pro-Trump audits of the 2020 United States presidential election in several states, as well as promoting the Maricopa County audit. Violating Twitter rules on platform manipulation and spam.
At Audit Michigan, accounts calling for pro-Trump audits of the 2020 United States presidential election in several states, as well as promoting the Maricopa County audit. Violating Twitter rules on platform manipulation and spam.
At Audit Nevada, accounts calling for pro-Trump audits of the 2020 United States presidential election in several states, as well as promoting the Maricopa County audit. Violating Twitter rules on platform manipulation and spam.
At Audit War Room, accounts calling for pro-Trump audits of the 2020 United States presidential election in several states, as well as promoting the Maricopa County audit. Violating Twitter rules on platform manipulation and spam.
At Audit Wisconsin, accounts calling for pro-Trump audits of the 2020 United States presidential election in several states, as well as promoting the Maricopa County audit. Violating Twitter rules on platform manipulation and spam.
Anjan Chowdhury at Anjan Chowdhury_. British Islamist hate preacher convicted under the United Kingdom's Terrorism Act 2000. Violating Twitter's rules on violent organizations and individuals.
Chowdhury had been convicted on charges of supporting ISIL in 2016 and had been released from prison in 2018.
His account was banned alongside his Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn accounts weeks after restrictions on his ability to use the internet were lifted. Bronze Age Pervert at Bronze Age Mantis. Alt-right author. Unknown.
The account was later reinstated on 6 December 2022.
Ali Beth Stuckey at Conservative American conservative commentator. Suspended for 12 hours for repeatedly calling New Zealand transgender weightlifter Laura Hubbard a man.
At Cormac McCarthy. Cormac McCarthy imposter. Account created by California Democratic gubernatorial candidate Daniel Watts, suspended for impersonating Cormac McCarthy.
Aubrey Huff at Aubrey_Huff. Former professional baseball player. Repeated violations of COVID-19 misleading information policy.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022.
Marjorie Taylor Greene at MT Greene, U.S. Congresswoman representing Georgia's 14th Congressional District. Suspended for 1 week for sharing misinformation about COVID-19 and vaccines.
At TaBNWNE. Fake news accounts. And for propagating a fake story about a fictitious CNN journalist named Bernie Gores, who they claimed was killed by the Taliban during the fall of Kabul.
None of the accounts were verified and, except for at CNN, this was their only tweet.
At CNN, fake news accounts. And for propagating a fake story about a fictitious CNN journalist named Bernie Gores, who they claimed was killed by the Taliban during the fall of Kabul.
None of the accounts were verified and, except for at CNN, this was their only tweet.
At MSNBC, fake news accounts. And for propagating a fake story about a fictitious CNN journalist named Bernie Gores, who they claimed was killed by the Taliban during the fall of Kabul.
None of the accounts were verified and, except for at CNN, this was their only tweet.
Jean Messiha at Jean Messiha, French politician, and for repeatedly violating Twitter's hateful conduct policy.
Alex Berenson at Alex Berenson, writer, and for repeatedly violating Twitter's COVID-19 misinformation policy.
The account was later reinstated on 26 August 2022.
Anonymous Germany at NNews.de, decentralized hacking group. And for disseminating hacked material, the policy on private information, and against the policy on platform manipulation and spam, following the hack of neo-Nazi conspiracy fears to kill Heilman.
Greg Locke at Pastor Locke, founder of Global Vision Bible Church, and for repeatedly violating Twitter's COVID-19 misinformation policy.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022.
Nipsey Minai at Nipsey Minai, rapper. Minai claimed to be suspended for spreading misinformation about COVID-19. However, this claim was disputed by Twitter.
Andre Ventura at Andre C. Ventura, Portuguese politician and founder of far-right party Chega, unknown.
Jim Banks at Rep. Jim Banks, American politician serving as U.S. representative for Indiana's 3rd Congressional District. Temporarily suspended for misgendering Assistant Secretary of Health Rachel Levine.
Emerald Robinson at Emerald Robinson, American journalist, White House correspondent for Newsmax TV, and for repeatedly violating Twitter's COVID-19 misinformation policy.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022.
At Tracker Trial, account covering the sex trafficking trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, and for violating Twitter's rules against platform manipulation and spam.
And Robert Wallace Malone at R.W. Malone MD, American virologist and immunologist, and for repeatedly violating Twitter's COVID-19 misinformation policy.
The The account was later reinstated on 12 December 2022. 2022. Marjorie Taylor Greene at TaBNWNE. Personal account of U.S. Congresswoman representing Georgia's 14th Congressional District. Permanently suspended after multiple violations of Twitter's COVID-19 misinformation policy throughout 2021.
Her official congressional account at RepMTG was not suspended.
Greene is the first sitting member of Congress to have her personal Twitter account permanently suspended.
The account was reinstated 21 November 2022.
Politics for All at Politics for All. News aggregate account. Banned for violating Twitter's rules against platform manipulation and spam.
Matt Walsh at Matt Walsh Blog. American right-wing political commentator and author. Temporarily suspended for making transphobic comments.
His account was restored once the offensive tweets in question were deleted.
Luciano Hang at Luciano Hang PR. Brazilian businessman, co-founder and owner of Haven Department Stores. Suspended due to a court order issued by the Supreme Federal Court in an attempt to combat fake news in Brazil.
Hang later stated his account was banned due to sharing a video denouncing the vaccination of children.
His account was reinstated 72 hours later. Ali Khamenei at Khamenei site. One of many official Twitter accounts belonging to the supreme leader of Iran. Permanently suspended after releasing an animation targeting former U.S. President Donald Trump in revenge for the assassination of Qasem Soleimani in 2020.
Several other accounts belonging to Khamenei remain active on the network.
300 accounts promoting the Philippines presidential frontrunner Bongbong Marcos. Banned for violating the company's policies on platform manipulation and spam.
AdWord Lineator. Bot account automatically responding to tweets regarding Wordle games. Suspended for violating the Twitter rules and the automation rules around sending unsolicited mentions.
Defiant LS. Account highlighting hypocritical and contradictory tweets from public figures, allegedly for circumventing a previous ban.
The account's owner denies ever having been banned under any other account.
The suspension was lifted the next day. Numerous open source intelligence accounts suspended or locked up for sharing images and videos showing Russian military movement into eastern Ukraine as part of the 2021 to 2022 Russo-Ukrainian crisis.
Some of the affected accounts allege it is part of a coordinated campaign to remove their content.
Grace Lavery at Gracie Lavery, Associate Professor at University of California, Berkeley. Suspended for tweeting, "I hope the Queen dies," after news that Queen Elizabeth II had tested positive for COVID-19.
CNN Ukraine at CNN UKR. Fake news account. Sharing fake news about death of journalist in Ukraine.
Randy Hillier at Randy Hillier, member of the Ontario Provincial Parliament. Banned for repeatedly violating Twitter's COVID-19 misinformation policy.
The account was later reinstated on 16 December 2022.
Samantha Markle at the Markle Sammy, older paternal half-sister of Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Sussex, violating the rules against ban evasion.
The Babylon Bee at the Babylon Bee. News satire website. Account blocked for hateful conduct after posting an attack on U.S. Health Assistant Secretary Rachel Levine, mocking her placement on USA Today's Women of the Year list.
The TaBNWNE has refused to delete the tweet in question.
The account was reinstated on 18 November 2022. Charlie Kirk, at Charlie Kirk 11, founder of Turning Point USA. Account blocked for hateful conduct after posting a tweet mocking U.S. Health Assistant Secretary Rachel Levine's placement on USA Today's Women of the Year list.
After initially refusing to delete the tweet in question, Kirk complied with a request and regained access to his account 5 weeks after his suspension.
Tucker Carlson, at Tucker Carlson, American television host and conservative political commentator. Account blocked for hateful conduct after posting a tweet mocking U.S. Health Assistant Secretary Rachel Levine's placement on USA Today's Women of the Year list.
After initially refusing to delete the tweet in question, Carlson complied with a request and regained access to his account a month later.
Juanita Broderick, at Attend Nut, Bill Clinton rape accuser, violating the policy on spreading misleading and potentially harmful information related to COVID-19.
Pennsylvania House of Representatives Republican Caucus, at PA House GOP. Caucus of the Pennsylvania Legislature. Unknown.
Suspension was lifted hours later.
Libs of TikTok, at Libs of TikTok. Account mocking liberal posts on TikTok and other social media sites. Temporarily suspended for 12 hours due to hateful conduct.
Geert Wilders, at Geert Wilders PVV. Dutch far-right politician and leader of the Party for Freedom. Temporarily suspended for violating Twitter's hateful conduct policy after mentioning Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif in a tweet which criticized Islam.
Roger Stone, at Roger Stone USA. American conservative political consultant and lobbyist. Permanently suspended for evading an October 2017 Twitter ban.
Mike Lindell, at Mike J. Lindell, CEO of Mike Pillow. Permanently suspended for evading a January 2021 Twitter ban.
Donald J. Trump's Truth Social posts, at Trump TS. Account posting Donald Trump posts from his Truth Social account. Permanently suspended for violating the ban evasion policy since his role in the 2021 United States Capitol attack.
Over 300 suspected bot accounts in Ireland. Permanently suspended for mass retweeting a tweet by Irish Minister for Health Stephen Donnelly and violating Twitter's spam policy after the Fianna Fáil Department of Health requested the company launch an investigation into the accounts.
Lawrence Fox, at Luxa Fox. English actor and conservative political activist. Temporarily suspended for changing his profile picture to a swastika made out of 4 LGBTQ flags.
At least 80 accounts related to Durvax Shale's DNN News Network. Permanently suspended for manipulating the company's policies on spam and platform manipulation.
Jordan Peterson, at Jordan D. Peterson. Canadian clinical psychologist, YouTube personality and author. Temporarily suspended for misgendering actor Elliot Page.
Peterson later stated he refused to delete the tweet in question.
The account was restored in November of the same year after Elon Musk bought the company. Dave Rubin, at Rubin Report. American conservative political commentator. Rubin claims to have been suspended by the platform for discussing Jordan Peterson's suspension after misgendering actor Elliot Page.
At Ruth Sintas, American pro-abortion rights group. Permanently suspended for publishing a map containing the home addresses of 6 Supreme Court justices, including Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh.
TaBNWNE at 333 Underline Hill. Main defendant in Shinzo Abe's assassination case. Permanently suspended for unspecified violation of Twitter's corporate policies.
At GP News Underline UK. Fake news account. Permanently suspended for posting a fake news article claiming that a lorry carrying 20,000 pounds of oysters and champagne to Jacob Rees-Mogg's house was stuck in traffic.
James A. Lindsay at Conceptual James. American mathematician, author, and cultural critic. Permanently suspended for violating the platform's hateful conduct policy.
Luz Miguel at Luz Miguel US. American political candidate. Permanently suspended after a tweet advocating shooting federal law enforcement agents.
Libs of TikTok at Libs of TikTok. Account mocking liberal posts on TikTok and other social media sites. Temporarily suspended for violating the platform's hateful conduct policy.
At Bjorkanism. Accounts operated by Bjorka, purportedly Polish hacker and activist. Permanently suspended for violating Twitter's policies regarding distribution of hacked materials.
At Bjorksonism. Accounts operated by Bjorka, purportedly Polish hacker and activist. Permanently suspended for violating Twitter's ban evasion policy.
At Bjorkanation. Accounts operated by Bjorka, purportedly Polish hacker and activist. Permanently suspended for violating Twitter's ban evasion policy.
At Bjorkanism 19. Accounts operated by Bjorka, purportedly Polish hacker and activist. Permanently suspended for violating Twitter's ban evasion policy.
Libs of TikTok at Libs of TikTok. Account mocking liberal posts on TikTok and other social media sites. Temporarily suspended for 7 days for violating the platform's hateful conduct policy.
Peter Andrew McCullough at T_McCullough MD. American cardiologist and epidemiologist. Unknown.
Kanye West at Kanye West. American rapper. Temporarily suspended after posting an anti-Semitic tweet, declaring that he was going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Cassie Griffin at Cassie Griffin. American comedian. Permanently suspended for impersonating Elon Musk.
Her account was reinstated 13 days later.
H3H3 Productions at H3H3 Productions. American YouTuber. Permanently suspended for impersonating Elon Musk.
The account was reinstated on 21 December.
Amy Rose Brown at ARB. Verified user. Impersonating Elon Musk.
Chris Clue at Chris Warcraft. American former football player. Impersonating Elon Musk.
Jeff Jacques at Jeff Jacques. American cartoonist and creator of questionable content. Impersonating Elon Musk.
Rich Summer at Rich Summer. American actor. Impersonating Elon Musk.
At Eli Lilly and Company. Account impersonating Eli Lilly and Company. And after posting a tweet claiming the company was making insulin-free, causing Eli Lilly to lose $15 billion in market capitalization.
This, alongside similar impersonation incidents, caused Twitter to temporarily suspend its Twitter Blue program.
On 1 May 2023, Eli Lilly's official Twitter account was changed from @LilyPad. El Fort John Brown Gun Club at EFJDGC. Anti-Fascist Firearm Group. Hateful conduct relating to separate tweets that criticize the U.S. Customs and Border Protection and advocated for LGBT firearm ownership following the Colorado Springs nightclub shooting.
Shadloader at Shadloader. American anti-fascist activist. Unknown.
Reportedly banned on order from Elon Musk.
CrimeSync, Anarchist Collective. And on request by Andy Go to Elon Musk.
Edith Frost at Edith Frost, American singer-songwriter, impersonating Elon Musk.
Kanye West at Kanye West, American rapper, posting a picture of a realism symbol resembling a swastika inside a Star of David and praising Adolf Hitler during his appearance on InfoWars earlier in the day.
Account was reinstated on June 29, 2023, but the account is not eligible for monetization.
At ElonJet, account that tracks the private flights of Elon Musk. Rule violations.
Musk in a previous tweet said the ElonJet's account was a direct personal safety risk, and the account's owner said it was shadow banned prior to its suspension.
ElonJet was unsuspended for an hour before being banned again. At ZachJet, account that tracks the private flights of Mark Zuckerberg. Rule violations.
Musk in a previous tweet said the ElonJet's account was a direct personal safety risk, and the account's owner said it was shadow banned prior to its suspension.
ElonJet was unsuspended for an hour before being banned again. At John Kerry Jet, account that tracks the private flights of John Kerry. Rule violations.
Musk in a previous tweet said the ElonJet's account was a direct personal safety risk, and the account's owner said it was shadow banned prior to its suspension.
ElonJet was unsuspended for an hour before being banned again. At Trump Jets, account that tracks the private flights of Donald Trump. Rule violations.
Whoa!
Musk in a previous tweet said the ElonJet's account was a direct personal safety risk, and the account's owner said it was shadow banned prior to its suspension.
ElonJet was unsuspended for an hour before being banned again. Jack Sweeney at JXCK Sweeney, personal account of the owner of the above accounts. Rule violations.
Musk in a previous tweet said the ElonJet's account was a direct personal safety risk, and the account's owner said it was shadow banned prior to its suspension.
ElonJet was unsuspended for an hour before being banned again. Mastodon at Join Mastodon, official account of the open source Mastodon social network. Unknown.
Twitter users were also blocked from sharing links to Mastodon.
Reinstated on 17 December. Aaron Rupar at AT Rupar, freelance journalist, initially suspended for 7 days for doxing all accounts, had a history of reporting on Musk or his companies.
The accounts were reinstated on 17 December.
Drew Harwell at Drew Harwell, reporter for the Washington Post, initially suspended for 7 days for doxing all accounts, had a history of reporting on Musk or his companies.
The accounts were reinstated on 17 December.
Tony O'Sullivan at Tony, reporter for CNN, initially suspended for 7 days for doxing all accounts, had a history of reporting on Musk or his companies.
The accounts were reinstated on 17 December.
Matt Binder at Matt Binder, reporter for Mashable, initially suspended for 7 days for doxing all accounts, had a history of reporting on Musk or his companies.
The accounts were reinstated on 17 December.
Michael Lee at Micah Lee, reporter for The Intercept, initially suspended for 7 days for doxing all accounts, had a history of reporting on Musk or his companies.
The accounts were reinstated on 17 December.
Ryan Mack at RMack18, reporter for the New York Times, initially suspended for 7 days for doxing all accounts, had a history of reporting on Musk for his companies.
The accounts were reinstated on 17 December.
Keith Olbermann at Keith Olbermann, American political commentator, initially suspended for 7 days for doxing all accounts, had a history of reporting on Musk for his companies.
The accounts were reinstated on 17 December.
Stephen L. Herman at W7VOA, Chief National Correspondent for Voice of America, initially suspended for 7 days for doxing all accounts, had a history of reporting on Musk for his companies.
The accounts were reinstated on 17 December.
Lynette Lopez at Lopez Lynette, reporter for Business Insider, unknown.
Lopez had previously written investigative reports on Tesla.
Susan Lee at Susan Lee TV, journalist for Fox Business, suspended for posting a link to a flight tracking website when discussing how private flights are tracked with public data.
Taylor Lorenz at Taylor Lorenz, journalist for the Washington Post, suspended for prior doxing.
Lorenz claimed she was working on a story with Drew Harwell involving Musk and got suspended after attempting to reach him for comment without any explanation.
The following day, Twitter denied her appeal and permanently suspended Lorenz.
Hours later, her account was reinstated.
And Paul Graham at Paul G, computer scientist and venture capitalist, tweeted, "This is the last straw. I give up." You can find a link to my new Mastodon profile on my site after Twitter updated its policies to ban the promotion of other social media sites.
2023, Michael Russell at Fearleen, president of the Scottish National Party, violation of Twitter rules.
Steve Daines at Steve Daines, U.S. Senator from Montana, violating rule against graphic violence or adult content in profile images after he changed his profile picture to an image of him and his wife hunting.
Mike Lee at Base Mike Lee, personal account of U.S. Senator from Utah, incorrectly flagged as impersonation.
Globe Gazette at Globe Gazette, American newspaper based in Mason City, Iowa, unknown.
Account restored a day later following appeals by the newspaper's editor, U.S. Senator Chuck Grassley and U.S. Representative Ashley Hinson.
Sean Plunkett at Sean Plunkett, New Zealand broadcaster, hateful conduct.
Del Cameron at Del Cam, senior reporter for Wired, and after interviewing the person who hacked Matt Walsh's social media accounts.
At Block the Blue, account encouraging users to block accounts, subscribe to Twitter Blue, unknown.
Dominic Luker McGee at Dom_Luker, right-wing influencer, violating ex's child pornography by posting an image of a victim of Peter Scully.
Due to outrage from McGee's followers, his account was later unsuspended. At Juniper, shitposter, unclear, presumably accusing Elon Musk of pedophilia.
Adam Stable posting, shitposter, unclear, presumably accusing Elon Musk of pedophilia.
At June Goblin Mode, shitposter, innovation.
Bob Lonsberry, conservative talk radio personality, an unspecified violation of platform rules.
At Ion Palestine, account detailing life in Palestine, unknown.
happened on the same day that its Instagram account was locked allegedly due to security issues.
And Robert Card at Robert C. 2004-1800. Account used by the perpetrator of the 2023 Lewiston shootings. Unknown.
And 2024. Yulia Navalnaya, Russian opposition activist and widow of Alexei Navalny. Unknown.
Alexandra Caragallo, transgender attorney and activist. Posting the name of a webcomic artist who posts under the pseudonym of Stone Boss.
Randall Mandela, activist and grandson of Nelson Mandela. Unknown.
And Ken Klippenstein, American journalist. Publication of a Donald Trump 2024 presidential campaign dossier into J.D. Vance.
On December 15, 2022, Twitter suspended the accounts of 10 journalists who have covered the company and its owner, Elon Musk.
They included reporters Keith Olbermann, Stephen L. Herman, and Tony O'Sullivan, as well as journalists from the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, and The Intercept.
Musk cited an incident between a crazy stalker and a car with his child as a justification for the suspensions.
Posters on behalf of the owners of the accounts said that the suspensions were permanent.
On December 16, 2022, Musk stated that account access would only be restricted for 7 days, and on December 17, 2022, some accounts were reportedly restored, with Musk citing Twitter community polls as the reason for the reversal. Twitter officials initially offered no explanation for their decision.
They later stated it was due to violations of a new rule created 1 day before the bans took place.
The policy change prohibited accounts from sharing real-time flight information on private jets.
The bans were allegedly in response to the Avalon Jet account, which tracks Musk's private jet.
The accounts and other similar accounts were suspended from Twitter on December 14, 2022, but continued operating on Facebook, Mastodon, and other social media platforms. Several of the suspended journalists said they had not violated the rule, and while some had included links to Avalon Jet in their articles or reported about the account, it was already suspended at the time of media reports.
The Twitter account of Mastodon, a rival social media platform, was also suspended on December 15 after linking to Avalon Jet on a Mastodon server.
Users were unable to share Mastodon links in their tweets, and they were labeled as potentially harmful and containing malware. The suspensions drew criticism from various organizations and individuals.
Some said the actions undermined Musk's repeated claims of supporting free speech on Twitter, while others said Musk had a history of doxing and harassing people in similar ways, which he was now criticizing.
The suspensions were condemned by representatives of several countries and organizations, including the United Nations and the European Union.
EU officials said the actions may have violated the Digital Services Act, which could result in sanctions or even a ban of Twitter in Europe.
The Government Accountability Project filed a complaint to the United States Congress regarding the suspensions. Business magnate Elon Musk purchased the social media company Twitter for $44 billion on October 27, 2022, following a lengthy process that began when Musk made the initial purchase offer on April 14, 2022. Then later rescinded the deal after it was accepted.
The company sued Musk to compel him to honor his offer, and although Musk had announced his intent to fight in court, he reversed course.
Upon Upon acquiring Twitter, Musk fired several top executives, fired half of the workforce, and proposed changes to the platform, such as removal of spam bots and open sourcing Twitter's algorithms. One of Musk's primary pledges upon acquiring Twitter was promoting free speech, something he has been criticized for failing to do since.
He was previously concerned that Twitter was censoring conservative viewpoints and said the platform would allow all legal speech.
He has described himself as a free speech absolutist.
Acting on this conviction, Musk then restored several accounts that were permanently suspended before his purchase, including former U.S. President Donald Trump, whose account at Real Donald Trump had been suspended for tweets that allegedly helped incite the January 6 United States Capitol attack.
Before the Twitter account suspensions of December 14 and 15, 2022, Musk shared concerns about the accounts that tracked his jet.
Specifically, he criticized the internet bot account TaBNWNE, which used publicly available flight data to track trips taken by Musk's private plane.
The account, which was started by a college student named Jack Sweeney, had more than 500,000 followers as of December 2022.
Sweeney also ran a version of the bot on the social networking platform Instagram.
In January 2022, before Musk had purchased Twitter, he privately offered Sweeney $5,000 to delete the account.
Sweeney rejected the offer and asked for $50,000, to which Musk did not agree.
After Musk purchased Twitter, Sweeney cited screenshots provided by a Twitter employee indicating the company limited the reach of the TaBNWNE account, though he said those restrictions were later removed.
In November 2022, Musk publicly stated that he would not ban TaBNWNE, despite claiming the account is a direct personal safety risk because of his commitment to free speech.
My commitment to free speech extends even to not banning the account following my plane, even though that is a direct personal safety risk. We've updated our private information policy to prohibit sharing someone else's live location in most cases. Here's what changed and why.
On December 14, 2022, the social media platform created a new rule that was used to ban accounts publishing the real-time location and movement of private jets.
Specifically, Twitter's private information and media policy was modified to include a clause prohibiting the sharing of live location data, stating, "We will remove any tweets or accounts that share someone's live location."
The word jet does not appear anywhere in the Twitter policy, but according to CNN reporter Tony O'Sullivan, the rules appeared to be designed specifically to justify the removal of the jet tracking account. Twitter's official @Twitter safety account issued messages about the policy change, writing that they would remove tweets that posted live location information and suspend accounts dedicated to doing so.
They clarified that users were allowed to share their own live location and the historical location of someone else, but not same-day information.
Musk himself also tweeted about the new policy on December 14.
Any account doxing real-time location info of anyone will be suspended, as it is a physical safety violation. This includes posting links to sites with real-time location info. Posting location someone traveled to on a slightly delayed basis isn't a safety problem, so is okay.
The same day the new rule was implemented, Twitter suspended the TaBNWNE account, as well as the personal account of its creator, @JXCK Sweeney.
Other similar accounts were also suspended, including some that followed the planes of other billionaires such as Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos.
Some of these had also been operated by Sweeney, who defended himself, telling NBC News, "All I'm doing is taking their data and putting it on Twitter. There's nothing I'm doing wrong, and I didn't mean any harm." On December 14, Musk said that a car carrying one of his children had been followed by a crazy stalker, thinking it was me, who later blocked car from moving and climbed onto hood.
In the same tweet, Musk said he would be taking legal action against Sweeney and organizations who supported harm to my family as a result of the alleged altercation.
Musk publicly posted video footage of a man who he said was the person that had been involved in this incident.
The man in the video was also using his smartphone to record whoever was filming him, and Musk included the man's license plate in the video clip, asking his followers if anyone recognized him.
The South Pasadena police were called to the scene, but no report had been filed.
They found no link to suggest the Longjet account had contributed to the confrontation.
The department believes the suspect is a member of Musk's security team. On December 15, 2022, the social networking service Twitter suspended the accounts of several journalists who routinely reported on the platform and Musk, including Additionally, the Twitter account for Mastodon, @JoinMastodon, a competitor of Twitter, was also suspended on December 15, and users were unable to post any links to some of the most popular Mastodon servers in their tweets.
Twitter did not initially state why the Mastodon account was suspended or if specific rules had been broken, but earlier in the day, they had linked to one of Sweeney's Longjet accounts hosted on the Mastodon platform.
Although Mastodon's account was suspended and its links were blocked, the term Mastodon was a trending topic following the changes.
It was not initially clear if the ban would be permanent, although Musk later clarified that the suspension would last for 7 days.
Other journalist accounts were also suspended after December 15.
Susan Lee, @Susan Lee TV, a television journalist with Fox Business Network, was suspended on December 16 after posting a link to an aircraft tracking website in an attempt to demonstrate the ease at which Musk's jet could be tracked using public data.
The account of Washington Post reporter Taylor Lorenz, @Taylor Lorenz, was suspended on December 17 for prior doxing action, but was quickly restored. Musk publicly responded to the journalist's suspensions a few hours after they occurred.
He said the accounts were suspended for doxing, specifically in violation of Twitter's new rule banning accounts that track the location and movement of private jets.
That new rule was created on December 14, 2022, the day before the journalist accounts were suspended in response to accounts that provided information about Musk's private jet.
Musk said the suspended accounts posted his exact real-time location, basically assassination coordinates, in obvious, direct violation of Twitter terms of service.
Musk defended his actions in a series of tweets.
In one, he wrote, "Same doxing rules apply to journalists as to everyone else."
In another, he wrote, "Criticizing me all day long is totally fine, but doxing my real-time location and endangering my family is not."
Ella Irwin, Twitter's head of trust and safety, told Reuters that the organization manually reviewed any and all accounts in violation of the policy, which included posting links to Longjet.
She said, I understand that the focus seems to be mainly on journalist accounts, but we applied the policy equally to journalists and non-journalist accounts today. A few hours after the suspensions, Musk defended the action during a discussion on Twitter Spaces, a social audio feature of the platform, which was hosted by BuzzFeed reporter TaBNWNE and had more than 30,000 listeners.
Several of the suspended journalists as well as the creator of the TaBNWNE account participated and were able to join due to a bug that allowed suspended accounts to join Twitter Spaces.
During the conversation, Musk repeatedly said, "You docs, you get suspended. End of story. That's it."
Drew Harwell, one of the suspended journalists, was able to dialogue with Musk about the suspensions briefly. However, Musk left the chat a few minutes after joining, and the Twitter Spaces service was abruptly shut down, disconnecting all the users in the populous space.
Musk later said Twitter Spaces was temporarily unavailable due to a legacy bug and that it should be working tomorrow.
The Twitter Spaces feature remained offline for several hours, although several users, including the conversation's host, found themselves suspended from the service once it became available again.
Following the Mastodon account suspension and ban on sending Mastodon links, a new policy was introduced on December 18 that prohibited sharing of links to a variety of social media sites, including Facebook and Instagram, along with Mastodon.
The new Twitter policy would have disallowed such links in tweets and on account profiles and would trigger suspensions of accounts in violation of this rule.
By December 19, Twitter's new linking policy and official mentions about it had been removed, and Musk would later mention that banning users for posting Mastodon links was a mistake.
Same doxing rules apply to journalists as to everyone else. Criticizing me all day long is totally fine, but doxing my real-time location and endangering my family is not. They posted my exact real-time location, basically assassination coordinates, in obvious, direct violation of Twitter terms of service. 7-day suspension for doxing. Some time away from Twitter is good for the soul.
On December 15, Musk issued a Twitter poll asking when the suspensions should be lifted.
Musk had previously made a similar poll where the majority had voted to reinstate Trump's account, with Musk saying, "The people have spoken." Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
However, Forbes wrote that it is unclear whether these unscientific polls truly inform or influence Musk.
Musk's poll had 4 options, and while a majority voted for 7 days or longer, a plurality, 43%, voted for immediate reinstatement.
Musk then wrote in a response tweet, "Sorry, too many options. We'll redo poll," and issued a new poll.
The second poll asked users whether he should unsuspend accounts who doxed my exact location in real time and provided only 2 options, now or in 7 days.
The final result was now, with about 59% choosing that option. On December 17, Musk said he would reinstate most of the suspended accounts, writing of the poll results, "The people have spoken."
However, some accounts were not restored.
Lynette Lopez, who had previously published investigations into Tesla Incorporated, where Musk also worked as CEO, remained suspended on Twitter and had not heard anything from the platform about possible reinstatement.
Several of the journalists said account restoration appeared to be contingent on the voluntary deletion of specific posts.
Drew Harwell was told his account would be restored if he deleted tweets on the suspension of Mastodon's account.
Stephen L. Herman said his account is now visible to others, but he cannot use it because he won't delete 3 tweets that Twitter claimed were sharing Musk's location.
Herman said, I am in a new level of purgatory. I do not believe anything I have tweeted violate any reasonable standard of any social media platform.
Michael Lee also said that, while his account was technically reinstated, he was still locked out unless he agreed to delete some of his past tweets.
Lee called the claim that his suspension was lifted an illusion.
Unsuspend accounts who doxed my exact location in real time. Unsuspend accounts who doxed my exact location in real time.
The journalists were not initially told if their accounts had been permanently or temporarily suspended and were not informed why they had been blocked or what specific rule was violated.
Immediately after the suspension, Rupar said he was given no information about why the action occurred, saying he hadn't been given a reason, explanation, or been looped in about any possible duration.
Rupar added that he didn't post anything remotely controversial today or anytime recently.
Michael Lee also said he was not given a reason for the suspension, but said it came shortly after he posted on Twitter about Mastodon's account suspension.
Lee also wrote, while my reporting may not have provided the direct impetus for my suspension, it's clear Musk was taking aim specifically at journalists who have covered him critically.
Whoa!
Alderman's suspension occurred shortly after he had criticized the suspension of other journalists.
Rupar's suspension came one day after he had shared a Substack article by Noah Berlatsky that was critical of Musk, entitled Elon Musk's Reactionary Populism.
After Musk's explanation about the suspensions, Aaron Rupar said he had not posted anything that violated the policy about disclosing locations, and had never posted anything about Elon yet prior to his suspension, adding, unless the policy is that you criticize Elon and you get suspended.
Some of the suspended journalists had written stories about Musk suspending Elon yet, though others had not.
Matt Binder said he did not share any location data or links to jet tracking accounts, and was suspended immediately after sharing a screenshot that Tony O'Sullivan posted before his own suspension.
Binder said, I have been highly critical of Musk but never broke any of Twitter's listed policies.
Lynette Lopez said of her suspension, it's funny that Elon suddenly has a problem with doxing and embarrassing people because he also has a history of doing that.
Drew Harwell said he did not share information about Musk's private jet or personal location, but simply posted a link to the Elon Jet account in his stories.
In a direct conversation with Musk on Twitter Spaces, Harwell said, we have to acknowledge you are using the same exact link blocking technique that you have criticized as part of the Hunter Biden New York Post story in 2020.
In an interview with CNN, Harwell stated, Elon says he is a free speech champion and he is banning journalists for exercising free speech. I think that calls into question his commitment. New York Times External Communications Director Charlie Stadtlander said that the suspensions were questionable and unfortunate, and that neither their organization nor Times journalist Brian Mack were provided an adequate explanation for the decision to suspend the accounts.
Washington Post executive editor Sally Busby said the suspensions occurred without warning, process, or explanation, and that they directly undermined Elon Musk's claim that he intends to run Twitter as a platform dedicated to free speech.
CNN stated that Musk's actions were impulsive and unjustified, but not surprising, and that it would reevaluate its relationship with Twitter.
The CNN statement also said, Twitter's increasing instability and volatility should be of incredible concern for everyone who uses Twitter.
Oliver Darcy, a CNN reporter, wrote that Musk's allegations of doxing were not what those journalists did.
Cybersecurity writer Brian Krebs said Twitter's claim that Mastodon links might have malware was a bald-faced lie.
Lou Pascalis, a media executive, said the suspensions could create uncertainty among news organizations and advertisers.
Pascalis said the bans were the biggest self-inflicted wound I can think of.
Commentators have been critical of the suspensions, including media outlets and international representatives, officials from several countries, the United Nations and European Union.
Many critics said the actions undermined Musk's claims of supporting free speech.
The suspensions were labeled by Alex Stamos, a security researcher, and Michael Lee from The Intercept, as the Thursday Night Massacre. United Nations spokeswoman Melissa Fleming said she was disturbed by the bans and that media freedom is not a toy.
Stefan Dujarric, another UN spokesperson, said they were reconsidering their involvement with Twitter and that the suspension set a dangerous precedent at a time when journalists all over the world are facing censorship, physical threats, and even worse.
U.S. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wrote public tweets directly to Musk, saying the suspensions were irresponsible actions and that they only increased the scrutiny around him, adding that he should lay off the proto-fascism.
Vera Jourova, the Vice President of the European Commission for Values and Transparency, said on December 16 that news about arbitrary suspension of journalists on Twitter is worrying.
European Commission officials said Musk's actions may have violated the Digital Services Act, which could result in sanctions or even a ban on the social media platform across all of Europe.
Johannes Park of the European Commission said it was encouraging that some journalists were reinstated, but was concerned about Musk using informal Twitter polls to make such decisions rather than through a clearly defined framework.
Roland Lestier, the French Minister of Commerce, ceased all of his Twitter activity in protest.
The German Foreign Office warned that the suspensions jeopardize press freedom.
The Society for Advancing Business Editing and Writing said Twitter's actions violate the spirit of the First Amendment and the principle that social media platforms will allow the unfiltered distribution of information that is already in the public square. Bobby Weiss, who worked with Musk to publish the Twitter files, disagreed and argued with Musk on Twitter about his decision, stating the old regime at Twitter was governed by its own whims and biases. And it sure looks like the new regime has the same problem.
On December 16, Wired reporter Amanda Hoover quoted John Davison, a senior counsel at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, saying, Musk is responding to events that affect him personally to reshape that policy and place new limits on what could be disseminated through the platform. Hoover concluded that this new approach will have a lasting impact on Twitter.
The Government Accountability Project, a whistleblower protection and advocacy organization, filed a complaint to the United States Congress on December 22, saying Musk abused his authority by acting arbitrarily and capriciously in suspending the journalists.
David Side, senior counsel with the organization, called the actions disturbing and urged Congress to review this mistreatment and investigate further.
Brendan Carr, an FCC commissioner, said that one person should not get to decide who participates in the digital town square.
You're a public figure. An extremely controversial and powerful one. I get feeling unsafe, but descending into abuse of power plus erratically banning journalists only increases the intensity around you. Take a beat and lay off the proto-fascism. Maybe try putting down your phone.
They posted my exact real-time location, basically assassination coordinates, in obvious, direct violation of Twitter terms of service.
In August 2020, development of Birdwatch was announced, initially described as a moderation tool.
Twitter first launched the Birdwatch program in January 2021, intended as a way to debunk misinformation and propaganda, with a pilot program of 1,000 contributors. Weeks after the January 6 United States Capitol attack,
the aim was to build Birdwatch in the open and have it shaped by the Twitter community.
In November 2021, Twitter updated the Birdwatch moderation tool to limit the visibility of contributors' identities by creating aliases for their accounts. In an attempt to limit bias towards the author of notes,
Twitter then expanded access to notes made by the Birdwatch contributors in March 2022, giving a randomized set of US users the ability to view notes attached to tweets and mate them with a pilot of 10,000 contributors.
On average, contributors were noting 43 times a day in 2022 prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
This then increased to 156 on the day of the invasion, estimated to be a very small portion of the misleading posts on the platform.
By March 1, only 359 of 10,000 contributors had proposed notes in 2022, while a Twitter spokeswoman described plans to scale up the program, with a focus on ensuring that Birdwatch is something people find helpful and can help inform understanding.
By September 2022, the program had expanded to 15,000 users.
In October 2022, the most commonly published notes were related to COVID-19 misinformation based on historical usage.
In November 2022, at the request of new owner Elon Musk, Birdwatch was rebranded to Community Notes, taking an open source approach to deal with misinformation and expanded to Europe and countries outside of the US. Twitter Incorporated v. TaBNWNE alongside Gonzalez v. Google were heard by the United States Supreme Court during its 2022 to 2023 term.
Both cases dealt with internet content providers and whether they are liable for terrorism-related information posted by their users.
In the case of Twitter v. TaBNWNE, the case asked if Twitter and other social media services are liable for user-generated terrorism content under the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996 and are beyond their Section 230 protections.
The court ruled in May 2023 that the charges brought against Twitter and other companies were not permissible under the Anti-Terrorism Act and did not address the Section 230 question.
This decision also supported the court's per curiam decision in Gonzalez returning that case to the lower court for review in light of the Twitter decision. In 2016, Twitter shareholder Dora Shenwood filed a lawsuit against Twitter Incorporated, claiming executives misled investors over the company's growth prospects.
In 2021, Twitter agreed to pay $809.5 million to settle.
In May 2022, Twitter agreed to pay $150 million to settle a lawsuit started by the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission.
The lawsuit concerned Twitter's use of email addresses and phone numbers of Twitter users to target advertisements at them.
The company also agreed to third-party audits of its data privacy program. On November 3, 2022, on the eve of expected layoffs, a group of Twitter employees based in San Francisco and Cambridge filed a lawsuit in the U.S. District Court in San Francisco.
Naming 5 current or former workers as plaintiffs, the suit accused the company of violating federal and state laws that govern notice of employment termination.
The federal law in question is the Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification, WARN Act, and the state law in question is California's State WARN Act. On November 20, 2023, Twitter filed a lawsuit against Media Matters, a media watchdog group.
The lawsuit alleges defamation by Media Matters following its publication of a report claiming that advertisements for major brands were displayed alongside posts promoting Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party.
On August 6, 2024, X filed an antitrust lawsuit in the Northern District of Texas against the World Federation of Advertisers, Unilever, Mars, CVS, and Orsted, alleging that the advertisers had conspired via their participation in the Global Alliance for Responsible Media to withhold billions of dollars in advertising revenue from the platform.
The World Federation of Advertisers created the Global Alliance for Responsible Media in 2019 to address illegal or harmful content on digital media platforms and its monetization via advertising.
On August 13, 2024, the Workplace Relations Commission ordered Twitter to pay €550,000 to former senior staffer Gary Rooney in an unfair dismissal case.
Twitter had argued that Rooney's failure to check yes at the bottom of an email from Elon Musk constituted resignation.
As of 8 November 2024, the 10X accounts with the most followers were This list contains the top 50 accounts with the most followers on the social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter.
Notable figures such as Elon Musk, Barack Obama, Cristiano Ronaldo, Justin Bieber, Rihanna, Katy Perry, and Narendra Modi are at the top of the list, each with over 100 million followers.
As of November 2024, only 7 accounts have surpassed this milestone, with Elon Musk being the only account to exceed 200 million followers. The following table lists the top 50 most followed accounts on X, with each total rounded down to the nearest 100,000, as well as a description of each account. A selfie, orchestrated by 86th Academy Awards host Ellen DeGeneres during the March 2, 2014 broadcast was, at the time, the most retweeted image ever.
The photo of 12 celebrities broke the previous retweet record within 40 minutes and was retweeted over 1.8 million times in the first hour.
On May 9, 2017, Ellen's record was broken by Carter Wilkerson at Carter TaBNWNE by collecting nearly 3.5 million retweets in a little over a month.
This record was broken when Music Umezawa announced a giveaway on Twitter in January 2019, accumulating 4.4 million retweets.
A similar tweet he made in December 2019 was retweeted 3.8 million times. The most tweeted moment in the history of Twitter occurred on August 2, 2015, during a Japanese television airing of the Studio Ghibli film Castle in the Sky. Fans simultaneously tweeted the word balls.
バルス、
The incantation for a destruction spell used during its climax after it was uttered in the film.
There was a global peak of 143,199 tweets in 1 second, beating the previous record of 33,388.
The most discussed event in Twitter history occurred on October 24, 2015. The hashtag all the TaBNWNE for TaBNWNE, a live special episode of the Filipino variety show, Itbulaga. At the Philippine Arena, centering on its popular on-air Catalaldad, attracted 41 million tweets.
The most discussed sporting event in Twitter history was the 2014 FIFA World Cup semi-final between Brazil and Germany on July 8, 2014.
According to Guinness World Records, the fastest pace to 1 million followers was set by actor Robert Downey Jr. in 23 hours and 22 minutes in April 2014.
This record was later broken by Caitlyn Jenner, who joined the site on June 1, 2015, and amassed 1 million followers in just 4 hours and 3 minutes.
This list contains the top 30 posts, with the most reposts/retweets, an accounts post that is sent again by additional accounts without any change on the social networking platform X, formerly known as Twitter.
X does not provide an official list, but news and mainstream media make lists.
As of November 2024, the top post has over 3.8 million reposts and was posted by Japanese billionaire Yuzuki Maezawa.
4 accounts have more than one of the most reposted posts in the top 30. South Korean band BTS has 18, while Maezawa and YouTubers El Rubius and Hikukin each have 2.
The following table lists the top 30 most reposted posts, or most retweeted tweets, on X, the account that posted it, the total number of reposts, rounded down to the nearest 100,000, and the date it was originally posted.
Posts that have an identical number of reposts are listed in date order, with the most recent post ranked highest.
The notes include the details surrounding the post.
Rank number 1. Posted by Yuzuki Maezawa at Shusuck 2020. Date posted January 5, 2019.
ZOZO タウン新春セールが史上最速で取扱高100億円を先ほど突破。日頃の感謝を込め、僕個人から100名様に100万円総額1億円のお年玉を現金でプレゼントします。応募方法は僕をフォローいただいた上、このツイートを RT するだけ。受付は7分の1まで。当選者には僕から直接 DM します。ハッシュタグ月に行くならお年玉。
Rank number 2. Posted by Mr. Beast at Mr. Beast. Date posted January 22, 2024. I'm gonna give 10 random people that repost this and follow me $25,000 for fun, the $250,000 my ex video made. I'll pick the winners in 72 hours. Rank number 3. Posted by Yuzuki Maezawa at Shusuck 2020. Date posted December 31, 2019.
金が新年。総額10億円ハッシュタグ前沢お年玉100万円を1000人にプレゼントします。100万円で皆様の人生がよりハッピーになりますように。応募方法は僕のフォローとこのツイートのリツイート。締め切りは1月7日23時59分まで。企画趣旨や当選条件などは YouTube で説明してます。
Rank number 4. Posted by Carter Wilkerson at CarterJWM. Date posted April 5, 2017. Help me please. A man needs his nugs. Rank number 5. Posted by family of Chadwick Boseman at Chadwick Boseman. Date posted at August 28, 2020. It is with immeasurable grief that we confirm the passing of Chadwick Boseman. Chadwick was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer in 2016 and battled with it these last 4 years as it progressed to stage 4. Rank number 6. Posted by Ellen DeGeneres at The Ellen Show. Date posted March 2, 2014. If only Bradley's arm was longer. Best photo ever, #Oscars. Rank number 7. Posted by Louis Tomlinson at Louis_Tomlinson. Date posted October 2, 2011. Always in my heart at Harry Styles. Yours sincerely, Louis. Rank number 8. Posted by Hikukun at Hikukun. Date posted December 18, 2021.
ハッシュタグヒカキンサンタのプレゼント私、ヒカキンをフォロー&この投稿をリツイートで総額1000万円分 iPhone 13が103名様に当たります。応募締め切りは12、25土曜日23時59分まで。詳しくは YouTube 動画とこのツイートのリプライをご覧ください。https://youtube.b/faAURN7t XXWHASHTAG クリスマスボックス。
Rank number 9. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted May 3, 2020. Never not. Rank number 10. Posted by El Rubius at Review5. Date posted August 20, 2016. Limonada. Rank number 11. Posted by Verakavima at Verakavima. Date posted August 12, 2017. No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. Rank number 12. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted June 9, 2019. Duh. Rank number 13. Posted by El Rubius at Review5. Date posted September 29, 2018. Limonada 2.0. Rank number 14. Posted by BTS at BTS_TWT. Date posted March 19, 2013. Teamwork makes the dream work. Rank number 15. Posted by BTS at BTS_TWT. Date posted September 8, 2020.
This is just 삽사인 우리암이 상 받았네.
Rank number 16. Posted by V at BTS_TWT. Date posted September 1, 2020.
정국이 생일 축하해요.
Rank number 17. Posted by Hikukun at Hikukun. Date posted January 28, 2022.
ハッシュタグヒカキンスイッチプレゼント私、ヒカキンをフォロー&この投稿をリツイートで総額150万円分、任天堂スイッチ UKL モデルを40名様にプレゼント逃走中の賞金で買いました。締め切りは2、6日曜日23時59分まで、YouTube 動画とツイートのリプライもご覧ください。https://youtu.b/z-zcb7ioeyhashta G クリスマスボックス。
Rank number 18. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted October 8, 2020. Savage Love. #Savage Love Remix. Rank number 19. Posted by V at BTS_TWT. Date posted August 16, 2020. Hi Army. Rank number 20. Posted by BTS at BTS_TWT. Date posted December 13, 2022.
우리 형, 잘 다녀와. 러브.
Rank number 21. Posted by J-Hope at BTS_TWT. Date posted November 20, 2021. At Harry Styles. Rank number 22. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted February 24, 2021.
셀프 염세. 삽사인 재즈키.
Rank number 23. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted January 24, 2021. Kissing Face. Rank number 24. Posted by Jimin, Jungkook, RM and V at BTS_TWT. Date posted November 24, 2020. Only 6 and Hashtag Grammys. Hashtag BTS. Rank number 25. Posted by BTS at BTS_TWT. Date posted September 8, 2020. Teamwork makes the dream work. Rank number 26. Posted by J-Hope at BTS_TWT. Date posted July 23, 2018. Hashtag In My Feelings Challenge. Hashtag Hope on the Street. Rank number 27. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted April 11, 2021.
아미 보고 싶다오.
Rank number 28. Posted by BTS at BTS_TWT. Date posted March 29, 2021. Hashtag Stop Asian Hate. Hashtag Stop AAPI Hate. Rank number 29. Posted by Jimin at BTS_TWT. Date posted August 31, 2020.
증구가 24살 생일 축하한다. 형이 사랑한다. 해시태그 지민 해시태그 전국 생일.
Unranked number 30. Posted by V at BTS_TWT. Date posted August 21, 2020. Ready? Hashtag VCut.
This list contains the top 30 tweets with the most likes on the social networking platform X, formerly Twitter.
X does not provide a full official list, but news and mainstream media often cover the topic.
As of November 2024, the most liked tweet has over 6 million likes and was posted by the account of American actor Chadwick Boseman announcing his death from cancer.
5 accounts have more than one of the most liked tweets in the top 30, South Korean and BTS S16. Business magnate Elon Musk has 3, while former U.S. President Barack Obama, current U.S. President Joe Biden, and environmental activist Greta Thunberg each have 2.
The following table lists the top 30 most liked tweets on X, the account that posted it, the total number of likes, rounded down to the nearest 100,000, and the date it was originally posted.
Posts that have an identical number of likes are listed in date order, with the most recent post ranked highest.
The notes provide the details surrounding the post.
Rank number 1. Posted by family of Chadwick Boseman at Chadwick Boseman. Date posted August 28, 2020. Tweeted, it is with immeasurable grief that we confirm the passing of Chadwick Boseman. Chadwick was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer in 2016 and battled with it these last 4 years as it progressed to stage 4. Tweet announcing the death of American actor Chadwick Boseman. Boseman died after complications with colon cancer, which he had been diagnosed with 4 years prior. The diagnosis was only made public after his death. It became the most liked tweet in the history of Twitter within 24 hours of its being posted and was the most liked tweet of 2020. Rank number 2. Posted by Elon Musk at Elon Musk. Date posted April 27, 2022. Tweeted, next time buying Coca-Cola to put the cocaine back in. Following his $44 billion acquisition of Twitter a few days prior to the date of this tweet, Elon Musk jokingly announced that he would also purchase Coca-Cola in order to restore the cocaine. The drink's original recipe contained coca leaf extract, from which the drug is derived. Rank number 3. Posted by Barack Obama at Barack Obama. Date posted August 12, 2017. Tweeted, no one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. This tweet was the first of three by former U.S. President Barack Obama, quoting a passage from Nelson Mandela's autobiography, Long Walk to Freedom, in response to the 2017 Charlottesville attack. The accompanying picture, taken in 2011 by former White House photographer Pete Souza, shows Obama visiting a daycare center in Bethesda, Maryland. 4 days later, Twitter publicly confirmed that it had become the most liked tweet on the platform ever, with over 3.3 million likes at the time of announcement. The tweet surpassed previous record holder Ariana Grande's Manchester tweet on August 15, 2017, when it reached 2.7 million likes 3 days after being posted. Rank number 4. Posted by Greta Thunberg, at Greta Thunberg. Date posted, December 28, 2022. Tweeted, yes, please do enlighten me. Email me at smalldickenergy@getalife.com. Swedish environmental activist Greta Thunberg tweeted this in response to British-American internet personality Andrew Tate, who posted a tweet taunting her with the emissions of his car collection. Rank number 5. Posted by Joe Biden, at Joe Biden. Date posted, January 20, 2021. Tweeted, it's a new day in America. President-elect Joe Biden posted this tweet on the day of his inauguration as the 46th President of the United States. According to Twitter's year-end review, it was the most liked tweet of 2021. Rank number 6. Posted by Barack Obama, at Barack Obama. Date posted, January 26, 2020. Tweeted, Kobe was a legend on the court and just getting started in what would have been just as meaningful a second act. To lose Jenna is even more heartbreaking to us as parents. Michelle and I send love and prayers to Vanessa and the entire Bryant family on an unthinkable day. Barack Obama wrote this tweet in tribute to American basketball player Kobe Bryant after news of his and his daughter Jenna's deaths in a helicopter crash surfaced. According to Twitter's year-end review, it was the second most liked tweet of 2020. Rank number 7. Posted by Elon Musk, at Elon Musk. Date posted, July 13, 2024. Tweeted a picture of Donald Trump raising his fist after surviving an assassination attempt. Photo by Evan Vucci, former U.S. President Donald Trump, putting his fist in the air after surviving an assassination attempt at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Rank number 8. Posted by Andy Milanakis, at Andy Milanakis. Date posted, May 30, 2020. Tweeted, congratulations to the astronauts that left Earth today. Good choice. American comedian Andy Milanakis posted this tweet in response to the launch of Crew Dragon Demo 2 by SpaceX on May 30, 2020, during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and George Floyd protests. According to Twitter's year-end review, it was the third most liked tweet of 2020. Rank number 9. Posted by Greta Thunberg, at Greta Thunberg. Date posted, December 30, 2022. Tweeted, this is what happens when you don't recycle your pizza boxes. Following Andrew Tate's arrest in Romania, there was a debunked rumor that the authorities arrested Tate because a video he posted taunting Thunberg included a pizza box from a Romanian pizzeria indicating he was in the country. Rank number 10. Posted by Twitter, at Twitter. Date posted, October 4, 2021. Tweeted, hello literally everyone. Twitter tweeted this on a day when Facebook, Incorporated owned social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp suffered a major worldwide outage. According to Twitter's year-end review, it was the third most liked tweet of 2021. After Twitter rebranded into X in July 2023, the original tweet author changed to the new, rebranded account. Rank number 11. Posted by Elon Musk, at Elon Musk. Date posted, April 25, 2022. Tweeted, I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter, because that is what free speech means. Billionaire Elon Musk posted this tweet ahead of Twitter board unanimously accepting his buyout deal. Rank number 12. Posted by Jungkook, at BTS_TWT. Date posted, January 24, 2021. Tweeted, kissing face. BTS member Jungkook posted a selfie featuring his newly dyed blonde hair. The tweet surpassed 1 million likes in 58 minutes. According to Twitter's year-end review, it was the second most liked tweet of 2021. Ranked number 13. Posted by V at BTS_TWT. Date posted August 16, 2020. Tweeted, "Hi Army." BTS member V posted a pair of selfies from behind the scenes of a photo shoot. In December 2020, Twitter revealed that his tweet was both the most liked K-pop related tweet and the most liked BTS tweet of the year, with 3.2 million likes. Ranked number 14. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted May 3, 2020. Tweeted, "Never Not." Video clip of BTS member Jungkook singing "Never Not" by American singer Love. The tweet accumulated 1 million likes within 2 hours. It was additionally the fastest in 2020 to reach 1 million views. Ranked number 15. Posted by J-Hope at BTS_TWT. Date posted November 20, 2021. Tweeted at Harry_Styles. Shows video of BTS members singing along to a song during a Harry Styles concert held in Los Angeles on the same day as the tweet. Ranked number 16. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted April 11, 2021. Tweeted,
아미 보고 싶다오.
BTS member Jungkook posted a selfie of him wearing a purple. The color is symbolic of the band's fandom sweatshirt and a black beanie with a caption, "Army I miss you," in reference to the band's fans. Ranked number 17. Posted by Kamala Harris at Kamala Harris. Date posted November 7, 2020. Tweeted, "We did it," at Joe Biden. Vice President-elect Kamala Harris tweeted a video of herself congratulating President-elect Joe Biden over the phone after the pair won the 2020 United States presidential election. According to Twitter's year-end review, it was the 5th most liked tweet of 2020. Ranked number 18. Posted by Macaulay Culkin at Incredible Culk. Date posted August 26, 2020. Tweeted, "Hey guys, wanna feel old? I'm 40. You're welcome." American actor Macaulay Culkin, best known for his role as young Kevin McAllister in the Home Alone and Home Alone 2 movies, posted this tweet a day after his 40th birthday. Intended as a joke to make people feel old, the tweet elicited thousands of shocked responses from fans, many of whom still thought of Culkin as the film character. According to Twitter's year-end review, it was the 4th most liked tweet of 2020. Ranked number 19. Posted by J-Hope at BTS_TWT. Date posted November 24, 2021. Tweeted, "Love you." Ranked number 20. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted November 22, 2021. Tweeted, "Focus on Army." Jungkook posted this after being drafted into the South Korean Army. Ranked number 21. Posted by BTS at BTS_TWT. Date posted June 1, 2021. Tweeted X7. BTS posted 2 group selfies of the band celebrating the debut of its single, Butter, at number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100. It was the band's 3rd number 1 debut and 4th number 1 song on the chart overall. Ranked number 22. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted May 29, 2021. Tweeted,
연습 연습 연습. 삽사인 JK.
Ranked number 23. Posted by Jungkook at BTS_TWT. Date posted February 24, 2021. Tweeted,
셀프 염색. 삽사인 JK.
BTS member Jungkook posted a selfie with self-dyed blue hair. Ranked number 24. Posted by Joe Biden at Joe Biden. Date posted November 7, 2020. Tweeted, "America, I'm honored that you have chosen me to lead our great country. The work ahead of us will be hard, but I promise you this, I will be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. I will keep the faith that you have placed in me." Joe Biden's first tweet after defeating sitting President Donald Trump in the 2020 United States presidential election. It accumulated over 1 million likes in less than 30 minutes of being posted. Rank number 25. Posted by V at BTS_TWT. Date posted at September 1, 2020. Tweeted.
정국이 생일 축하해요이.
BTS member V tweeted this video of him wishing bandmate Jungkook a happy birthday in Korean in celebration of the latter's 23rd birthday that day. Rank number 26. Posted by J-Hope, Jimin, Jungkook and V at BTS_TWT. Date posted at November 20, 2021. Tweeted, we met at Lixo. Members of BTS attended a Harry Styles concert in Los Angeles, during which they met Lixo. BTS members and Lixo were photographed together in 3 photos, posted below the tweet. Rank number 27. Posted by V at BTS_TWT. Date posted at September 20, 2021. Tweeted at like emoji. Rank number 28. Posted by Jimin at BTS_TWT. Date posted at September 18, 2021. Tweeted.
다녀오겠습니다. 삽사인 제마엔 삽사인 꾸기.
Rank number 29. Posted by BTS at BTS_TWT. Date posted at September 14, 2021. Tweeted at it's coming. At Coldplay. On rank number 30. Posted by V at BTS_TWT. Date posted at June 25, 2021. Tweeted at 2 purple hearts emoji.
That's it for this episode today. Thank you for watching the most longest episode of all time. Be sure to smash a like, subscribe to our channel for more episodes and contents as usual, and we will see you another time.